I turned my attention to the 30 guards first. These were the men Li Manwen and Zhang you had personally screened one by one, from last night into this morning. Among them were Special Forces veterans and martial arts champions. But out here in the frozen rainforest, even they had no choice but to accept my recruitment order, because sticking with me meant not just survival, but a chance to actually put their skills to use. I cleared my throat and laid down the rules again. You 30 men cost me a fortune to bring here. You'll split into 2 shifts of 15, 12 hours each, so my walls stay guarded around the clock. Got it? Yes, sir. You could tell they were trained, confident, sharp. No hesitation. I nodded, satisfied. I know the job's tough and dangerous, but I'll say it straight. There's no safer place in the frozen rainforest than right here with me. And if any of you actually die protecting me, I'll pay out a hefty death benefit. Anyone with family or friends still out in the rainforest, register their names with me. That money goes straight into their hands. For me personally. The moment I said it, most of their eyes lit up. Some had brothers and sisters out there. Some had girlfriends or wives. And hell, even the ones without? With a job like this, finding a woman later would be no problem. Every last one of them looked pleased. I paused, letting them settle before continuing. Pick 2 squad leaders among yourselves. From here on out, those leaders report directly to me. Yes, sir. I turned to Wang Yin. Steward Wang. Issue each of them an AK with a full ammo loadout. When they run dry, they file a report. Also, get their family info on record. You got it, bro Lang. Within minutes, all 30 men were armed with AKs. Like I said, wherever I point, they shoot. Not a shred of disloyalty in any of them. I wasn't the least bit worried. I nodded. Squad 1, all 15 of you, up on the walls. Each man takes a watchtower. Squad 2, you're heading to the mine with Steward Wang to keep order. Report back tonight. We're pulling overtime. Yes, sir. Whatever Zhang Yi and Li who were plotting, I already had the general picture thanks to Li Lingshan. Just didn't have every detail yet. That's exactly why these 30 men had to stay put today, ready to fight at a moment's notice. I looked back at Wang Yin. You've got the deputy mine boss role now. Don't screw it up. I'm putting real trust in you. Don't disappoint me. For me, that mine was a literal gold mine. How could I not care? Wang Yin was so worked up he didn't know what to say. Just like that, he had over 500 men under his command. When I told him last night, he thought it was just a small promotion. Turns out it was a straight shot to the top. Bro Lang, you have my word. A warrior dies for the one who understands him. Good. Take your men and get to work. Remember, the mine is your #1 priority. Supervise it right. But leave the specialist work to the specialists. The deputy mine boss handles production. Don't overstep. Got it. Yeah, got it, bro Lang. I'm off. With that, he spun around and shouted at the 500+ miners in a shrill voice. Everyone follow this humble sire. Everyone follow me. From now on, you dig hard for bro Lang. Never forget, he's the one giving you a shot at survival. Watching that massive column of 500+ men march off toward the mine, I gave a satisfied nod. In Chun, Jiang Ning, and the others were getting busy too. Some chopping wood, some hunting for treasure chests. As for Li Manwen and her group, I'd sent them back inside. I stood outside the wall by myself, watching their backs disappear into the distance, savoring my first real taste of power. This was a completely different kind of thrill from having women wrapped around my finger. Then a thought hit me. From now on, whenever I wanted to swing by the mine, was I really going to hoof it like everyone else? That'd get old fast. Man, if I had a Maybach, and honestly, the workers should have a bus too. Otherwise, all that time wasted commuting adds up to serious losses. As for teleporting them straight to the mine, the recruitment order only dropped people outside my walls, like that was their fated birthplace or something. No workaround for now. I just have to wait for an upgrade opportunity down the road. Right in the middle of all this daydreaming, when Xian suddenly hit me up in a private message. I'd been so focused on getting the mine cranking out resources that I'd completely forgotten about her. But just as I was about to head back and recruit her, a top-up notification popped up. Congratulations, player. You've upgraded to a level 6 log cabin. Top-up alert activated. Given the player's need for transportation, this round's offerings focus on vehicles. Holy crap, after all this waiting, you're finally back. I quickly checked the message. Top-up 648 yuan. Reward a used snow model Santana. Drivable anywhere in the frozen rainforest. Top-up 6,480 yuan. Reward a snow model bus. Top-up 64,800 yuan. Reward a brand new Mercedes-Benz. Top-up 6,480,000 yuan. Reward personal snow model Maybach. Top speed 300 kilometers per hour. Plus 10 snow model buses, each carrying 100 people at 120 kilometers per hour. Plus 5 snow model Mercedes for management. Top speed 280 kilometers per hour. Top up another 30 million. All vehicles remain upgradable. The Maybach can be upgraded to an RV, the Mercedes to an armored vehicle, and so on. Confirm top-up? Damn, now this is what a self-styled emperor like me deserves. And upgradable rides? No way I'm passing that up. I hit confirm right away. Congratulations, top-up successful. Snow model Maybach, Mercedes fleet, and buses have been delivered. In the blink of an eye, my eyes went wide. 10 buses lined up neatly in front of me, 5 Mercedes parked right there, and the one and only Maybach sitting in my courtyard. My personal ride. Excellent. Looks like I'll need to hire some drivers next. Interesting, very interesting. Who else has a cheat like mine? Thinking about the possible fight tonight, I sure as hell didn't want the cars getting wrecked. I waved over the guards who could drive and had them park everything inside the walls, all neatly lined up. The notifications weren't done yet. What caught me off guard was, my VIP level had leveled up too. Congratulations, player. Your total top-up has exceeded 50 million yuan. VIP upgraded to level 2. After consuming your first attribute fruit, an exclusive attribute panel will unlock. Attribute fruits can only be obtained from treasure chests. Please take note. The fruits can boost strength, stamina, speed, and most importantly, kidney function. Exclusive to VIP players, effective only for the player himself. Damn, talk about a pleasant surprise. VIP 2 comes with perks like this. Forget everything else. That kidney boosting bit? Sold. That's exactly what I need most. Only problem is, the fruits only drop from treasure chests. Guess I'll have to count on Inchun's luck. I shook my head and stopped dwelling on it. I'd think about it when I actually got one. I took a moment to check when Xian's private message. When Xian, SH Shinlang, you said you'd contact me this morning, didn't you? You're not going to stand me up, are you? Oh, getting anxious, huh? For a top-tier hourglass-figured woman like her, my interest spiked instantly. Me. Something came up. You can come over now. Wages are 10 units of wood per day, 3 meals included. Deal. Sure, I was pulling in massive resources daily, but for when Xian, 10 wood plus free meals was already an incredible deal. She agreed without a second's hesitation. The recruitment order flashed, and when Xian appeared right in front of me. Since I was standing out in the courtyard, even though she had permission to enter the cabin, she wasn't teleported straight inside. I sized her up, tight skinny jeans on the bottom, a fitted pink V-neck long-sleeve top up top. The outfit showed off her hourglass figure to perfection. One look, and you could tell she was a total knockout, top-shelf material. Wenxin glanced at me too, but honestly, I clearly held less appeal for her than the 6-star cabin, the tour bus, and the Maybach. She even had this strange sensation, had I made it back to the real world? But the sight of me and the freezing air quickly reminded her. No, she was still in the rainforest. Wenxin couldn't hide her shock. How did you pull this off? I knew she meant the cars and the cabin upgrades, but there was no need to explain. Ms. 1, right? I think what we really need to focus on right now is swimming. Come on, go take a shower first, and I'll be waiting in the pool for my lesson. Wenxin blushed and had no choice but to obediently follow me inside. She could tell I wasn't some soft-hearted gentleman. Expecting to stick around just by saying a few nice things wasn't realistic. Luckily, she'd come prepared. But the moment she stepped inside and saw Li Manwen and Zhang Yan, Wenxin froze. Ms. Li? Ms. Zhang? What are you two doing here? Li Manwen was equally startled at the sight of Wenxin, then shot me a sideways glare. This little rascal. I just told him yesterday how pretty Wenxin was, and today he already. Still, in front of an outsider, Li Manwen wouldn't say a single bad word about me. She had to save my face. Her little grievances and pouting would have to wait until tonight, in bed, when she'd settle the score. Ms. 1, are you here for work? When she nodded. Before she could even process what was happening, Li Manwen turned to me. Honey, what position are you giving her? I arched a brow. Swimming coach. I still swim like a rock. Then I quickly looked over at Li Lingshan. Lingshan, get Ms. 1 a swimsuit ready. She can change into it after her shower. You got it, master. Li Lingshan sized Wenxin up too, thinking, this woman is going to teach master how to swim? She's in for a rough time. But lucky her. I grinned and hurried off to the basement. I needed to get in the water first. Li Manwen sighed quietly to herself. She could see how impatient I was and turned to the others. Until my husband comes out, nobody's allowed downstairs to disturb him. Understood. Wenxin was reeling. Husband? Master? No one allowed to interrupt? What was Li Manwen doing? She was supposed to be my teacher. How could she be helping him like this? But then again, given their current environment, Li Manwen's got it made. She's already the lady of the house. If I'd known earlier. Ms. 1, go take a shower first. You've been in the rainforest all these days. You haven't had a real shower, have you? That line nearly brought Wenxin to tears. How was she supposed to shower out there? Forget the fact that there was no water. Even if there had been, she couldn't have spared it. There wasn't even enough to drink. And in this bitter cold, she wouldn't have dared even sponge off inside the cabin. The water would freeze the second it touched her skin. But here, There was an actual bathroom. Oh, okay, I'll go now. Once when Sheen disappeared into the bathroom, Zhang Yin sidled up to Li Manwen and whispered, Manwen, I hate to say it, but are you really just going to sit back and watch Shun Lang go after other women? You saw Wen Sheen. She's an absolute bombshell. What if he starts favoring her? Li Manwen shook her head. Yinner, don't bring this up again. Isn't Lu Qinglan also naturally seductive? Shun Lang isn't that kind of man. Besides, this is a frozen rainforest. He saved my life. As long as my husband is happy, I'm willing to do anything. Really? Li Manwen had assumed Zhang Yin was warning her to protect her position. Little did she know, Zhang Yin was just testing the waters. Zhang Yin pursed her lips and whispered, Manwen, if you really feel that way, then as your sister, I'd also like to thank Shin Lang for saving my life. Huh. Li Manwen frowned at her. You really are my best friend. But like I said, as long as my husband is willing, and as long as you've got what it takes, be my guest. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up instantly. She'd been craving this forever. From day one, she hadn't been able to stop fantasizing. Manwen, do you really mean it? Don't worry. I'll always be your best friend, and you'll always be the first wife. From now on, I'll keep an eye out for other scheming women, and I'll defend your position with everything I've got. Li Manwen. She hadn't expected her best friend to have been plotting this all along. Nothing she could do about it now. She just tossed out a do what you want. She wasn't stupid either. Any woman who could set foot in this cabin was a stunner, and every one of them was destined to become her sister wife. Meanwhile, I'd been soaking for a good while when Wenxin finally, shyly, made her way to the edge of the pool. She was wearing a ribbon-tie swimsuit, 3 tiny scraps of fabric total, the kind where one pull of the bow undoes the whole thing. There was no way it could contain her ample figure. Vast expanses of creamy skin were laid bare right in front of me. Clearly, this was Li Lingshan's little scheme. That woman always managed to find ways to please me. Even when she couldn't be there herself, she'd always make sure I got to see her thoughtfulness. I had to admit, that was real intelligence. I patted the spot next to me. Come on over. Wenxin bit her lip and made her way trembling to my side. Shun Lang, what stroke do you want to learn? I raised an eyebrow. Let's start with the breaststroke. But first, you're going to lie down on the poolside and demonstrate for me. I turned and looked at Wenxin. Wenxin flushed instantly. Breaststroke? And she had to demonstrate on the poolside right in front of him? How humiliating. But in this frozen rainforest, did humiliation even mean anything anymore? Besides, she'd just enjoyed a luxurious hot shower. That high-end bathroom alone had won her over. Sometimes, all it takes to make a woman surrender is one bathroom. And looking at this climate-controlled pool in front of her, there was no way she could hold out. She knew perfectly well, missed this chance, and she'd never get another one in her lifetime. So when Sheen didn't overthink it, she turned her back to me, lay down on the ground, and began the demonstration. The most important part of breaststroke is the leg movement. Watch closely, there are 4 key points. First, tuck, draw your legs up. Second, open, spread your legs apart to prepare for the pull, using the water's resistance to push forward. Then, I cut her off. Open, come on, expand your horizons here. Opening them that little bit isn't going to give me any real speed. Teach me for real, don't hold back, or I won't learn it, and you'll have to keep teaching me. When Sheen didn't dare turn around, she could only spread her legs wider. Like this. Third step, kick out quickly for propulsion. Finally, bring your legs together and pull them back in to reduce drag, then start the next cycle. I nodded. When she stopped, I said, keep going. I haven't quite gotten the hang of it yet. Huh? Oh, I just watched her open and close, over and over. Her swimming technique really was solid. A long time passed before when Sheen's legs finally went sore. Only then did I speak up. Come on in. Let's put it into practice. The moment she got in the water, when Sheen's legs went weak, whether intentionally or not, she toppled right into my arms. Those 2 soft mounds pressed against me sent my head spinning. And I have to say, with those treasures of hers, her buoyancy was way better than mine. She steadied herself, looking at me with a hint of nervousness. Since you can't swim, hold on to me. I'll take you out to the deep end so you can feel the buoyancy. In an instant, our bodies were pressed together, my arm wrapped around her waist. That skin-on-skin contact left her flushed with embarrassment. She'd made up her mind, sure, but she was still an untouched maiden, after all. Once we hit the deep end, she realized I couldn't swim my ass. I could tread water better than she could. More importantly, the ribbon on her top had somehow come undone. Shun Lang. What? Isn't this what you came prepared for? Quit the act. Did you really think I asked you here for swimming lessons? Go easy on me. At noon, I brought a few of the women to the dinner table. Li Manwen had specially prepared a Buddha jumps over the wall for Wenxin, along with some pomegranate. Teacher Wen, this'll help you recover. Wenxin blushed. Thank you, sister. The way she called her sister came out so naturally. It was clear she'd accepted reality. From now on, she'd be devoted to me, and sucking up to Lee Manwin was only natural. Lee Manwin just smiled without a word. She knew how to read the room. That afternoon, I had Wenxin shadow Zhang Yu to learn the ropes and help lighten her load. As for me, I put my scouting skill, usable 5 times a day, to work, starting to spy on Zhang Yi and Li Hu's cabins. First up was Zhang Yi's place. Plenty of familiar classmates were there, excitedly plotting how to take me down and split up my cabin and my women. I sneered. This pack of two-faced traitors needed to die, and fast. Next I checked Li Hu's cabin. To my surprise, no one was home. Had they gone out on a raid? What I didn't realize was that he was at Zhou Huijin's place at that very moment. Nightfall came quickly. Yin Shun and the others didn't just deliver the blueprints and supplies. They brought good news too. Yin Shun asked, puzzled. Honey, take a look at this. The treasure chest dropped a fruit, but there's no info about it. I raised an eyebrow and eagerly took it. Others couldn't see the info, but I sure could. Strength fruit. +1 strength upon consumption. Only effective for you, the VIP player. Excellent. I laughed. This stuff is a huge deal for me. Useless to you guys. If you come across any more in the future, bring them straight to me. With that, I popped it in my mouth. My attribute panel instantly opened up. Ding. Player has consumed a strength fruit, +1 strength. Congratulations on successfully unlocking your attribute panel. Name, Shunlang, VIP level 2. Strength, 6. Average person, 5. Stamina, 8. Agility, 6. Energy, 9. Vitality, 7. Energy and vitality are the keys to true strength. Strength, stamina, and agility determine combat power. Your lifeline in the frozen rainforest. Do not sacrifice combat attributes in the pursuit of pleasure. Damn, there's a system like this too? Forget everything else. What happens when my agility hits 100? Could I dodge bullets? Just imagining it got me fired up. And I wouldn't have to worry about my body being drained anymore either. At that thought, my gaze burned as it fell on Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, and the others. The women froze for a moment, a suspicion forming in their minds. No wonder he said the fruit was useless to us. It's probably a Viagra-type deal. But I wasn't in a rush. I still hadn't gotten my hands on any other fruits. Besides, tonight wouldn't be peaceful. I hadn't even bothered moving Li Manwin's cabin over yet, waiting instead to wipe out that group of bastards first. My mine workers wrapped up their day too. I didn't ask for overtime. I just kept all the guards on site. On its first day, the mine had already netted me 5,600 stone, 100 uranium ore, and 350 refined iron. Now that's what I call real resource generation. You've got to treat your employees well, otherwise you'll have a hell of a time recruiting when you expand. Right now, on the public channel, I'd basically become synonymous with salvation. As long as you could get work with me, you'd survive, and the pay was solid. Countless people were waiting for me to hire again. At 6 sharp, most people cleared out. Only Li Manwin and the others remained in the cabin. Tonight, my walls had 30 extra men, 15 up in the towers, 15 stationed below on standby. Once everything was in place, I finally headed back to my room and told Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yu to keep the party going, just waiting for Zhang Yi and his crew to come knocking. Time crept toward 10. Li Hu's little henchman, who'd been spying on us, reported back what he'd seen. From his perspective, aside from the high-level walls, extra buildings, and a few dozen new guards, I clearly wasn't aware of the threat other players posed. After all, Zhou Huijin's wife and Zhang Yi's inside contact, Li Lingshan, were both here working as spies. It seemed no word had leaked. The plan was a go. Up on the walls, the guards were standing inside their cozy little watchtowers. Those towers were shaped like small eggs, with only viewing and firing slits, just big enough for one person, but each had an overhead light and heaters at the base. Outside, it was freezing cold. Inside the eggshell, it was toasty warm. The contrast created an addictive kind of comfort. Every man was also equipped with body armor, a walkie-talkie, and an AK-47 with ammo. Gear and treatment like this made them not even want to go back to their cabins. This wasn't work, this was a vacation. Some even thought, with defenses this tight, who'd be crazy enough to attack? Only a suicidal fool. But squad leader Du Kong was different. He came from a recon background, and staring out at the pitch-black night and listening to the drizzling rain, his vigilance only sharpened. Rain could mask anything, including danger. On top of that, today marked the first coordinate update, and I was sitting at the top of the leaderboard. He wasn't letting his guard down for a second. He grabbed his walkie-talkie. Squad 1, listen up. Stay sharp. Tonight might not be like usual. The boss didn't hire us to lounge around. For the paycheck, and for your own necks, keep your eyes peeled. Visibility's shit, so don't slack. Copy that. Don't worry, Kong. I'm on it. But for every man taking it seriously, there was another blowing it off. In one of the egg-shaped bunkers, a guy was already nodding off. It was too safe, too comfortable, too damn tempting to sleep. Since arriving here, he'd never felt this at ease. In his mind, he'd already worked over 12 hours. A quick cat nap wasn't unreasonable. And all of this was being watched by Li Hu's scout. Maybe, just maybe, this was the weak link. The scout immediately relayed the info to Li Hu. At that moment, Li Hu was having dinner at Zhou Huijin's place. He'd been camping out here all day, mainly for Lu Qinglan's sake. Of course, it wasn't purely because he was thinking with the wrong head. He was playing the long game. The original plan had been to kill more people and grab cabins during the day, but that risked causing panic on the public channel and putting me on high alert. So he'd been sitting tight, waiting for Lu Qinglan to come back. Zhou Huijin smirked. Brother Hu, it's almost 10. Qinglan will be back any minute. How about this? I'll keep her occupied first, then you guys rush in and pretend to take me hostage. Li Hu smirked, thinking this guy was quite the drama queen. But if he wanted to put on a show, Li Hu was happy to play along. Doing it right in front of him actually sounded like a thrill. He nodded. Appreciate it, brother. Lu Qinglan's your wife. You take the lead, and I'll follow your cues. Great, great. Don't you worry, brother Hu. I won't let you down. Zhou Huijin sounded even more worked up than he was. That gave Li Hu pause. His original plan had been to tie Zhou Huijin up, have his way with Lu Qinglan, and then kill him off to tie up loose ends. But looking at Zhou Huijin now, he didn't seem like a man swallowing his pride and biding his time at all. Strange. Very strange. On my end, it was nearly 10 o'clock, time to send the women who weren't staying the night back home. Now that scrolls had been unlocked, I could finally shop in the point store. For their safety, I bought 10 teleportation scrolls. These things were seriously useful. Even the cheapest ones ran 100 points a pop. Expensive for most people, but pocket change for me. I'd racked up plenty of kills on zombies lately. As for enhancement scrolls and detection scrolls, those were ridiculously pricey. Couldn't afford them yet. Which told me everything I needed to know. The frozen rainforest wanted players burning through teleport scrolls and slaughtering each other as much as possible. Was it testing human nature? I had no idea. But one day, I was going to crack its secret wide open. I handed one scroll each to Lu Qinglan, Li Manwen, Zhang Yu, Zhang Yan, Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, and Wen Xian. That left two. I kept one for myself and gave the other to Wang Yan. That guy was my head steward, hauling in over 5,000 units of stone material for me per day, supervising the crews. He deserved it. Once I was done handing them out, I said, these are teleportation scrolls. Just input the coordinates and it'll teleport you. Not just for getting around. More importantly, they'll save your life. Program my coordinates in right now. The second you're in danger, teleport straight to me. Got it. Personally, I wasn't worried about human enemies. What kept me up at night was the frozen rainforest itself. Who knew what kind of horrors we'd run into down the line? Teleporting was hands down the best survival tool. The scrolls did have limits, though. 10 uses per scroll, then you had to buy a new one. They came in low grade and high grade. Low grade only teleported one person, high grade could move a group. But for me, if they burned through one, I'd just buy them another. The women all nodded. Got it. Thank you, honey, boss/master. All right, tonight, everyone except Lingshan and Ms. Li head home first. They all knew what that meant. There might be an attack tonight. It was dangerous, but there was no way they were going to sit this out. Yin Chun spoke up first. I'm not leaving. Honey, give me an AK. I'm standing guard with you tonight. Zhang Yu. Boss, I can shoot too. When Xian, I'm staying too. I shot them a look, especially when Xian, and my tone turned sharp. You're not worried about the danger? When Xian, you're just like Lu Qinglan. You haven't earned the right to stay over here. Get going now. Lu Qinglan pressed her lips together. She'd wanted to stay too, but she knew she hadn't earned that privilege, and she had a husband waiting at home. No way to explain it away. She and Wen Xian had no choice but to follow the beam of light back to their own cabins. Wen Xian's place was fine, but the moment Lu Qinglan stepped through her door, she caught the smell of alcohol. Spread out on the table were lamb, bottled water, Nulinshan liquor, potato chips, spicy strips, all supplies. Her eyebrows shot up. Something wasn't right. That lamb was the most valuable food Zhou Huijin had ever managed to get his hands on. They'd agreed to save it for celebrating when their cabin got upgraded. And the amount that had been eaten, no way one person put that away alone. She stared at Zhou Huijin, who was playing it cool and coming over to greet her. She kept her anger in check. You had people over here? Zhou Huijin's stomach dropped. Damn it, he'd gotten careless and forgotten to clean up. But whatever. Might as well roll with it. He'd been dying to see her fall apart anyway. I'm sorry, Qinglan. It's just, coordinates finally opened up today, you know? You were out working, and I was bored sitting here alone. So I hit up a few old buddies for a couple of drinks. Yeah, we ate the lamb, but the guys brought over plenty of good stuff too. There's some set aside for you. Meanwhile, Li Hu and his crew were hidden behind the far wall. Not cleaning up the table? They couldn't care less. Now that Lu Qinglan was back, this woman wasn't going anywhere. They were just waiting for Shen Lang to let his guard down and turn in for the night, and in the meantime, humoring Zhou Huijin's little role-play fantasy. Honestly, seeing Lu Qinglan show up in yoga pants again today had Li Hu and his boys practically drooling, even sexier than the pictures. Round hips, full chest up top, and that walk of hers just oozed sex. They were mentally thanking Zhou Huijin 1,000 times over. Lu Qinglan wasn't hiding a bit of her anger. Who told you could bring people over? It's disgusting. And are you out of your mind about the danger? Do you know where we are? The frozen rainforest. If someone had bad intentions toward me, could you even protect me? Zhou Huijin, did a donkey kick you in the head? How did I end up married to such a two-faced hypocrite and an idiot? The smile vanished from Zhou Huijin's face in an instant, replaced by a cold smirk. Bad intentions? Qinglan, that's rich coming from you. You didn't seem scared going over to Shunlang's place. What makes my friends so unworthy? And what's so unfair about being married to me? So what if I'm a hypocrite? You used to act like sex disgusted you too. All this time we've been together, I haven't so much as touched you. And you? How many days at Shunlang's? And look at all the nice things you brought home tonight, huh? That nailed Lu Qinglan in place. The guilt hit her instinctively. She couldn't suppress it. She froze for a second, then exploded. Zhou Huijin, what the hell are you talking about? There's nothing between Shun Lang and me. I told you this ages ago. Why are you dragging this up again? Is your mind really that petty? Or are you trying to change the subject to cover for bringing strangers into our home? You must think I'm a complete idiot. Huh? Am I treating you like an idiot? Or are you treating me like one? You say there's nothing between you and Shen Lang? Fine. Then take off those yoga pants and jump up and down a few times. Let me see. Lu Qinglan's face went crimson. You filthy pig. How dare you insult me like this? Denial was pure instinct, especially with something like this. Unless they were caught red-handed, women like her would take it to the grave. Zhou Huijin was furious and thrilled at the same time. He was actually enjoying watching her lose it like this. Just as he was about to pull out the proof I'd given him and lay all his cards on the table, a burst of applause cut in. Bravo, bravo. What a spectacular affair we've got here. Brother Huijin, I never figured you had this kind of surprise in store for me. The moment Li Hu and his crew stepped out, Lu Qinglan's face went white. Zhou Huijin, who are these people? What do they want? What do they want? You obviously. Ha ha ha. The mocking laughter from the underlings hit her with both rage and panic. There were more than a dozen men standing in front of her, and the one in charge, Li Hu, had a knife scar running down his face. Just looking at him made her tremble. Zhou Huijin caught on and knew he had to play along. Setting aside his plan to expose things for now, he shouted at Li Hu. Who's he? What are you guys doing back here? This is between me and Qinglan. Get lost before you scare her. He still wanted to put on a show in front of Lu Qinglan. But the words had barely left his mouth when one of the henchmen slapped him across the face. Who's he? I think you're the dumbass. Damn it, tie him up. Ungrateful little shit. Zhou Huijin still thought this was part of the script and yelled dramatically. What are you doing? Qinglan, run. Don't worry about me. Just go. Go. Li Hu sneered. He couldn't be bothered with this drama queen. With a wave of his hand, his men surrounded Lu Qinglan. Lu Qinglan glanced around frantically. What are you doing? Back off. Don't come any closer. Zhou Huijin, are you even a man? Tell them to get lost. Oh ho, the little lady's got some fire in her. Brother Hu, you haven't even touched her yet. What's she freaking out for? The crowd burst into laughter. Zhou Huijin played along, sobbing. Qinglan, I'm sorry, I'm not a man. You know that. Lu Qinglan was livid. She'd never realized just how pathetic Zhou Huijin was. In that moment, my figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That was her real man. If I'd been there, would she ever have ended up in danger like this? The thought of me made her eyes light up. That's right. Before I left, I'd just given her a teleportation scroll. Instantly, her panic subsided. But then it hit her. The scroll was set to my cabin, and it had a time limit. Panic flooded back. She quickly sent me a private message. Boss, save me. Someone's trying to hurt me. Hurry, give me an identity so I can teleport to your cabin. Please, I'm begging you. Otherwise your woman won't be untouched anymore. Li Hu and his crew had no idea what she was doing. All they saw was her being cornered against the wall. Li Hu was in no rush to make his move. That's when Zhou Huijin piped up excitedly. Brother Hu, get rough with her. Come on. This bitch only responds to force, not kindness. Lu Qinglan stared at him in disbelief. She'd actually felt a twinge of guilt about betraying her husband. She'd even planned to beg me to spare Zhou Huijin's life once she got back, so she wouldn't have to carry that baggage into her future with me. But never in a million years did she expect Zhou Huijin to say something like that. And what shocked everyone even more was that Zhou Huijin, right then and there, pitched a tent in his pants. Even Li Hu was stunned. Damn, brother Huijin, I really misjudged you. Didn't know you had that kink. Well, fine, your life's spared. From now on, you're one of my boys. Zhou Huijin nodded eagerly. Thanks, brother Hu. Could you free up one of my hands? So I can, take care of business, Li Hu roared with laughter. Fine, free up one hand for him. Zhou Huijin, I'm a lefty. Lu Qinglan's face flushed crimson. Her eyes filled with pure disgust. Zhou Huijin, you're disgusting. Shameless. You're sick. Zhou Huijin sneered. Like you're any better? Take my advice. Stick with brother Hu from now on, and you'll live the good life. Your precious Xinlang is about to die anyway. As your husband, I'm looking out for you here. Don't be stupid. In that instant, everything clicked. No wonder Zhou Huijin had been so insistent on getting my coordinates before. He'd been plotting against me all along. She was so furious she couldn't speak, and even more panicked, because I still hadn't responded to her. Even so, her first instinct was to warn me that Zhou Huijin and Li Hu were coming for me. It was practically a reflex. Meanwhile, on my end, I'd been watching the whole show. I gave a small nod. This woman was officially ready to be brought into my fold. Just then, one of Li Hu's henchmen spoke up. Brother Hu, this chick's a real piece of work. After you're done, mind letting the boys have a taste too? Li Hu raised an eyebrow. Truthfully, he'd already been thinking about keeping Lu Qinglan for himself. She'd struck something deep in him. But he was about to go duke it out with me, and he couldn't afford to let his brothers down, or nobody would fight for him. He made his call on the spot. Sure, boys, line up. Thanks, brother Hu. Zhou Huijin chimed in again. Brother Hu, let me have her last. Please. Damn, you're a real freak. Approved. Lu Qinglan turned deathly pale as Li Hu closed in. His revolting expression made her want to throw up. Her eyes welled up and she cried out through her tears. Xinlang, please save me. I'm begging you. Zhou Huijin got even more worked up. You slut. Calling for Xinlang now, are you? Scream louder later. Maybe when brother Hu kills Xinlang, you'll get to see him one last time. Li Hu didn't hesitate any longer. With a savage grin, he lunged. Sweetheart, today I'm going to show you. I can satisfy you way better than Xinlang ever could. But just as he was about to pounce, a flash of white light. Lu Qinglan vanished. Li Hu stood frozen for a second, then exploded. A teleportation scroll. Zhou Huijin, why the hell didn't you tell me she had one of those? Zhou Huijin was just as stunned. Huh? I didn't know. Didn't know? Li Hu was practically foaming at the mouth. All that pent-up aggression with nowhere to go, he had to take it out on someone. He charged at Zhou Huijin and started laying into him, and his henchmen piled on too. Zhou Huijin got beaten bloody, coughing up crimson. Stop, brother Hu. That scroll had to be from Xinlang. She's probably running to warn him. If you don't move fast, he'll be ready for you. Stop hitting me. Kill Xinlang, and that bitch can't escape either. Li Hu raised his hand. Everyone stop. I almost blacked out from rage. Listen up, grab your gear and teleport to Xinlang's place right now. Once we kill Xinlang, forget Lu Qinglan. Every one of his women is ours. One for each of you boys. The henchman's fury instantly transformed into excitement. Yes, sir, brother Hu. You're the best. Tonight, Xinlang dies. Li Hu nodded. Morale was finally back up. Once his men had teleported ahead, he sent a message to Zhang Yi. Bring your people to Xinlang's. Meet me there. Zhang Yi was more thrilled than anyone to get that message. Back in the newbie zone, I'd humiliated him plenty. He immediately shot back. You got it, brother Hu. On my way. Right after that, he made sure to message Li Lingshan. Sis Shan, are you still at Xinlang's place or back at your own cabin? We're about to attack. Li Lingshan replied. Still here at Xinlang's, playing along. Just waiting for you guys to strike. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Got it, Sis Shan. Sorry you've had to put up with him. I'm coming to save you. For him. This was the perfect chance to prove himself in front of Li Lingshan. Once I was dead, with resources in his hand and status on the rise, how could Li Lingshan not submit to him? Just picturing it got him fired up. Move it, everyone. Teleport to Xinlang's place. Kill Xinlang. Time to live large. Hell yeah. Can't wait to see that bastard Xinlang beg for his life. Showing off in the group chat every damn day, treating his classmates like nobodies. Guys like him deserve to die. In no time, Zhang immobilized every single one of his men. Li Hu summoned his trump card monster and yanked Zhou Huijin to his feet. Come watch this too. Since your wife had the guts to run, don't blame me for not going easy on her. Tonight, I'm going to give her an experience she'll never forget. Zhou Huijin, far from being angry, nodded eagerly. As she deserves, brother Hu. A woman like that needs to be taught a serious lesson. You're a real piece of shit. Lu Qinglan marrying you must be the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. Meanwhile, on my end, I looked at the panic-stricken Lu Qinglan and calmly reassured her. It's all right. You're safe now. Don't panic. Hearing my voice, she finally snapped out of it. Ignoring the other women around us, she threw herself straight into my arms. Sob? I was scared to death back there. Shinlang, boss, thank you for saving me. Crying like a rain-soaked flower, she suddenly remembered something and looked up at me. Oh right, boss. Did you see the message I sent earlier? Li Hu and that animal Zhou Huijin. They're planning to come kill you. You have to be careful. I smiled and ruffled Lu Qinglan's hair. I know all about it. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Your husband's coming too in a bit. Want to watch him die? The moment those words left my mouth, Lu Qinglan clearly froze. Did she hate Zhou Huijin? Absolutely. But death. After they'd ended up in the frozen rainforest, it was Zhou Huijin's protection that had kept her alive. She hesitated for a moment, then looked at me. Boss, if you can guarantee your own safety and eliminate the threat, could you spare his life? I do feel like I owe him. He took care of me a lot. Just spare him. That's all I ask. From now on, I'm your woman anyway. Oh, I hadn't expected this proud, highborn woman to have such a kind streak deep down. But would I ever leave a rival alive? Especially a piece of trash like Zhou Huijin? Still, on the surface, I just looked at her. You sure you want to spare him? Take a look at this first before you decide. I showed her the chat log Zhou Huijin had sent me, and didn't even hide the fact that I'd live-streamed the whole thing to him. No point hiding it. Back then, she was nothing more than a plaything to me. If she could accept it, great. If not, whatever. Lu Qinglan finished reading, her face full of disbelief. From the very beginning, he handed me over to you? He knew all along that you had feelings for me. At this, her face flushed red, and she cursed under her breath. Zhou Huijin is an animal. He doesn't deserve to be called human. Then she looked at me. Boss, how could you do something like that? I'm so humiliated. That bashful look of hers was unexpectedly seductive. Strangely enough, she wasn't angry with me at all. In fact, she seemed turned on by it, as if what I'd done had become some kind of aphrodisiac for her. Made sense though. The whole thing was so bizarre, and I'd just opened the doors of a new world for her. How could she not find it thrilling? Besides, it was her husband's request, so none of the blame fell on me. And now, with me being her only lifeline, what could she really be angry about? One word summed it up: submission. She had completely submitted, kneeling at my feet. I wasn't surprised. She was a smart woman. I asked again, so, you still want to let him off the hook? She paused again, but eventually nodded. Consider it repaying his kindness. That way, I can cut ties with him for good. We'll be even. Boss, can you agree to that? I nodded right away. Of course. Just remember to be grateful to me from now on. Thank you, boss. I smiled, though there was one thing I didn't say out loud. I might spare him, but my desert eagle wouldn't. If she wanted a clean break, the best way was to make Zhou Huijin disappear entirely. Ruthless as I was, that didn't mean I didn't appreciate a woman like Lu Qinglan. Loyal, grateful, knowing how to repay kindness. A woman like that at a man's side is what every man wants. Way better than those ungrateful leeches who can never be satisfied. Just then, Li Lingshan spoke up. Master, they're here. I raised an eyebrow and immediately handed out AK loadouts and body armor to each of the women. Listen up, no matter what happens, none of you steps outside. Stay in the cabin. If any of you feel up for it, you can crack a window open and take some shots. The glass is bulletproof, so you'll be safe behind it. The women nodded in unison, then started worrying about me. Li Manwen spoke first. Honey, you're not going out either. I forbid it. The others quickly chimed in. I burst out laughing. You think I'm an idiot, Teacher Li? No way I'm going out there and putting my neck on the line. Otherwise, if I die, who's gonna fill that heart of yours at night? Come on, let's head up to the second floor window. Showtime's about to start. Only then did they all breathe a sigh of relief. Li Manwen flushed and shot me a look, then followed the rest of us upstairs. This time I brought the spirit hound inside ahead of time too. Couldn't risk it getting hurt. Just as we were setting up chairs, grabbing sunflower seeds, and stocking up on candy, Li Hu, Zhang Yi, and their 50-plus men had also arrived. They didn't come into my line of sight directly, though. Under the cover of the misty drizzle, they slipped over to the scout they'd planted earlier. How's it looking? Any changes? The scout shook his head. All clear, brother Hu. Shinlang's the same as always, just turned off the downstairs lights, probably about to hit the hay. Also, nights are dangerous out here. Hanging around too long could bring unknown risks. Li Hu nodded, his eyes locking onto the guard who had already dozed off. Send 2 men in first. Take him out quietly, and we breach from there. If it works, great. If not, we go in hot. Yes, sir. The moment he finished speaking, 2 elites stepped out and vanished into the rain and mist. The sleeping guard didn't notice a thing. He even started snoring. The men who'd survived this long under Li Hu were all cold-blooded killers. Using the rain and mist for cover, they crept up to the base of the outer wall, and even the adjacent watchtower 10 meters away didn't spot them. They tossed up a grappling hook, lashed it onto the top of the wall, and silently climbed up. Truth is, the moment they got near the wall, I'd already spotted them, but I didn't say a word. Real guards need to be forged through trial by fire. As for the dead, anyone coming to steal my supplies should be prepared for this. If you don't take your job seriously, you've got no one to blame but yourself when you die. The two of them entered the egg-shaped watchtower, where the guard was still snoring away. They exchanged a smirk. Shen Lang was so dumb. Using a guy like this? The defenses might look solid, but what's the point? One of them drew a dagger and slit the sleeping guard's throat in one motion. The guard's eyes snapped wide open, unable to tell if it was a dream or reality, terror flooding his gaze before the light slowly drained from his eyes. At that moment, Du Kang's voice came through the walkie-talkie beside him. All positions, report status. Position 1, all clear. Position 2, all clear. The two guys picked up their walkie-talkies and played along. Checkpoint 9, all clear. Du Kang's brow furrowed instantly. He wasn't super familiar with everyone's voice yet, but the timing of Checkpoint 9's report was off. It should have come in first, not last. He immediately alerted me, on guard, but that still cost us precious seconds. Meanwhile, the two goons had already relayed the message to Li Hu, who ordered Zhang Yi to lead a dozen or so men in for the first push. Zhang Yi charged out in front. But the moment they reached the base of the wall, the two guys who'd already climbed inside got nailed by the arrow tower. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 shots, and before the pair could even catch their breath, their heads exploded. Zhang Yi, what was that sound? Liang. No clue. Sounded like them hitting the ground. Zhang Yi, makes sense. Come on, over the wall. Supplies and women. They're all waiting for us. In no time, Zhang Yi led the crew up onto the wall. When they spotted the dead guard, they all flinched. To most of them, monsters were monsters, but this was the first time they'd come face to face with a human corpse. Zhang Yi recovered first. Quit freaking out. This is nothing. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced down inside the wall, looking for the source of that sound earlier. One look, and his legs nearly buckled. He almost pitched over the edge. His voice cut off mid-sentence. Holy shit, what did he see? Those two brothers of Hu Ji's, each with a crossbow bolt sticking straight out of his skull, slumped there, taking a nap. Could it be that Shen Lang had picked crossbow bolts when he entered the frozen rainforest? Had he been playing us from the very start? The others noticed too, and panic spread like wildfire. What the hell? Shen Lang doesn't seem to have spotted us, so how did these two die? Zhang Yi shook his head, just as stumped. Shen Lang's gotta have some kind of defense weapon here. Then, are we still going down there? Zhang Yi shot him a glare. You got a death wish? Hold up, let's see what happens. I'm calling Hu Ji first. Right then, Du Kang's frantic voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Enemy contact. Enemy contact. Checkpoint 9. Guys at 8 and 10, get over there and investigate. Everyone else, hold your positions. Squad 2, send 2 men up the wall to cover 8 and 10. Everyone else, converge on 9. Du Kang's orders were airtight. I couldn't help nodding in approval. The second he got my alert, he reacted on the spot. Guys clearly had training. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, went pale in an instant. Crap, the guards spotted us. Liang, Zhang Ji, then let's bolt. Get down quick. Zhang Yi slapped him across the face. You idiot. Go down there, and you're just a target hanging on the wall. We've got cover in this eggshell. Hang tight. I'm calling Hu Ji. But the eggshell was only so big, it couldn't fit everyone. Aside from Zhang Yi and 2 others, the rest were left standing exposed on the outer wall. The words were barely out of his mouth when the guys from checkpoints 8 and 10 closed in. Only about 10 meters out, a few seconds at a sprint. If it weren't for the rain and fog making them cautious, they'd already be there. Once they got close and saw the intruders on the wall, they didn't hesitate. They opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The guards. I'm hit. Somebody help me. Shen Lang. Don't shoot. I'm your classmate. I just came to hang out with you. Don't shoot. In seconds, those who couldn't take cover in time were dropping left and right. Zhang Yi cowered inside the eggshell, terrified, and screamed into the radio for Li Hu. Hu Ji, save us. Both of your men are dead. The guards spotted us. Requesting backup. I've lost a bunch of brothers. Get here now. That's when he noticed a small squad approaching from the base of the wall. Shaking, he fumbled out the pistol Li Hu had given him. Guys, don't panic. Fire back. You've all got guns. Shoot back. Take them out. Then kill Shen Lang, and this cabin is ours. We've already got the wall. In ancient times they called this first to scale, and it's the key to breaking a city. Hang on. Hu Ji's almost here. There'll be a fat reward waiting for us. With that, he started blasting away, bang, 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 down at the guards. The others figured, hey, hiding gets us killed too. Might as well fight back and wait on rescue. Cornered like animals with no way out, Zhang Yi's crew actually gave the guards a real headache, dropping 2 more of them. Seeing this, Du Kong immediately called for cover. Nothing else they could do. Not being up on the wall put them at a serious disadvantage in a firefight. Du Kong barked, split into 2 teams. Left and right. Take the wall from checkpoints 8 and 10. Pincer these bastards. Truth was, Du Kang's crew were basically a ragtag bunch too. Hardly any of them had real combat experience. None of them had figured anyone would actually be crazy enough to hit Shen Lang. If they'd known, half of them wouldn't have applied for the job. But it was way too late for that now. All they could do was follow orders. Both sides were suddenly locked in a firefight. But honestly, both were just as gutless. After the first few casualties, everyone else just huddled behind cover and fired blindly. Watching this, I gave a slight shake of my head and muttered, pathetic. But real guards get forged through exactly this kind of fire. I had no intention of stepping in. Zhang Yi and his classmates, best training dummies you could ask for. Over on Li Hu's end, when he got the SOS, his reaction was identical to mine. He cursed under his breath. Useless. Damn it. You can't even take one outpost without getting your ass handed to you. Still, he couldn't just let Zhang Yi die out there. Finding a sucker dumb enough to charge in first in the frozen rainforest wasn't easy. Besides, unlike me, a lone wolf with no one to answer to, free to do whatever the hell I wanted. He had a whole crew of brothers watching his every move. Li Hu waved his hand. Boys, flank him from both sides. Give Zhang Yi cover. Then he messaged Zhang Yi privately. Spread out to both sides and push the attack. The whole crew's coming. Don't bunch up. Zhang Yi glanced down. Sure enough, Li Hu was charging in with 40-something men. A massive numerical advantage. He immediately raised his arm to direct traffic, squeeze them from both sides, shrink their space. Hu Ji's here. We're about to break through. Now's the time to take Shen Lang down. With that, Zhang Yi took the lead and charged. But once he'd hyped up the classmates, he slowed his pace and quietly slipped to the back. As the wings opened up and Li Hu's men joined in, my guard team collapsed outright. Du Kong couldn't rally his retreating teammates, so he had no choice but to fall back with them. Nothing to be done, outnumbered from the start, and Li Hu's weapons were no joke either. On top of that, being split into 2 fronts made it nearly impossible to mount a coordinated defense. In the end, Du Kang's group was pushed back to the tip of one of the 5-pointed stars points, far from me, and boxed into a dead end. Coming down off the wall meant being a sitting duck, so all they could do was fight tooth and nail. Protecting me? At this point, that was up to fate. Once Li Hu had the situation under control, he took position at checkpoint 9 and looked over at me with a grin. But he was in no rush to come down. His last 2 men had died the second they hit the ground, and until he figured out what was going on, he wasn't taking any chances. That's when I flipped on the lights in the room. The perimeter wall was shaped like a 5-pointed star, and where it curved inward, Li Hu and his men were barely 10 meters from me. The moment the lights came on, they got a crystal-clear view into my room. Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu, each one a stunning beauty. Every last man froze, dumbstruck. Zhang Yi, seeing the situation was pretty much settled and convinced Li Hu had the absolute upper hand, excitedly rushed over to Li Hu's side. Raising his gun, he shouted at me, Shen Lang, you're a dead man. Surrender now. For old time's sake as classmates, I'll at least leave you a whole corpse. Then he turned to Li Lingshan beside me. Sishan, are you okay? Did Shen Lang threaten you with a gun? Don't be scared. I'm coming to save you. The moment those words came out, Li Lingshan let out a cold laugh. This Zhang Yi is such an idiot. If she really were an undercover mole, a shout like that would have gotten her killed even if she had a shot at surviving. I raised an eyebrow. Threatening Li Lingshan with a gun? Interesting. Since that's what he thinks, let's play along. These guys weren't coming down from the wall anyway, and it was hard to catch them all in one net. I glanced at Li Lingshan, and she obediently dropped to her knees. I grabbed Li Lingshan's chin, turned to Zhang Yi, and sneered. This spy. You planted her, didn't you? You want to save her? Zhang Yi and the other's eyes went wide. He finally realized he'd screwed Li Lingshan over himself. Watching her kneel at my feet, his heart shattered. Li Lingshan, someone so far above everyone, kneeling at my feet? For him, that was worse than being killed. Shen Lang, stop it. Let go of Sishan, or I'll fucking kill you. Sishan, don't be scared. I'm coming to save you. The other old classmates were getting restless too. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of Li Lingshan? Especially now that Zhang Yi had thrown her under the bus. They figured their odds were even better. I smiled slightly and tightened my grip. Li Lingshan winced and stuck out her little tongue. The tongue stud glinted sharply under the light. That completely stunned Zhang Yi and the others. The oh so noble Li Lingshan, reduced to this by me? The contrast instantly lit up every ounce of male desire in them. But once he snapped out of it, Zhang Yi's eyes went red. Shen Lang, you animal. You even forced Sishan to get a tongue piercing. I'm gonna kill you. I've been saving a crossbow bolt just to send you to hell. He talked a big game, but he still wouldn't come down from the wall. Li Hu wasn't in a hurry either. Li Lingshan turned to them and deliberately put on a righteous, self-sacrificing look. Zhang Yi, Liang, don't worry about me. Kill Shenlang and avenge me. Otherwise, all this humiliation I've suffered will be for nothing. Do it now. That did the trick. Several of the guys totally lost their heads. Sis Shan, I'm coming to save you. A few of them rappelled down the wall on ropes. But the second their feet hit the ground, the arrow towers opened fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 seconds. All of them were on the ground. I did that on purpose. If I didn't show a little something, how would they fully take the bait? Zhang Yi turned pale. So I'd been hiding this card too? No wonder I was so cocky. But Li Hu narrowed his eyes. Finally, some idiots had drawn out my cards for him. He looked at the women beside me and couldn't help licking his lips. These women were absolute top tier. Every single one of them gorgeous, with killer bodies. Especially Lu Qinglan, cowering behind me and trembling. He whistled and sneered. Shenlang, all your women? They're mine now. Zhang Yi quickly chimed in. Bro who? Save Sishan for me. And that teacher Li too. I've been drooling over her for ages. We lost a lot of brothers. I just want these two. That's not too much to ask, right? Li Hu smiled and nodded. He was a pro at making empty promises. Once I was dead, whether he actually handed the women over was entirely up to him. Just then, the ground started to shake. A moment later, a massive monster appeared in front of me. It looked like the Hulk. God knows where Li Hu got it. But this was clearly his trump card. Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, and the others jumped in fright and grabbed my sleeve. Li Hu and Zhou Huijin caught every bit of it. Everyone else was fine. But Zhou Huijin, seeing his own wife Lu Qinglan clinging to me like that, was both turned on and furious. In front of everyone. Where was he supposed to put his face? Li Hu didn't waste words. He directly commanded the monster to smash my wall. Warning. Wall under attack. Smash away. If it breaks, I'll rebuild it. Either way, I'm not coming out. Half a minute later, my level 6 wall got a hole punched in it. The moment the Hulk thing got inside, it went straight for the arrow towers. The towers fired desperately, but couldn't do a thing. Honestly, I was a little jealous. If I had something like that, imagine how badass I'd look. But I wasn't in any rush to break out the Gatling gun. I was still baiting them. Worried about it getting out of hand? Sorry, I still had a mech suit I hadn't used yet. Wait for the monster to tear down the arrow towers. Wait for Li Hu and his crew to all crowd in close. Then serve them a bullet buffet. That'd be the sweetest way. Sure enough, both arrow towers were quickly destroyed. All my defenses were gone. Li Hu summoned the monster over, casually stepped onto its back, and rode it up to my cabin with his goons in tow. The gunfire had stopped. The towers had fallen. In that moment, victory already felt like his. Standing on the monster's back put him at eye level with my window. Up close, he found the women beside me even hotter than they'd looked from a distance. Not like the disheveled, filthy women he was used to. These ones were all clean, fresh, and glowing. Especially Li Lingshan, still kneeling, her figure practically bursting out of her clothes. No wonder Zhang Yi had specifically called dibs on her. Li Hu didn't want to destroy the cabin, since it was about to be his own shelter. He said flatly, Shenlang, if you know what's good for you, come out and take your death like a man. I'll leave you a whole corpse. Hand over the women, and I'll make sure you die painlessly. Standing on the ground, Zhang Yi swallowed hard. Li Lingshan was kneeling in a position facing him directly, and those tight jeans were driving him crazy. Shenlang, listening to bro who is the smart move. And hurry up and let go of Sis Shan so I can save her. Otherwise, even if bro who spares you, I won't. The other surviving classmates joined in. Yeah, let go of Sis Shan. At this point, all they could think about was, if they could just save Li Lingshan. They wanted to play with her the same way, wanted to feel the thrill of dragging a goddess off her pedestal. They never would have dared to imagine it before, but today Shenlang had pulled it off. Why couldn't they? They'd even forgotten the fear of watching their classmates die just moments ago. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more smug he got. He turned to Li Manwen. Teacher Li, feels good hiding here with Shenlang, huh? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg for my favor. And after we kill Shenlang, I'll make sure you live even better. How about it? Li Manwen's face turned red with fury. She was itching to whip out the AK hidden behind her back. My eyes had long since narrowed. Compared to Li Hu, I wanted Zhang Yi dead even more. But on the surface, I just smiled. You done? Then I looked at Li Lingshan and stroked her cheek. Get up. The show's over. Li Lingshan giggled, stood up, and planted a kiss on my cheek. Yes, master. Master? Before anyone could process what they'd just heard, the 2 Vulcan miniguns on the roof were already spinning up. By the time they snapped out of it, twin streams of fire were already spewing out, reaping lives. Holy shit. Run. Shenlang's got Gatlings. Ah. The scream cut off mid-word as the guy was shredded into pulp. Zhang Yi froze in terror, rooted to the spot. When he finally tried to run, his legs gave out, and he dropped straight to his knees. The rest scattered, some running, some dying, some begging on their knees. Brother Lang. Master Lang. I was wrong. I was brainwashed. It was all Zhang Yi's idea. I never wanted to kill you. Please spare me. Begging now? Too late. With a flick of my mind, both Gatlings swept across the group of traitors. The relentless BRRRT filled the air. Under the crossfire, Li Hu's men were slaughtered wholesale. Even the crew on the wall who'd been pinning down Du Kong and the others bolted the moment things went south. Zhang Yi didn't make it. He ran into the courtyard and got torn to pieces anyway. He died bitter. He'd even saved a special crossbow bolt just for me. As for the other classmates, barely a single one made it out of that courtyard alive. Only now did Li Hu realize I'd been playing dumb the whole time. My hand was way stronger than he'd ever imagined. This had been a trap from start to finish. He'd stopped fantasizing about the cabin and the women. Now he just wanted to live. Lucky for him, he had his monster. It could both carry him and take the bullets meant for him. Fall back. Brothers, let's go. He charged out in front, ditching Zhou Huijin without a second thought. Zhou Huijin was dumbstruck. Hey, I'm not on yet. Brother Hu, take me with you. Li Hu didn't even glance back. I cracked the window open, stuck my gun out, and looked back at Li Manwen and the others. You girls can practice your aim too. Turns out, aside from Yin Chun, who eagerly grabbed a gun and joined me, the rest of the women were pale as ghosts, clutching their chests, looking like they were about to throw up. Can't blame them. The scene was pure carnage. Real people being torn apart. These sheltered women had never seen anything like it. I shook my head and didn't push it. Turning back, I unloaded on Li Hu as he fled. That monster of his really was tough. Regular bullets couldn't stop it, could only slow it down. Still, I could tell it was hurt. Just as I was about to steer the Gatlings in for the kill and send Li Hu straight to hell, a strange hiss ripped through the air. I'd never heard that sound before, but the alarm bells in my head made every muscle in my body lock up. Pure primal survival instinct. In that split second of hesitation, a massive python rose into everyone's view. For once, even my eyes were wide with shock. The python reared up, its head as tall as my cabin, and shot me a cold, appraising glance. That bone-chilling look made me swallow hard without even realizing it. This thing was just too damn big. Its body was thicker than one of those bonus package buses the game hands out. The women around me screamed and shrank behind me. The terror this thing inspired was on a completely different level than anything a human like Li Hu could bring. I recognized it instantly. This python was one of the powerful unknown creatures the rainforest's official notices had warned about. It had almost certainly been drawn in by the smell of blood soaking the ground. And players like me? We were long past the point of qualifying for the cold rainforest's newbie protection. But it didn't come after me. It just looked at the corpses littering the ground and started digging in, one satisfied mouthful at a time. By this point, the gunfire had long since died down. The few stragglers who'd slipped through the net had already fled. Li Hu was probably praying the python would swallow me whole, but even he didn't dare stick around. He whipped out a teleport scroll and disappeared. I didn't dare fire on the Gatlings and provoke it either. I just prayed it would eat its fill and move on. If it really came down to a fight, forget the danger. My cabin would be the first casualty. But once everything went quiet, the sound of it feeding became unbearably loud. Skin-crawlingly so. The one who had it worst was Zhou Huijin, the only one still alive. He'd taken a bullet to the leg and couldn't run. All he could do was crawl toward the door of my shelter, pissing and shitting himself the whole way. He was so terrified he'd completely lost control of his bowels. At first he didn't dare make a sound, not out of pride, but for fear of drawing the python's attention. But watching the corpse pile shrink, he knew the beast was going to run out of food eventually, and when it did, he was a dead man. That's when he finally broke. He looked up in desperation at me and Lu Qinglan by the floor-to-ceiling window and screamed his lungs out. Shun Lang, save me. I'm begging you. I'll do anything you want from now on. My cabin, it's yours. The python flicked a glance at him but didn't rush to eat. In its eyes, he was just food on the menu that wasn't going anywhere. When I didn't respond, Zhou Huijin panicked and threw his last chip onto Lu Qinglan. Qinglan, I'm your husband. I admit I screwed up. I'm not a real man. I've got mental issues. But Li Hu and them didn't actually go through with it, right? And you and Shun Lang. You seemed pretty into it too, didn't you? Think about how good I used to be to you. Before the rainforest, I treated you like royalty. Money to burn. Maids doing all the housework. I never even touched you. Even here in the rainforest, I've been taking care of you. Treating you like a princess. Without me, would you even be alive right now? Would you have the chance to be at Shun Lang's side? Qinglan, please, just say something to Shun Lang. Save my life. Save me, and I'll be your dog for life. I'll even bless you and Shun Lang. Wish you a long, happy life together. A blessing straight from the ex-husband. How meaningful is that? How valuable? Lang, for Qinglan's sake, spare my life. He spat out every last word he could think of. And now it wasn't just Lu Qinglan. All the other women turned to look at me too. Of course, they weren't asking me to save him. They were just watching his pathetic display and feeling more grateful than ever to be inside my shelter, to have this kind of safety. To them, it felt like the greatest fortune in the world. Lu Qinglan, though, she bit down on her lip and, to my surprise, dropped to her knees right in front of me. Lang, Master, you promised you'd spare his life. Can you save him now? The emotional guilt trip, for a woman as sentimental as her, it actually worked. It stirred up all the guilt buried inside her. But all I did was let out a cold laugh. Save him? Open the door? What if the python charged in the second I cracked it? Sure, she made me feel damn good. And yeah, I appreciated that Zhou Huijin never touched her. But none of that was reason enough to let him live. And besides, that wasn't restraint on his part. That was him being a fake, self-righteous prick. This woman took her sentimentality way too far. Without a second thought, I slapped her across the face. Lu Qinglan, wake the hell up. I've got a house full of people here. Am I supposed to throw them all into the fire just to save him? Because of your guilty conscience. Open the door and let the python in to eat every one of us. Idiot. I get that you're a soft-hearted person, but read the damn room. Say something that's stupid again, and you can go out there and save him yourself. The slap left her stunned. It was almost like she got off on that kind of treatment. Once she came to her senses, she knew I was completely right. She really hadn't given a damn about anyone else. Send her out there alone to save him? Yeah, right. In that moment, all the pain and disgust Zhou Huijin had inflicted on her came flooding back. Driven by survival instinct, she'd already started rationalizing it. Zhou Huijin deserved to die. It served him right. And besides, it wasn't like Lang had killed him. Seeing her go silent, Zhou Huijin completely lost it. Lu Qinglan, you bitch. You ungrateful little whore. You've got a husband, and you're still screwing around with Lang. Have you no shame? Sob sob. As he sobbed, terror began scrambling his mind. But what caught me off guard was that the giant python, having finished off the body, didn't come after him. Instead, it whipped its tail around and slammed it straight into my floor-to-ceiling window. Bam! Hairline cracks spiderwebbed across the bulletproof glass. My eyes narrowed, and the women let out startled cries. So this beast already had some intelligence. It knew Zhou Huijin couldn't escape and was as good as dead, so it wasn't in a rush. Hold up inside. We're going to take more effort. It was testing my cabin. After that tail strike, it went ahead and coiled its entire body around the cabin, that massive head staring me down through the glass. As it tightened its grip, the whole structure started groaning. Creak, creak, creak. In that moment, Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu, Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, every one of the women stood frozen in place, trembling. The kind of soul-deep terror that leaves you speechless. And I got it too. There was no way around it now. I had to kill this thing or drive it off. Its appetite was even bigger than I'd thought. Li Manwen grabbed my arm. Honey, what do we do? The cabin's not going to hold. The glass is going to shatter any second. Why don't we hole up in my cabin for now? We've got teleport scrolls anyway. We can come back once it's gone. I shook my head. Now that alliances let you go straight into someone else's cabin, going to hers wasn't out of the question. But why the hell would I just leave? I hadn't provoked it, and now it was coming to bully me? That'd be a joke. I let out a chuckle. Ms. Li, don't worry. This thing's already got a mind of its own. We've got to teach it a lesson. Even if we dodge it this time, we won't dodge it the next. Unless we give up the cabin altogether, it'll probably keep camping out here. I didn't know a whole lot about snakes, but everyone knows they're cold-blooded, patient as hell, and once they lock onto prey, they don't let go easily. But they're also cowardly. So I figured, even if I couldn't kill it, I could at least drive it off, hurt it, scare it, so we could be safer going forward. Out of options, the women grew even more panicked. If the python just camped out and refused to leave, they had no way out. Li Manwen's Tier 2 cabin couldn't hold up against the dangers and brutal cold out there. And most of them had barely survived the rainforest to begin with. They wouldn't last long. Right now, all they could do was pin their hopes on me. I didn't hesitate. I herded them back into the interior of the room and fired up the Gatling guns again. Let's see what this python's really made of. 2 Gatlings unleashed a torrent of fire, but the bullets just sparked off its body with a ting-ting-ting. Only when I hit its forehead or mouth would it flinch and pull back briefly. Think it was going to run off just like that? No chance. Its scales were insanely tough, and it was way more vicious than any ordinary snake. That freaked me out, but it also piqued my interest. Before, killing creatures dropped prime meat, and killing zombies gave points. So would killing this thing drop something good? Or maybe I could tame it. But no taming prompt appeared. Not even a scroll worked. Turned out not every creature in the rainforest could be tamed by players. My eyes narrowed. Fine. If you won't leave, then you're not leaving. I hadn't broken out my humanoid mech yet. I'd been playing it safe and hadn't planned on going toe-to-toe with this thing, but now I had no other choice. If I remembered right, the mech came equipped with small rockets. I kept the Gatlings hammering its mouth and gave the order. You all stay in the room. Don't go out. Don't open any windows. Don't make a single move. Got it? Huh. Lee Manwin immediately grabbed my arm, her face going pale. Honey, you're going out there? For her, dying with me was fine, but she couldn't stand the thought of me going out alone on a suicide mission. In Chun and the others tried to stop me too, worry written all over their faces. I smiled. I'm not going outside. Relax. I'm just going to fire up a secret weapon. He's got a secret weapon too. They were floored. Just how much firepower did Shinlang have? How many aces up his sleeve? Jiang Ning and Zhang Yin looked at me with something like awe. This was a real man. Cool as a cucumber even when the sky was falling, and always with another card to play. No wonder they'd willingly given themselves to him. Once I'd calmed them down, I headed to the storage room for the humanoid mech, climbed in, and gained control access. In an instant, every weapon system and piloting technique the mech had felt like it had been hardwired straight into my brain. Once I got a complete read on what it could do, the last trace of worry in my heart vanished. Besides its built-in Gatling cannon and rockets, the mech also carried 2 high-yield ballistic missiles, capable of locking onto any target I chose. The mech powered up, and I piloted it toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The moment it appeared, a flicker of wariness crossed the python's eyes, its tongue flicking in and out non-stop. After taking that Gatling barrage, it was already pissed. It looked still, but its body was slowly, steadily tightening. The whole shelter kept groaning, the bulletproof glass laced with cracks, ready to shatter any second. This glass could take the rapid impact of bullets, but it was helpless against the slow, relentless pressure of the python. It was easy to see. Once the glass broke, the snake would come pouring in, and we'd have no choice but to teleport out for our lives. But right now, I already had the mech locked onto the snake's head. I was waiting for the glass to break, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a killing blow. Otherwise, if the glass sapped the missile's power first, it might just escape, and letting it get away wounded? That would be a nightmare. It wasn't the head-on attacks I feared. It was the possibility of it holding a grudge. If it decided to make this a fight to the death, sneaking in every night to ambush us, someone was going to get killed sooner or later. So I had to put it down. Meanwhile, the python, seeing the mech just standing there motionless, couldn't tell if it was a threat. Instinct told it there was danger, but looking at the humans inside and the silent mech, it decided to try and attack anyway. Crack! The massive curved pane finally gave way, shattering violently. The python whipped its head inside in a flash, and several of the women screamed in terror. Luckily, snakes have a habit. Right before they strike, they love to open their massive jaws and let out a hiss. And that was exactly the moment I'd been waiting for. The instant it hissed at my mech, I launched a ballistic missile straight down its throat. Then something strange happened. The giant python froze, like a caster whose spell had just been interrupted. A split second later, it felt the searing heat inside its mouth, and the burning sensation made it instinctively jerk its head back, thrashing and hissing wildly, trying to fling whatever was in there out. That's when I fired the second missile. Just as it was about to shake the first one loose, the explosion went off. The blast was way more than it could handle. Half of its massive head was blown apart in an instant. Still, the missile had ended up too far from the back of its throat when it detonated. But I wasn't done. The second missile hit right at the entrance and exploded, blasting away a huge chunk of its body and reducing its head to nothing but shredded pulp. I couldn't help muttering, "Overestimated you. Wasted a whole ballistic missile." Right on cue, the expected notification popped up. "Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed a Tier 6 giant python. Rewards: 1,000 pounds of Tier 6 prime meat, 10,000 top-grade black gold scales, and 1 snake gallbladder. Tier 6 prime meat massively boosts physical attributes and cold resistance. Black gold scales can be fused with a Tier 7 log cabin during upgrade, evolving your shelter beyond the standard Tier 7 defense. Snake gallbladder, a top-tier miracle item. Once consumed, grants perfect vision unaffected by any rainforest weather. Whether heavy fog or thick mist, you'll be able to see over 3 kilometers clearly. Holy shit. Seeing all that, I froze for a second. Monsters were awesome. Sure, they were dangerous, but the rewards? Absolutely top tier. So shelter materials could actually be enhanced with add-ons. I had no idea before. The meat I didn't really care about, but the gallbladder? That was a straight-up treasure. Swallow that, and I'd basically have hawk eyes, right? If I used it to peek at girls bathing. Focus. The real use was spotting dangers early and finding treasure chests, an absolute survival cheat in a rainforest like this. After all, the weather here was mostly snow, rain, and fog, all of which killed visibility. With the snake gallbladder, I'd have a natural edge over every other player. A thought flashed through my mind. Should I share a bite with Yin Chun? After all, she was the one who found the treasure chest. But in the end, I shook my head. Being strong myself was what mattered most. If something went wrong someday, if my cabin got destroyed and I was forced to abandon it, I couldn't afford to lose my ticket to survival. No matter how small the odds, I wasn't going to get careless. Staying alive always came first. I swallowed the gallbladder in one gulp. Instantly, everything in front of me became crystal clear. The feeling was incredible. Once I was out of the mech, I glanced back at Li Manwen and the others. I could even make out the fine hairs on the back of Li Manwen's neck, and I could clearly see the faint blush on Li Lingshan's chest. I set the mech to auto-retract. Li Manwen and the others crowded around me. Husband, the python's really dead, just like that? I nodded. Dead. Its meat's pretty good. Any of you want some? They all shook their heads frantically, Li Manwen especially. She looked like she was about to throw up again. I raised an eyebrow. Teacher Li was already more than half a month late. She was probably actually pregnant. I needed to find a doctor, and fast. Just thinking about having a kid made me happy. How could I not be? The first thing I did was repair the cabin. I couldn't have my kid being born somewhere dangerous. Cabin upgrades didn't take time, and repairs happened in an instant. It consumed stone and wood, and just like that, everything was as good as new. The walls and arrow towers took a little longer, but even so, it was enough to leave the women stunned. That's when I noticed something squirming in the yard. Right. I'd forgotten. Zhou Huijin was still alive. I let out a small laugh and looked at Lu Qingluan. Come on, let's go check on your ex-husband. Never would have guessed he had such a stubborn will to live. No wonder he's such a hypocrite. Guess he burned through all his descendants' lifespan too, huh? I led the way downstairs, and they followed. The others didn't mind my teasing, but Lu Qingluan looked a bit uncomfortable. I opened the door and slowly walked over to Zhou Huijin. What's this? Still trying to run in that condition? Zhou Huijin never would have imagined that I could take down even a giant python. He'd assumed we'd all be python food, and had even been fantasizing that once I was dead, the cabin might become his. Too bad. It was all just fantasy. Now he was drowning in regret. Regret for ever getting involved with Li Hu. Wouldn't it have been better to stay the way he was before, begging me every day for a little livestream feed? Wasn't it thrilling enough watching his wife come home dripping with another man's essence? Thinking about that, he pushed through the agony of his broken leg and knelt in front of me. Bro Lang. No, Master Lang, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Can you please spare me? Qingluan is yours. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Just forgive me this one time. I lost my head. I fell for Li Hu's trap. How about this? I'll be your mole inside Li Hu's crew, alright? I'm still useful. You kill me, and you get nothing. Don't you want to know where Li Hu is? I'm his ally, I know. Just let me go, and once I'm back, I'll tell you everything. I laughed. Like I needed someone to tell me where Li Hu was. I had the ability to track players myself. The moment coordinates appeared, tracking auto-locked onto the position. Except I had zero intention of going out for revenge. All my strength was tied to my shelter. I didn't have some monster mount like Li Hu did. Head out looking for revenge? That was just asking for trouble. Way better to wait for them to come to me. Pull up a chair, grab some snacks, and enjoy the show. Wasn't that the way to do it? A perfect way to spice up life in this frozen rainforest. Seeing me stay silent for so long, Zhou Huijin panicked and shuffled over to kneel beside Lu Qingluan. Qingluan, one day as husband and wife means a lifetime of love, right? Just put in a good word for me, please. Lu Qingluan hesitated. She'd just been smacked around by me. Was she really going to plead for him now? But seeing Zhou Huijin in such a pitiful state, and remembering what I'd promised her, she couldn't help speaking up. B-boss, you promised Qingluan that as long as there was no danger, you'd spare his life. You could. Her voice trailed off, unable to finish. I smiled and shook my head. After everything he's done to you, you're still pleading for him. And he was trying to kill me. Who really matters more to you? If you weren't already my woman, honestly, I'd love to just hand you over to Li Hu's crew and let them teach you a lesson. Unbelievably naive. As I said it, a plan clicked into place in my mind. I needed to make this woman see herself clearly, once and for all. No more playing Mother Teresa around here. I wouldn't kill him, fine. She was going to do it herself. Lu Qingluan's face went pale, and she pressed her lips together. She really had gone into saint mode. And even she knew saying that was unfair to me. Obviously, I mattered more to her. That much had been sealed the moment she ate the food I gave her. But people aren't cold-blooded animals. The kind, sentimental ones, always carry a little of that foolish saintly streak. That kind of personality is beloved in peacetime, but out here in the frozen rainforest, it's a death wish. Then again, Zhou Huijin was the reason she'd survived in this jungle at all. I'm sorry, I waved her off with a sigh. Enough. Since you're putting it that way, and I did promise you. Fine, I'll spare his life. The second the words left my mouth, Lu Qinglan's head snapped toward me like she couldn't believe her ears. In her heart, she wanted me to kill Zhou Huijin. She'd only said what she said because she couldn't get past her own conscience. Her real wish was that I wouldn't be in danger, and that this man, the one who'd handed her over to Li Hu and his pack of animals, wouldn't be left breathing. The contradiction had twisted her up inside. Zhou Huijin, on the other hand, lit up. He threw himself at my leg, practically hugging it. Lang Ji, Master Lang, you're really letting me go? Oh, thank you. On behalf of 18 generations of my ancestors, thank you. From now on, I'm your dog. Whatever you say, I'll do. I'll get out of your way now. Don't want to interrupt you and Qinglan's tender moment. Goodbye, goodbye. And with that, he turned and started crawling toward the courtyard gate. He had no choice. As long as he was inside my yard, he couldn't even use a teleport scroll. But that's when I spoke up again. I pulled out my Desert Eagle and held it out to Lu Qinglan. I promised to spare him. But what if you kill him? Then technically I haven't broken my word, right? As for that, 1 day as husband and wife, 100 days of devotion, line he's leaning on. Sorry, but I don't think you two even had that 1 day. There's no devotion to speak of. Lu Qinglan, if you want to be my woman for real, take the gun. Shoot him. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you back with him. The words dropped like a stone. Lu Qinglan froze. Zhou Huijin panicked and flattened himself against the ground, then scrambled forward on all fours in a frenzy. Almost there. The wall wasn't far. Once he got past it, he could use the teleport scroll. But Lu Qinglan had already taken the Desert Eagle. Li Manwen and the others were watching, especially Yin Chun, whose lips curled into a cold little smile. In her mind, if a married woman wanted to live here, this was the price of admission. Even if Lu Qinglan and Zhou Huijin had never actually slept together, letting him live would leave a permanent stain on her. Only this way could she devote herself to me completely from now on. Hearing the slide of the gun being racked, Zhou Huijin knew he couldn't outcrawl a bullet. He turned around to face her, gambling on her hesitation, and threw out one last desperate plea. Qinglan, did you hear him? Shenlang said if you don't kill me, he'll let you leave with me. I get to live either way. I swear I'll treat you better than before. Did you forget? I've got a level 3 cabin, almost level 4. Instead of sharing Shenlang with a bunch of other women, come with me. We can build a life together. Qinglan, come with me. We'll live a good life. I promise I'll cut ties with Li Hu, okay? You. Bang. The gunshot cut him off mid-sentence. A neat hole appeared in the middle of his forehead. The truth was, Lu Qinglan had hesitated for a moment, not out of any lingering affection, but because pulling the trigger on the man who'd once been her husband was hard, and because killing someone terrified her. But the second she heard the words, Li Hu, she snapped. That disgusting face flashed in front of her eyes all over again. Live a good life with Zhou Huijin. Please. After tasting what a real man felt like, how could she ever go back to that weak, spineless excuse for one? Not to mention the standard of living I offered here. Share me with other women? Even better, she couldn't handle me all on her own anyway. So this time, she didn't waste another second wrestling with herself. She didn't even wait for me to say anything more. She personally ended the disgusting man who'd handed her to Li Hu. When it was done, she stood there gasping for breath, and suddenly realized the knot inside her chest had come undone. From now on, her heart belonged to me and me alone. Not just romantically. She felt nothing for any other man anymore. Only me. I smiled and took the gun back. There you go. St. Complex all cleared up. Her knees gave out, and she collapsed against my chest, looking up at me weakly. I'm sorry. I was overthinking. I really was being stupid. I know I was wrong now. Please forgive me, master. I ruffled her hair. Good girl. Just be obedient from now on and make it up to me. Her face flushed red. Even after dealing with the attack, I didn't dare let my guard down. It wasn't other people's malice that scared me. It was the horrifying creatures that could come crawling out of the rainforest without warning. That was what kept me on edge. Looks like I need to hurry up and get the cabin to level 7. Level 6 isn't invincible. Otherwise, once Li Manwen and the others merge their cabins into mine, I won't even have a last line of retreat. I hadn't wanted to relocate before, but the current situation had me reconsidering. Would it be smarter to find a spot ringed by cliffs on all sides? I shook my head. That was a problem for later. If I ever came across a place like that, sure, I wouldn't mind switching. But whether I moved or not, upgrading the cabin was the absolute top priority. I checked the level 7 upgrade requirements. 15,000 units of wood, 15,000 units of stone, plus special rooms, an entertainment room, and a gym. And once the other women's cabins merged in, the materials needed would clearly go up. Even with my strength, this wasn't going to be easy. Just mining alone would take 4 days, maybe longer. Still, the sooner the better. Every level up gets messier than the last, so I should get them moved in first. After tonight's attack, they wanted to go back to their own cabins even less than before. I turned to Li Manwen first. Teacher Li, How about you move your cabin over tomorrow? She nodded. I'm fine with it. I just don't have a relocation permit. I grinned. The point shop is selling them now. I just don't have enough points yet. If the zombie waves come normally tomorrow night, I should have enough. She immediately broke into a smile. That works. The other women hurried to chime in. Honey, I want to move in too. Master, me too, me too. They could want it all they liked, but points weren't easy to farm. I just smiled. Don't rush. I'll bring you all over eventually. They were happy either way, but they all understood. If they wanted to truly move into my cabin, they had to move into my bed first. Which is why Jiang Ning, Li Lingshan, Zhang Yan, and Zhang Yu all started scheming. After her shower, up on the top bunk of the entertainment room, Zhang Yu couldn't help whispering down to Lu Qinglan for advice. Qinglan Jie, what kind of woman do you think the boss likes? Lu Qinglan pressed her lips into a small smile. This question again. Zhang Yu's mind was too simple. She'd seen right through her. Now that she was already a concubine and could stay here permanently, she was in a great mood, so she decided to help Zhang Yu out. Zhang Yu, listen. The fact that you're here at all proves your hubby's type. If you really feel that way, don't hesitate. There's no time like the present. Go find hubby tonight. Think about it. Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, and the others are practically dying to have him. If you drag your feet, who knows when it'll be your turn. Zhang Yu turned crimson with embarrassment, but the words made sense. And she had nothing to hide in front of Lu Qinglan. But what excuse do I use? I mean, I even said before that, Sai. Besides, Teacher Li is still with the boss. Lu Qinglan shot her a look. Are you dumb? Sister Manwen is clearly pregnant. Didn't you screen a few doctor candidates? Use that as your excuse. Besides showing concern for Sister Manwen, you can say you're going to dance for hubby. After what happened tonight, going to comfort him and help him relax. That's totally fine, right? It's literally your job. As for Sister Manwen, I'll go with you. I'll say I want to talk to her about pregnancy stuff. Because I kind of, also, anyway, we're sisters under the same roof. I've got your back. Huh. Zhang Yu stared at her in shock. Sister Qinglan, you're pregnant too? Lu Qinglan's face flushed red. I'm just guessing. Ugh, are you going or not? If not, I'm going to bed. Zhang Yu couldn't hold back any longer. I'll go. That's more like it. Remember, wear a dance outfit on the outside and nothing underneath. Okay. Soon enough, the two women tiptoed to my master bedroom. Zhang Yu glanced at Lu Qinglan before working up the nerve to knock. At that moment, Li Manwen had just finished her shower and was leaning against me in my arms. Instinctively, I wanted to get handsy, but she didn't dare, and honestly, neither did I. If something actually went wrong with her body, that would be a disaster. Just then, Zhang Yu's voice came through the door. Teacher Li, I found a few doctor candidates. Do you want to take a look? I'm pretty sure you're pregnant, and this really can't wait. Even she felt embarrassed after saying it. Her intentions were painfully obvious. Li Manwen just raised an eyebrow, glanced at me, and cooed. I know you're worked up. Let Zhang Yu keep you company tonight. Before I could say a word, Li Manwen called out toward the door. Come on in. The door opened, and a blushing Zhang Yu came in with Lu Qinglan in tow. Lu Qinglan was a little awkward too, but for the sake of her bestie, and to stay on good terms with Li Manwen, she bit the bullet and said, Sister Manwen, I think I might be in the same boat. Could you tell me what pregnancy actually feels like? At that, even I couldn't help looking at her. She's pregnant too? Li Manwen immediately caught on to what these two were plotting. But since she'd been wanting me to spread my seed anyway, why would she refuse? She smiled and nodded. Sure. I'll sleep with Sister Qinglan tonight, and we'll have a good chat. Then she turned to Zhang Yu. You dance for hubby and give him a massage. He's had a long day. Got it. Zhang Yu's face went as red as a ripe apple. She snuck a look at me and nodded, nervous but thrilled. Just as they were about to leave, I spoke up. Qinglan, Zhang Yu, Teacher Li, and I both know what you two are up to. Since Qinglan might really be pregnant, I'll let it slide this time. But remember, no more scheming behind the scenes, and don't put Teacher Li in a tough spot. If you want something, run it by Teacher Li first. Understood. Those words warmed Li Manwen's heart. I was genuinely looking out for her. Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yu nodded repeatedly. We're sorry, Sister Manwen. We get it now. Li Manwen waved it off with a smile. As long as you understand. Come on, Sister Qinglan. Truth was, Li Manwen didn't have the heart to leave me hanging either. With so many women in the house, she couldn't just make me watch from the sidelines. What would that make her? A jealous shrew. And that was the last thing she wanted to be in my eyes. After they left, Zhang Yu just stood in front of me, at a loss for words. I broke the silence. Dance. You know what kind of dance, right? Her whole body trembled. She got it. She just hadn't expected me to be that direct. Time ticked by, and piece by piece, her clothes came off. While I was enjoying myself, the other players were in full panic mode. Not because of monsters. They discovered that the cabin leaderboard had drastically changed. Zhang Yi's and Zhou Huijin's names were gone. The chat channels exploded. Are they dead? But they were leaderboard legends. Probably ran into monsters? Inside scoop. They got wrecked by Shenlang because they went after him. That one message set off a firestorm. The leaker was from my school group chat. Turns out Zhang Yi hadn't just been recruiting his own class. He'd been working the whole school. The moment he died, all of Wang Feng's crew went straight back to campus. During this time, the school had formed an alliance too, led by the Mitao sisters, who'd refused to become my servants. What they didn't know, though, was that Li Hu already had them in his sights. Early the next morning, the official announcement woke everyone up. Congratulations, players, on making it through another wonderful day. It is currently 6 a.m., outside safe hours, but this doesn't affect resource gathering. Weather, light snow. Temperature, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Zone D1010, 330,000 dead, 720,000 alive. Reminder, the cabin rankings you see are only for your current zone, not all players. Zones are based on 1 million players each. When zones merge, if your zone ranks high, the entire zone will receive rewards. Reading this, my eyes narrowed. So my number one spot is just in a small subzone? There are more zones out there? No wonder staying on top had felt so easy. The other players were even more shaken, especially by the words zone merger, which sent everyone into a panic. Is this jungle running some kind of goo cultivation setup? First they make us kill each other in zones, then pit the survivors against each other. Damn it all. How are us regular players supposed to survive? Guess our zone's gonna have to ride Shenlang's coattails from now on. Meanwhile, Li Hu, who'd escaped from me, was also narrowing his eyes. Before returning to his cabin, he'd rushed to absorb Zhang Yi's and Zhou Huijin's cabins first. I'd killed them, but I hadn't collected their cabin cores. They were effectively ownerless, so Li Hu wasn't about to let them go to waste. After absorbing them, his level 4 cabin was on the verge of hitting level 5. Looking at the handful of underlings he had left, he wasn't the least bit rattled. Didn't expect Shenlang to be so ruthless. But no matter, after last night's fight, I figured him out. He can't do anything to my beast pet. That's my ticket to turning this around. Right now, before the zones merge, I'll go kill and level up. Once I've recovered my strength, I'm coming back for Shenlang. The younger brother nodded eagerly. Brother Hu, you think of everything. Li Hu smirked coldly. Boys, let's head out and hunt down some unlucky players. Oh, and those two sisters on the leaderboard, I've got their coordinates. We'll come back tonight and enjoy them together. You got it, Brother Hu. The moment Li Hu set out, the regional channel exploded with panic again. Nothing but hunting reports and cries for help. Of course, his crew wasn't the only one pulling this kind of stunt. Guys like him were everywhere. For any player just trying to stay alive, survival was getting harder by the day. But none of that affected me. Right now, I was eating breakfast, with Li Manwen and Lu Qinglan seated on either side of me, while Zhang Yu, Li Lingshan, and Jiang Ning waited on us. Ever since Zhang Yu had danced on my waist last night, her status had clearly shifted, and Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning, catching on a beat too late, were practically dying of envy. The two of them silently vowed to come to my room together tonight. After breakfast, I was about to send the miners off to work. But before that, I had to deal with the surviving guards. 8 of them left. I'd known since last night, of course. How could I not know there were living people within the range of my sanctuary? I just ignored them and let them kneel at the door all night. Consider it punishment for their failure, and a bit of hardening, too. After the slap, though, you've got to offer a sweet plum. After all, having been through the fire, they were far tougher than your average person. I wiped my mouth, opened the door, and saw the 8 of them kneeling by the wall. They knew their place, didn't dare come near the cabin. Seeing me step out, their captain Du Kong took the lead and dropped to his knees. Boss, I'm so sorry. We failed to protect you and let you be frightened. Please, punish us. I smiled faintly. So you admit you failed to protect me? What about the one who was sleeping on the job? Boss, he died right at the start. Dead. That's when it clicked. I'd been planning to make an example out of him. Guess I'd have to let it go. You knelt out here all night? I said. Sounds like you still want to work for me. Did they? Hell yes, they did. Everything out there had gone to hell. Leaving me basically meant dying. Du Kong nodded frantically. Boss, if you'll have us, we'll defend you to the death. I nodded. Good. Perfect timing. Actually, I was heading out to find a treasure chest today, and having extra guards was a plus. Besides, my girls hadn't been out of the cabin in days. Why not take them out for a little fun? At the same time, I could scout the area around my sanctuary. If there was ever another creature like that giant serpent, I'd want to know in advance. Danger? I'd already prepared teleportation scrolls for every one of them, plus a fleet of snowmobiles. Ordinary monsters wouldn't stand a chance of catching up. I turned back to Li Manwen and the others. Teacher Li, Qinglan, Zhang Yu, Lingshan, want to come with me to hunt for a treasure chest? Think of it as a little vacation. The word vacation lit them up. They'd been cooped up in this frozen rainforest for days now. Sure, the cabin felt safe, but who wouldn't jump at the chance to get out? Li Lingshan was the first to squeal. Master, really? Can we? Jiang Ning chimed in. A trip? Just thinking about it gets me pumped. Zhang Yu bit her lip, unable to hide the excitement on her face. She was probably already thinking about what photos to post. Only Li Manwen asked, Honey, are you sure? Won't it be dangerous? I shook my head. Relax. The teleportation scrolls are all preset, and I've got every kind of vehicle. If things get dicey, we can bail. Plus, we've got the guards. Li Manwen nodded and smiled. She'd been stuck in the cabin too long, and now that she was pretty much confirmed to be pregnant, she needed to relax. For other players, a trip like this would be an unthinkable luxury, but I could make it happen for my girls. The 8 guards got even more fired up. Boss, you're really willing to hire us again? I nodded. Yeah, you lost last night, but it wasn't a killing offense. And the one who was asleep, can't put that all on you guys. Your opponent was genuinely strong. When Wang Yin gets here, I'll have him tally up the guards who died. Every last one of them gets full compensation for their families. They died protecting me. Du Kong, you're the captain. From now on, put more thought into your assignments. I'll be recruiting more guards later, and you'll need to train them upright. Today, you'll drive 2 sedans, 1 leading, 1 trailing, as our escort. The moment I said it, the 8 of them were kowtowing in excitement. Come on, this was what a real boss looked like. Not only did he keep them on, but he was paying compensation for their fallen brothers, too. They were ready to die for me. And escorting my family on a vacation? That was basically a company-paid trip for them. They must have been laughing in their dreams. Thank you, boss. We'll defend you and the ladies with our lives. Good. Go get ready. For myself, I pulled out a Maybach. Technically, it couldn't fit me and all my girls, but I discovered that vehicles could be upgraded. Drop another 648, and I could turn it into a Maybach tier RV. Same speed, same performance, but seating for 10, complete with a living room, 0 gravity chairs, a tea table, a bathroom, and a full kitchen inside. I had to admit, this thing was a straight-up miracle in the frozen rainforest. Any other player who saw it would be green with envy. The moment my girls heard we were going on a trip, they all rushed off to change clothes. They only had to worry about looking cute. Of course, cold wasn't a concern. I'd feed them spirit rice and other cold-resistant goodies, and besides, the RV was warm as spring inside. While they were changing, I summoned Wang Yin and the couple hundred miners. As the boss, sure, I could play and party, but my workers couldn't sit idle. Otherwise, who was going to make me money? How was my cabin going to level up? After giving Wang Yin his instructions, I watched them pile into the bus and head off to the mines. As for the fallen guards' compensation, I paid every last coin, and I even promised their families and friends could come work for me. Men as guards, women as maids to clean the yard. And if any of them wanted to work the mines, I'd set that up too. I did all this for the living to see. That's how you get the other players to feel real gratitude toward you. With so many regions out there now, winning hearts and minds was crucial. I couldn't afford to slack off. If the servers merged and I came up short against someone else, my life would be on the line. So I had to plan ahead. Sure enough, the payoff was immediate. Word was already spreading through the regional channel. If you want to live, get yourself a job over at Shinlang's place. Otherwise, with the monsters and the killers in the rainforest, and supplies running scarcer by the day, who wouldn't want to come work for me? I wasn't in a hurry, though. Let that sentiment simmer nice and slow. Before long, all 8 of them, Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu, Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, Yin Chun, Zhang Yan, and Wen Xine, had finished changing. Li Manwen wore an elegant dress. Lu Qinglan, at my request, stayed in her yoga pants. Zhang Yu went for a sweet look with jeans and a camisole. Li Lingshan somehow managed to turn a loose white blouse into skin-tight, wear. Everything bulging and straining against the fabric so much I was half worried she'd pop the buttons. Jiang Ning had on a bodycon skirt, Wen Xin a formal gown, and Zhang Yin a high-slit cheapao. These women, standing in the frozen rainforest, were an absolute showstopper. Beyond just being gorgeous, it was their whole vibe, the elegance, the outfits, that clashed so beautifully with the whole survival setting. Honestly, it was enviable as hell. Oh, and per my rules, all of them had to take a page out of Li Manwen's book and dress sexy. That made Li Manwen blush like crazy. She gave me a playful punch on the chest before leading the girls onto the RV. Du Kong and his crew caught the whole scene, but none of them dared to stare. They could envy me all they wanted, but they wouldn't dare have a single inappropriate thought about my women, because the moment even a flicker of that crossed their minds, the recruitment order would strike them down. That's exactly why I felt safe bringing them along. Weapons. Loaded up, obviously. On top of the AK loadouts, I gave all 8 guards, front and back, rocket launchers. I upgraded the escort vehicles too. It's just money, right? What was I saving $5 billion for? Once I got into the RV, I grabbed the walkie-talkie. Dukong, take the lead. Keep Spirit Hound in your vehicle. Follow wherever it goes. That's the direction of the treasure chest. Copy that, boss. Dukong turned to the guards and shouted, roll out. Our only job on this trip is to protect the boss and the ladies, and make sure the boss and his family have a great time. Yes, sir. The convoy slowly pulled out. This was my first time traveling through the frozen rainforest with my women, and honestly, I was pretty stoked. As for leaving the cabin unguarded, dangerous? Nah, I had a mental link with the cabin, and one teleport scroll could get me back instantly. Besides, the cabin's defenses? Barely anyone could crack them. Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning were the first to wash fruit and set it in front of me, trying to spoil me. The RV was full of laughter and chatter. Zhang Yu, taking it all in, couldn't resist snapping a group photo, inside and outside the RV, and posting it in the group chat with the caption, enjoying the snowy scenery at -30 degrees Fahrenheit with my hubby and my girls. Beautiful views on the road, my love beside me, food when I'm hungry, fruit when I'm craving something sweet. Life is just too blessed right now. The other players completely lost it. Damn it, dude. You're rubbing salt in my wounds again. I'm literally freezing and starving to death. And y'all are on a road trip? Shenlang, my lord, do you need any more pets? Take me in. Zhang Yu, get out here and let me spend just a little time in that RV. I'm begging you. 8 beauties, each with their own style. Shenlang, can I be you for just one day? Be me for a day, huh? I let out a cold laugh and typed back. Where are you? Let's chat it out. The regional channel exploded with laughter. Haha, you actually summoned Shenlang himself. Where'd he go? Shenlang's looking for you. Say something. Too bad. That guy never dared to open his mouth again. I know most people wouldn't admit it out loud, but who among them didn't secretly fantasize about being me? Especially with Jiang Ning and Li Lingshan slipping their shoes off. Those soft, pale little feet had even me hooked. After that little episode, we kept cruising, sightseeing while hunting for treasure chests. After being cooped up under the frozen rainforest pressure for so long, this bit of relaxation felt like pure bliss. But while I was living it up, most other players were teetering on the edge of life and death. Just a few dozen miles away, 2 groups had converged near a treasure chest. On one side was a stunningly beautiful woman. On the other, 3 men who'd allied up. The woman had her back against the chest, her pants torn from the fight. A bloody gash streaked across her jade white, long legs. Stop struggling. If you're smart, hand over the chest. Otherwise, you're gonna lose both the chest and your life. Another one chimed in. Bro, why are you wasting your breath? Just take her out, and the chest is ours anyway. Why play nice? The leader quietly tugged him back and lowered his voice. You don't get it. Don't run your mouth. Where's the fun and force when we can get her to serve all 3 of us willingly? A gem like this shouldn't be handled too rough. Besides, haven't we had enough of the rough stuff these past 2 days? Yeah, fair point. The woman's face was etched with despair. Her name was Lin Ziyi, originally a med student at a top-tier hospital. Her real life was already brutal enough, and now she'd somehow ended up in this frozen rainforest. Thanks to her medical background, she'd barely managed to scrape by, but now she was running on fumes. That white treasure chest in front of her was her lifeline. There was a loaf of bread inside. She'd just finished a brutal fight with the monster guarding it, driving it off, only to run smack into these 3 uninvited guests. Bitter and furious as she was, that fresh-out-of-school innocence still made her want to reason with them. This is just daylight robbery. I found this chest. What right do you have to take it? Can't you go find your own? Where's your sense of decency? The 3 big guys all burst out laughing. Decency? Sweetheart, you clearly haven't figured out where you are. This is the frozen rainforest. No laws here, no reasoning. The only law is strength. Listen to Big Bro. Hand over the chest, and yourself nicely, and we'll protect you from now on. Hell, maybe we'll even let you keep what's in the chest. Go with them. All 3 of them. Lin Ziyi felt sick to her stomach. In your dreams. Lin Ziyi, would rather die than go with you. I'd rather die than give you the chest. With that, she yanked the chest open, grabbed the bread, and tried to bolt. The 3 men sneered. We gave you the easy way, and you turned it down. If you want the hard way, we'll give it to you. Running into us. Just consider yourself unlucky. Haha. Bro, this update is amazing. Random player encounter, and it's a jackpot like this one. I'm falling in love with this place. Cut the crap. Get her back. Lin Ziyi, weak and injured, had no chance of outrunning 3 men working together. In no time, she was surrounded. What do you want? I'm warning you. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Stay back. The 3 of them cracked up. What do I want? Oh, I want it bad. Cornered rabbit bites? Come on then, bite me. Try it, haha. The leader lunged. Lin Ziyi shrieked and hit the ground, squeezing her eyes shut in despair. Her leg was hurt. She couldn't run. Was she really about to be violated by these animals? No. I'd rather die. At that thought, she pulled out a dagger, not to fight, but to end it herself, to shut this whole nightmare down. But right then, an engine roared in the distance. The leader froze. Lindsay's eyes shot open in shock as she looked toward the silhouette of the approaching vehicles. Someone else was coming? The three men exchanged glances. They weren't worried about the dagger. They could snatch it from her any time. But now, one of them asked, "Bro, what do we do?" "Run." Another was getting nervous too. Anyone driving a car around here is definitely no small-time player. Maybe we should lay low for a bit. The leader hesitated. Nervous, sure, but he couldn't stomach letting Lindsay slip away when she was right there for the taking. Lindsay was caught between excitement and dread, fantasizing about being saved, but terrified of jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. The best outcome, for her, would be slipping away in the chaos. But she was completely spent, her leg was still bleeding, and she had nothing left in the tank. All she could do was gamble. Gamble that the big shot driving that car wouldn't bother with her beat-up van and would let her live. And that car? Yeah, that was me pulling up. Guided by the spirit hound, we'd unknowingly driven right to this spot. Since Zhang Yu and Lu Qinglan were chattering away up front, insisting on taking in the scenery, my RV ended up leading the way, while Du Kang's escort vehicle trailed behind. And that's exactly why those three guys, who'd been about to bolt, froze in their tracks. They'd spotted Zhang Yu and Lu Qinglan up front. Two absolutely gorgeous women. The three exchanged another look. Women? Boss, why don't we grab them too? If we get the car and these women. Their heartbeats picked up. Plus, they had weapons on them. Sure, the other side looked intimidating, but they weren't holed up in the cabin anymore. No shelter, no backup. Maybe they could actually pull this off. So they stayed put, surrounding Lindsay, and in a flash they'd cooked up a plan. Use Lindsay as bait. Pass her off as their teammate. Say she was injured, and beg the people in the car for help. In their minds, women were all bleeding hearts. Easy marks to fool. The ringleader snarled at Lindsay. When they get here, keep your mouth shut and act like you're with us. Once we take them down, we'll let you go, I promise. You say one wrong word and you're the first to die. Let her go? Lindsay felt a flicker of hope. She had no idea who was in that car anyway, so if she could walk away from this, she'd take it. She gave a silent nod and waited to see what would happen. The three exchanged a satisfied look. Young people are so easy to trick. Then they ran up to the car and even dropped to their knees, sobbing. Please, sir, help us. Save our teammate. She's hurt. Can you spare some food and medicine? We're begging you. Inside the car, Zhang Yu turned to me. Honey, someone outside is calling for help, and one of them is injured. They're right by the treasure chest too. Looks like we got here late. Should we turn around, or help them out? Help? I gave a cold smirk. Zhang Yu was innocent, but I sure wasn't. In this frozen rainforest, traps were everywhere. The second you got the urge to play hero, you were as good as dead. I needed to show my women just how twisted people's hearts could get out here. I did a quick scan and nodded. Pull over. Let's take a look. Okay. The RV stopped, and sure enough, everyone saw the injured Lindsay. Zhang Yu, Lu Qinglan, Li Manwen. One by one, they stepped out. For them, saving someone was just a little side quest on the trip. How it played out was up to me. But the moment all 8 women appeared, the 3 thugs were completely dumbstruck. Boss, 8 women? Am I seeing this right? You're seeing it right. 8 absolute stunners, worth more than 8 gold treasure chests. If we could control them, wouldn't we be partying every night? Their whispered conversation cut off the second Li Manwen and the others got close. They also noticed something else. Not only were these women dressed to kill, but none of them were carrying weapons. The ringleader quickly plastered on a smile. Ladies, goddesses, we never thought we'd run into you in our hour of need. Please, save our companion. We're begging you. The other 2 chimed in. Yeah. One look and we can tell you angels are as kind as you are beautiful. Please help us. Meeting you in this frozen rainforest is destiny. Name your price. Whatever we've got, it's yours. The moment they finished speaking, all 8 women turned in unison to look at me. Only then did the 3 thugs realize there was a man behind them. Their stomachs dropped, and their eyes filled with vicious envy. One guy with 8 women? Holy crap, who I asked this dude? Talk about living the dream. I looked at the 3 men in front of me, then glanced at Lindsay in the distance, and asked, You want us to save her? Yes. She's hurt. Please help us, sir. I nodded. Truth was, I'd already scanned them with my detection skill and knew all 3 had blades hidden behind their backs, glinting in the snow. As for guns, definitely none. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let Li Manwen and the others take the risk of getting out. But I didn't call them out. I wanted Li Manwen and the girls to see with their own eyes just how dark human nature got out here. So I turned to Lindsay. You're the one who's hurt. She nodded nervously. I could tell. She had no clue who I was, and seeing me with 8 women in tow, she probably had me pegged as some kind of scumbag. She was likely trying to figure out how to make a run for it. But what she didn't expect was that a moment later, I just tossed her a medical kit. Here, use it. Meeting like this is fate. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Consider it good karma for my future kids. She froze, clearly not expecting me to hand it over so easily. For a split second, her eyes were pure shock, and then came the guilt. I could see her wrestling with herself. This stranger was being so kind. How could she bring herself to help those 3 animals con him? But the second she tried to speak up, the 3 thugs closed in tight around her. One word, and they'd kill her on the spot. Just as I was about to head back to the car with everyone, those 3 couldn't hold back anymore. The ringleader forced a laugh. Sir, hold on a sec. I turned back. Something else. The 3 exchanged a look and made up their minds in a heartbeat. Take me down, and 8 women were no problem. The ringleader grinned and edged closer with his second-in-command, chatting me up. So, we haven't eaten in forever. Any chance you could spare some food too? More food. Lu Qinglan and the others frowned. Talk about pushing your luck. But right then, Lin Zi suddenly screamed. Sir, they're bad guys. They've got knives. They're going to kill you. Everything changed in an instant. The ringleader and his second dropped the act. By now they'd closed the distance, and their daggers flashed out, lunging straight for me. Li Manwen and the others went pale with shock. Zhang Yu and Lu Qinglan were even worse, panicked and racked with guilt, since they were the ones who'd insisted on getting involved. Meanwhile, the third thug pressed his blade to Lin Zi's throat. One more word, and you're dead. But in that very instant, a gunshot rang out. The thug's head burst open, and he crumpled at Lin Zi's feet. She whipped her head around in horror and saw the Desert Eagle in my hand, still smoking. The other 2, daggers raised mid-strike, froze on the spot, stuck in a pose more absurd than anything you could imagine. Only then did I turn to them, unhurried. You've got knives out, something you need? The 2 glanced at each other, and their daggers hit the ground with a clang. The ringleader forced a smile uglier than crying. Huh? Haha, no, nothing. We just wanted to show you how shiny our knives were. The other one snapped to and dropped to his knees with a thud, dagger in hand. Sir, we were offering you our blades. It was all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding, I swear. I couldn't help but laugh. So you're casting me as Dong Zhuo and yourselves as Cao Cao? Even pulling the presenting the blade routine. Just as the 2 of them were struggling to come up with a response, Du Kong stepped down from the vehicle behind us with his men and surrounded the 2 of them along with Lin Zi. Boss, are you alright? The moment they heard Du Kong call me boss, the 2 would-be assassins completely froze, cold sweat instantly beading on their foreheads. They'd thought there might still be some room to talk their way out, until they saw Du Kong and his 8 men closing in with AKs raised, calling me boss, no less. They nearly wet themselves from fright. We screwed up. This guy's got a whole security detail. Their minds raced in panic. They hadn't accounted for it at all. The RV had blocked their view, and they'd completely missed the other vehicles. Du Kong pressed his gun directly against their heads. Boss, should we execute them on the spot? At those words, both men collapsed to the ground, losing control of their bladders and bowels right there. Boss, ancestor, please spare us. We had eyes but couldn't recognize the mountain. We were blind, absolutely blind. I wasn't in any rush to give the order. Instead, I turned to Li Manwen and the others. Come on, tell me, what should we do with them? Li Manwen spoke first. Husband, men who plot against your life can never be allowed to live. Zhang Yu nodded. Exactly. These 2 are animals. To think I actually wanted to help them earlier. Lu Qinglan cast them a haughty glance. Husband, men like this must die. One by one, every woman weighed in, and the verdict came down to a single word, kill. I nodded, satisfied. My little test hadn't been for nothing. But the 2 brothers were dumbfounded. They'd thought asking the women might give them a way out, only to find each one more ruthless than the last. Du Kong, drag them off a ways. I don't want blood splattering on us. Yes, boss. Du Kong and his men dragged them off like dead dogs, faces impassive no matter how the 2 begged. If I hadn't told him to hold off before stepping out of the car, these guys would have been dealt with long ago. Quit your howling. Open your eyes wider in your next life. And just so you know, this is my boss, Shenlang. At least go down to hell knowing who killed you. What? Shenlang? He's Shenlang. Both men completely broke down. The #1 big shot of the level 6 cabin rankings, and they dared to make a move on him? Brother, we really didn't know. Give us one more chance. We'll do anything. Crack. Crack. 2 short bursts. Du Kong smirked coldly. There you go, early bedtime. You can have whatever you want in your dreams. Execution done. Du Kong came back and looked at Lin Zi, still surrounded by his men. Boss, what about her? The guy was sharp. He knew Lin Zi was a stunning woman and figured I might have a use for her. That's why he asked. He didn't want to preemptively offend someone who might end up in my bed down the line. Of course, he had no idea Lin Ziyi had already tipped me off earlier. I looked at Lin Ziyi. Let's talk. I was kind enough to give you a medical kit to save your life, and you turned around and ran a sob story con on me with those three. What happened to human decency? Only thing I can't figure out is, why did you warn me at the end? Li Lingshan chimed in mischievously. Right? Such a pretty face wasted on such a dark heart. Master, forget whether she warned you or not. She's obviously cut from the same cloth as those three. Just shoot her, it's the safest option. Jiang Ning piled on. Yeah, feed her a bullet. Nasty little witch. Lin Ziyi was stunned. Watching Du Kong start to raise his gun again and seeing us about to turn and walk away, it hit her all at once. Any longer, and she'd be dead. Wait, I'm not one of them. They forced me into it from the start. Said they'd kill me if I refused. I only ran into them by chance while going after a treasure chest. Warning you at the end, I risked my life to do that. You can't do this to me, Sob. I haven't even eaten my white bread yet. I don't want to die a hungry ghost. I smiled. Of course I knew she'd been coerced. Why else would I have shot the guy standing next to her? This whole act was to see what this woman was really made of, whether she was worth helping. Just for the fact that she'd risked her life to warn me. I'd already decided she was worth calling a friend. Oh, is that so? I walked over to her. Seeing me approach, and seeing Du Kong lower his gun, every grievance came flooding out of her at once. The terror of arriving in the frozen rainforest, the pain of her injuries, the fear of being forced by those three, and the bitterness of nearly being killed for the very act of helping me. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as she looked at me, crying. What else was I supposed to say? I was going to die either way. If I'd known, I never would have helped you. Why is my life so miserable? I was doing just fine, and then I ended up in this godforsaken place. Sure, the hospital was hard work, but at least it was safe. I had food and water. I just want to go back. I want to be an OBGYN again, welcoming new little lives into the world, not standing here watching lives get snuffed out. Forget it. I've had enough. Just kill me. She stared at me after saying it, but she couldn't read the shock on my face. I was even a little excited. And how could I not be? I'd been searching for a doctor for so long. It wasn't that I hadn't come across any. It was that I couldn't properly vet them. I was recruiting a doctor to deliver babies for Li Manwen, for whoever my women would be down the line. If someone with bad intentions slipped in, that would be absolutely unacceptable. So my screening standards for a doctor were stricter than for any other position. And now, out of nowhere, on a simple trip out, I'd stumbled right into the OBGYN I needed most. You said you're an OBGYN? She blinked. Yes, and would you consider coming to work for me? By the way, my name's Xinlang. You've probably heard of me. Right now, what I need most is a doctor exactly like you. Think about it. Lin Ziyi was stunned. You are not going to kill me? I smiled. Why would I kill you? I never intended to. Truth was, I'd already seen this woman's character clearly, kind, and brave enough. It was that brand of bravery unique to young people, the kind that borders on stupidity. But that kind of stupidity is worthy of respect, the kind that makes people fond of you. Add to that her being an OBGYN. Without an angel's heart, who could ever do that kind of work? She was exactly the person I needed. Lin Ziyi, meanwhile, was still tangled up in nerves. The name Xinlang. She vaguely remembered seeing it once on the rankings, though after that she couldn't even be bothered with the public chat. She was quiet by nature, not one for chattering with others. Follow the rankings? She felt like just staying alive was hard enough. Watching other people climb the ranks only made her feel worse. On top of that, she'd been through a co-worker's betrayal, watched with her own eyes as former colleagues and superiors deceived and hurt people over a sip of water, watched sisters willingly sleep with the hospital director for a bite of food. All of it had killed any desire in her to interact with people at all. She'd left the group chats, gone lone wolf, and just quietly lived on her own. So when I extended the olive branch, she hesitated. You're not tricking me, are you? I gave a helpless smile. Why would I lie to you? Just come with us. Take whatever supplies you want. My cabin's open to you. You'll get your own private room. From now on, I'll cover all your food, drink, everything. You only have to do one thing. Keep my woman and future child healthy and safe. Food, drink, shelter, and supplies? The more she heard, the more she was convinced I was some kind of con artist. But could people really be this generous these days? Then again, he did give me that medical kit earlier. Maybe he's not so bad. Li Manwen walked over too. Sweetheart, my husband isn't lying to you. Think about it. He doesn't lack anything. What could he possibly want to trick you out of? He's doing all this for me. I might be pregnant. She blushed as she said it. Li Lingshan smirked. You're still hesitating? Do you know how many people would kill for a chance to work for Master? If he really wanted you dead, why would he waste his breath? You look smart. How are you this dense? Jiang Ning chimed in. Yeah, seriously. What could Master possibly con you out of? Besides your body, what do you even have? And as for that, we've got bodies too, you know. Don't flatter yourself. Lin Ziyi shot her a glare. You were literally the loudest one screaming to kill me just now. You wanted to feed me bullets. Jiang Ning froze. I was just playing along with Master to mess with you. I rolled my eyes at Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning. All right, quit teasing her. Then I turned back to Lin Ziyi. Tell you what, let's just add each other as friends first. Take your time to think it over. You can head back and learn more about me. Sound good? Lin Ziyi thought about it and decidedly Lingshan had a point. If I really had bad intentions, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. What she couldn't figure out was why these two women called me master. Did I abuse them? But they didn't look abused at all. They seemed genuinely happy. Whatever. She wouldn't survive long back out there anyway, so why overthink it? Just as I was about to add her as a friend and slowly prove my sincerity, she spoke up. I accept. I'll work for you. My eyes lit up. You're sure? She nodded, wearing the look of someone throwing caution to the wind. I burst out laughing. Great. Get in the car. There's still room for one more. Grab something to eat. Then take a look at Ms. Li's condition. Okay. The moment she agreed, she stood up and immediately grabbed that piece of bread from the white treasure chest. It was her lifeline, after all. I didn't say anything more and led Lin Ziyi straight to the RV. Li Manwen and the others filed in one by one, while Du Kong and his team hopped back into the escort vehicle to follow us. The second she stepped inside, Lin Ziyi's eyes lit up. She kept muttering about how warm and fancy it was, saying a piece of bread would taste amazing right about now. No sooner said than done. She tore open the bread bag right then and there and was about to take a bite. I quickly stopped her. Don't eat that. It's mealtime anyway. Let me order you a real feast to celebrate you joining us. She clearly didn't believe me and figured I was after her precious bread. She shook her head, chewing furiously as she talked. I'll eat mine. You order yours. I can handle both. I gave up and let her do her thing. As for what everyone else wanted, I didn't even need to ask. I'd been with them long enough to know their tastes by heart. A feast? That meant everything. In no time, I'd ordered a table piled high with delicacies, even more lavish than the spread from when Lu Qinglan came by last time. Plop. The bread in Lin Ziyi's hand fell to the floor. Lobster, king crab, sea cucumber, abalone, Buddha jumps over the wall, salmon, tuna, caviar, every kind of drink, and even multiple flavors of Australian lobster. She was completely stunned. Oh my God, where did you get all this food? If you had all this, why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm barely even hungry anymore, boo-hoo. The rest of us cracked up. We told you. You wouldn't have believed us anyway. Now she really regretted it, and any lingering suspicion that I was after her bread evaporated. That stuff was beneath me. So she ate while crying, sighing between bites. This is so good. What kind of life have I been living all this time? Li Manwen and the others bit back their smiles. Zhang Yu teased. You'd be regretting it a lot more if you'd said no to working for my husband. Lin Ziyi nodded emphatically. Right. This is the second best decision I've made besides studying medicine. Zhang Yu snapped a photo and posted it to the group chat. This time no one trash-talked. They all piled on with compliments for Lin Ziyi. After the meal, Lin Ziyi rubbed her belly and groaned. I'm stuffed. I was about to say something when she suddenly blushed. See, can we pull over somewhere? I ate too much. My stomach hurts. Li Manwen laughed. Why stop the car for a stomachache? There's a bathroom in here. Go on. I nodded. Take a shower while you're at it. Then I turned to Li Lingshan. Lingshan, grab her a change of clothes. Lin Ziyi's eyes went wide. There's a bathroom in here. With a shower? I used to just find a spot where no one was around. Halfway through, she caught herself and hurried into the bathroom. Half an hour later, she came out with damp hair and rosy cheeks, but wrapped in nothing but a towel, with sexy lingerie underneath. Mortified, she looked at Li Lingshan. Lingshan, could you grab me a jacket or something? Li Lingshan smirked. It's not cold in here. What do you need a jacket for? Besides, I didn't pack one. We're all women. What are you embarrassed about? Lin Ziyi's eyes flicked over to me. But there's a guy here. Him? We don't bother covering up in front of Master. You're one of us now, so you'd better get used to it. Lin Ziyi panicked, probably thinking that all the food, drinks, and hot showers were bait, that I was really after her body. Seeing her discomfort, I shot Li Lingshan a hard glare. I still needed her to give Li Manwen a checkup, and if she scared her off, I was holding Lingshan responsible. Li Lingshan shrank back. Fighting down my irritation, I said, quit messing around. Get her something decent to wear. If you don't have anything, take off your own and give it to her. That was meant to be a threat, but her eyes lit up instead. She nodded with a pitiful pout. Well, okay. I really didn't bring a jacket. And with that, she stripped right there. Her figure was honestly jaw-dropping. Lin Ziyi actually gasped. Oh my God. Do you have gigantomastia? Li Lingshan frowned. This is natural talent. What would a sheltered doctor like you know? Then she shoved the clothes at her. Lin Ziyi took them and darted back into the bathroom. Li Lingshan, meanwhile, sidled up to me. Master, you just finished eating. Want me to give you a massage? The little brat was actually challenging me. I grabbed her and started tugging at her clothes right in front of Li Manwen and the others. She caved instantly. No, 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 everyone's watching. I was wrong, please spare me. Of course I wasn't going to actually do anything in front of this many people, especially with Lin Zi still inside. So I just gave her but a hard smack. Now that you know you were wrong, behave yourself. Pull another stunt like that and don't blame me for getting serious. Then I added, come to my place tonight. Li Lingshan's eyes lit up as she happily agreed. Jiang Ning, standing beside her, looked positively envious. I hesitated, then glanced a little guiltily at Li Manwen. Jiang Ning, you come along with Lingshan. Li Manwen's cheeks flushed slightly. She shot me a coquettish sidelong glance, but didn't say anything. She only worried I was overindulging and might ruin my health. But then, remembering I had that fruit to eat, she just sighed softly and let it go. Soon Lin Zi came out. Li Lingshan's clothes were clearly too big on her, especially loose around the chest. There was a hint of envy in her eyes, but I waved her over. Come here. Give Teacher Li a look. Li Manwen sat down in the living room, and Lin Zi sat across from her. Give me your hand. I'll check your pulse. Li Manwen cared too much about the result and asked nervously, without any equipment, will it be accurate? The moment it came to her expertise, Lin Zi was brimming with confidence. Don't worry. We OBGYNs are trained to recognize the pregnancy pulse. It's a double check. Plus, I've always been really into traditional Chinese medicine, and I studied it harder than anyone. She placed her fingers on Li Manwen's wrist. About 10 seconds later, she raised an eyebrow at me, then smiled at Li Manwen. Congratulations, sis. You really are expecting. What? Really? You're sure? Seeing Li Manwen's overjoyed expression, Lin Zi said this was the happiest moment she'd had since entering the frozen rainforest. Once it was confirmed again, Li Manwen turned to me, eyes rimming with tears. Honey, I'm carrying our baby. I pulled her into my arms. Yes, Teacher Li. The fruit of our love is about to take root right here in the frozen rainforest. Watching this scene, Lin Zi couldn't help but ask curiously, Boss, why do you call her Teacher Li? Isn't she your wife? I laughed. She's my wife, and she's also my teacher, my homeroom teacher. Lin Zi's smile froze on the spot. A homeroom teacher pregnant with her student's child? That was too crazy. But then I continued. Check on Qinglan too. Lu Qinglan blushed and held out her hand on her own. 10 seconds later, Lin Zi said, She's pregnant too. Lu Qinglan sat there stunned. Before meeting me, though she'd had a husband, she'd never experienced intimacy and had even resigned herself to being childless. Now this news made her feel the joy of impending motherhood for the very first time. She looked at me. Honey. I nodded. Those pomegranate seeds really were something else. Nice job. Those yoga pants didn't go to waste. For the first time, Lu Qinglan rolled her eyes at me, her face going completely red. She and Li Manwen congratulated each other. Lin Zi was completely losing it, but I spoke up again. Check on Zhang Yu and Teacher Wenxin too. 2 minutes later, she shook her head. Can't tell. Have they been with you for a long time too? I thought about it. 2 or 3 days, maybe. Lin Zi's face darkened. Are you insane? In 2 or 3 days I can't tell squat. It takes at least 10 days or so. Even equipment needs nearly a month. I froze. Right? I'd been too impatient, mostly because I didn't know any better. Right. Thanks, Dr. Lin. Anyway, from now on their health is in your hands. Just stay at my place. Room, board, and 100 units of lumber a day. How's that sound? 100 units of lumber? Lin Zi hadn't managed to scrape together 100 the entire time she'd been in the frozen rainforest. Before she could even process it, I added, bonuses for babies are separate. You confirmed 2 pregnancies today, so that's an extra 200 lumber. Or if there's something else you want, just name it. Anything I can do, I will. She stared blankly for a long while before finally managing to squeeze out. That's way too much. Huh. As long as you don't think it's too little, then it's settled. Lin Zi nodded in a daze, her mind already spinning. 100 a day, plus an extra 200. How on earth was she supposed to spend such a fortune? What a worry. A joyful atmosphere filled the entire RV. After a good while, once things had calmed down, Lin Zi couldn't help asking, so where are we headed now? I glanced at Yin Chun, who was driving, and said, just think of it as sightseeing. We're going treasure chest hunting. But the safe window has shrunk, so try to get back to the cabin before 3 p.m. Yin Chun nodded in agreement without saying much. In truth, she'd already sensed the call of a red treasure chest, that familiar quickening of her heartbeat. She was about to score another treasure for me, and it would make the perfect surprise to celebrate the babies on the way. A little over 10 minutes later, Yin Chun spotted a red glow up ahead and shouted excitedly, Honey, it's a red chest. Lin Zi's eyes went wide immediately. A red chest? The 0.01% drop rate. How are none of you the least bit surprised? I nodded, and Li Manwen and the others nodded too, looking utterly nonchalant. Li Lingshan laughed. Dr. Lin, don't be so provincial. When our sister Yin Chun goes out, she basically doesn't quit until she bags a red chest. Do you know her nickname? The Chest Slayer. The boss himself gave it to her. Lin Ziyi was floored. A red chest a day? Then what did that white chest she'd nearly killed herself to get even count for? Before she could finish marveling, Yin Chun's expression tightened. Honey, there's a guardian beast. Looks strong. We looked out through the windshield and saw a massive black bear sprawled out asleep on top of the chest. Woken by the engine noise, it didn't run. Instead, it reared up and roared at us in fury. Lin Ziyi was so scared she plopped back into her seat. Oh my god, that monster's taller than the RV when it stands up. Let's get out of here. Run? You've got to be kidding. I picked up the walkie-talkie. Dukong, take your squad and clear the monster. Copy that, boss. The moment the words left my mouth, two modified Mercedes escort vehicles shot out from behind us. For people per vehicle, aside from the driver, two leaned out with AK-47s, and one popped up through the roof to man a mounted autocannon. Sensing the challenge, the black bear roared and dropped to all fours, charging straight at us. Rat-a-tat-tat, the firefight kicked off in an instant. The bear slowed down, but just like last night's giant python, it shrugged off most of the bullets. Its thick, tough hide made the rounds barely penetrable. Roar. Once it adjusted, it actually charged again. Dukong scoffed coldly. Filthy beast, what are you so cocky about? Autocannon, light it up. Boom, boom, boom. The autocannon fired slowly with a heavy, muffled thud, but every hit on the bear was lethal. Precisely because its muscles could tank the bullets, all the autocannon's kinetic energy detonated inside its body. After a single hit, the bear realized something was very wrong. But by the time it tried to run, it was too late. Caught in the crossfire of two vehicles, there was no escape. 2 minutes later, I received the kill notification along with 1,000 units of grade 5 prime meat. Lin Ziyi stared blankly as the black bear just dropped dead. She was completely stunned. Boss Shun, that huge monster. You killed it with a single word? You've just shattered everything I thought I knew about surviving in the frozen rainforest. I chuckled. That's nothing. By the way, we just scored a ton of bear meat and 4 bear paws. To thank Dr. Lin for the checkup and to celebrate her arrival, we're having bear paw tonight. Lin Ziyi, who'd just eaten her fill, instinctively swallowed. Bear paw. She'd never had it in her life. By then, Yin Chun had already stepped out of the vehicle and opened the treasure chest. When the prompt appeared, her eyebrows shot up. She was thrilled and envious at the same time. Envious of Li Manwen and the others. She wanted a child of her own so badly. She placed the blueprint in front of me. Honey, this is truly a gift from heaven. I glanced at the prompt and lit up too. Premium nursery. Upgrades along with the cabin level dot. Player's cabin is already level 6. Construction requires 800 wood and 800 stone dot. A nursery of all things. I turned to Li Manwen and Lu Qinglan. Teacher Li, Qinglan, this is a top-tier nursery blueprint. Once you two have your babies, they'll have their own dedicated space. Won't interrupt what we're doing, and the two kids can keep each other company. Both of them blushed. Li Manwen shot me a look, and Lu Qinglan lowered her head in embarrassment. Though inside, she was clearly over the moon. Yin Chun reminded me. Honey, it's almost 3. Shouldn't we head back? 3 already? That was fast. With so many women along, and pregnant ones at that, I couldn't afford to take any chances. Let's move out. Home. Dukong floored it on the way back, and the convoy pulled into the shelter right at 3 o'clock. The gate swung open, and more than a dozen servants bowed toward my vehicle. Welcome home, master. Lin Ziyi's jaw dropped again. So he didn't just have women and bodyguards, he had servants too, plus a huge estate, an orchard, a vegetable garden, all kinds of supplies, and most importantly, a massive villa. This was a level 6 cabin. Once the car stopped, I told her to get out. The moment she stood up, her legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed. I caught her around the waist. Careful, Dr. Lin. Her face went red, and she quickly steadied herself. I'm fine. The last thing she wanted was for all those pairs of eyes to think she was throwing herself at me on purpose. We stepped through the gate and closed it behind us. As I walked her toward the cabin, I told Li Lingshan to bring some fruit to help Dr. Lin settle her nerves. The cabin door swung open, and a wave of warm air hit us. The interior left Lin Ziyi completely dazed. You even have heating in here. I smiled. We've got everything here. Yoga studio, swimming pool, gaming room. Whatever you want to do. You've got no other duties. Your only job is to keep them healthy, and yourself, too. She genuinely wondered if she was dreaming. Then I added, oh, and the bathroom's in here too. No more risking your life squatting in the wild like before. She shot me a resentful look. He doesn't think I'm some kind of poop queen, does he? But thanks to long-term malnutrition and her overly big lunch, her stomach really was acting up again. She just tossed out an, "I'll go check out the bathroom," and bolted. I stood there a little confused. Why was Dr. Lin so obsessed with the bathroom? After that, Zhang Yin started cooking while everyone else kept busy with their own things. Yin Chun and a few others even went off to the shooting range for target practice. As the lady of the house, Li Manwen was the first to get Lin Zi's room ready, setting her up in a private room on the third floor, directly across from X Science. Honestly, I'd been mulling over one issue. We didn't have quite enough rooms for everyone to have their own. The best solution would be to relocate all their cabins here. After all, now that things had changed, if I wanted to spend the night with one of them, I couldn't exactly have another one watching from the sidelines, could I? With that settled in my mind, I sat down on the couch and started building the nursery. Build nursery? Yes. A flash of light, and a new room appeared between the master bedroom and the guest room on the second floor. Cosmic starry sky theme, building blocks, a slide, a total kid's paradise. The only downside was that the space was pretty cramped. Looks like I needed to hurry and upgrade to a level 7 cabin. I checked the upgrade requirements. The gym and entertainment room were already covered. All I needed now were the materials. Once Li Manwen finished setting up the room, she came downstairs. I waved her over, and she naturally nestled into my arms. Her voice was softer than before, probably because of the pregnancy. I gave her a little pinch. "Teacher Li, I bought 3 relocation orders. We can move your cabin over now. First merge levels with mine, and once we hit level 7, we can upgrade together. I'll put it on the left side of mine. Left is the place of honor." She nodded and went to take care of it. I called Wen Xian and Zhang Yu over to relocate theirs too. Lu Qinglan didn't have her own cabin, so there was nothing to move. A few moments later, my courtyard was no longer home to just one cabin. 3 shabby little cabins had joined it. Side by side, theirs looked pretty pitiful. The other women's cabins couldn't be moved yet. They'd need to merge with me first. One step at a time. I upgraded all 3 cabins for them first. Once cabins were merged with mine, upgrades didn't take any time on my end, as long as I had the materials. And the requirements were much smaller than for my own cabin, since after relocation, they became auxiliary structures. A few minutes later, the 3 small cabins were nestled under my main cabin, no longer run down, but matching European-style architecture with high-end interiors. Even the fireplaces and heating were all connected. Better yet, there were interior doors between the cabins, so we could move between them without ever stepping outside. Once that was done, I checked my own cabin's upgrade requirements. 22,000 wood, 22,000 stone, plus a level 7 cabin blueprint. To any other player, that'd be astronomical. To me, not much of an obstacle. Still, I wasn't in a rush. I'd wait until before the end of month settlement, get all the women's cabins moved in, and then upgrade everything together. By then, I'd finally have the makings of a real territory. That evening, I sat down at the dinner table with 9 ladies. With Lin Zi joining us, my cabin was officially the perfect 10. Though of course, I could only count as the 1, not one of the 10s. Lin Zi had changed into new clothes. Li Lingshan had straight up tossed her old ragged outfit, calling it dirty, torn, and ugly. Now she wore a spaghetti strap top with a short skirt, white stockings, and heels. Her fair, toned legs were an absolute temptation. No need to guess who put that outfit together. Definitely that mischievous Li Lingshan. It was pretty revealing, sure, but what woman doesn't love looking good? If she wanted me to have a look, so be it. Not to mention the tender, flavor-soaked bear paw on the table. Her taste buds were practically dancing. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, you're like one of those old-school warlords. The people are still suffering, and here you are, feasting on meat and fish." I glanced at Lin Zi. "What? Got a problem with it? Then don't eat." That's not what I meant. I was just making an offhand comment. Not eat. That'd be like killing her. But right as she was digging in, a friend request made her frown. Li Hui, the co-worker and best friend who had betrayed her, now warming the director's bed. They'd cut ties long ago. Why was Li Hui suddenly reaching out? Lin Zi didn't respond either. She was naive, but not stupid. Still, there was a knot of anger in her chest. She couldn't wrap her head around how Li Hui had become that person. On the other end, when Li Hui didn't get a reply, she sent another request, this time with a message attached. "Z, are you still mad at me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean for it to happen. Honestly, I was trying to get more food through the director, to help you out too. Please accept me, let me explain, and I'll send you some supplies while I'm at it." After hitting send, Li Hui glanced at the director. "It's out there, but she's latched on to Shen Lang now. Probably won't give us the time of day." The director let out a smug chuckle. "Doesn't matter. Just play dumb. Suck up to her, send her supplies. Once she adds you back, keep working her. All we need is to lure her over here, and we're set for life." Li Hui was still uneasy. Director, Shun Lang, is the #1 on the leaderboard. I heard even Lee, who couldn't take down his cabin. And now that he's saved Lin Ziyi, she's gorgeous, they might have already. If we actually use her to blackmail Shun Lang, won't he come and kill us? The director scoffed dismissively. He's just a brainless kid. So he held off Li Hu? Big deal, I could too. As for Lin Ziyi, he just got lucky, tasted her first. That's exactly what I need, their relationship to be tight. You think I got made director this young on looks alone? Sure, I've got connections, but the real reason? Brains. When we got dropped into the frigid rainforest, I just happened to bring every single drug from the hospital with me. That's my luck. That's my foundation. I'm the one blessed by fortune. Shun Lang is just my stepping stone. When Lin Ziyi gets here, you slip her an aphrodisiac. Then she and I, you send every photo and video to Shun Lang. As long as he doesn't want to be humiliated, he'll pay to keep it quiet. Kid like him, tasting power for the first time. No way he swallows getting cuckolded. Worried he'll retaliate? First, he doesn't know my coordinates. Second, I'm no pushover. Why do you think Lee Hu respects me? Sure, he wants my drugs. But more importantly, I've got the strength to stand up to him. Who'd have guessed those hallucinogens could mass control the rainforest creatures? If Shun Lang really comes for me, who ends up dead is anyone's guess. Besides, would he really risk everything over one woman? If he's got half a brain, he won't just back off. He'll partner up with me because we're cut from the same cloth. Listening to all this, Li Hui felt more and more anxious. To her, the director was dancing on a knife's edge. He didn't just want Shun Lang's supplies. He'd clearly had his eye on Lin Ziyi for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this desperate. As for the director's talk about having brains, Li Hui shook her head. Anyone with actual brains wouldn't spill their secrets like that. Someone like Shun Lang, who'd clawed his way up from the bottom to where he was now. That was the real terrifying kind. But she couldn't refuse the director, so she planned an out. The moment she got in touch with Lin Ziyi, she'd secretly tip her off about the director's scheme and use it to get on Shun Lang's good side. Sure, sticking with the director meant food on the table, but that was just okay. What kind of life was Lin Ziyi living? Lobster and abalone, RV chauffeur service, warm as spring inside. Why couldn't she have that? She wasn't as pretty as Lin Ziyi, sure, but she was an OBGYN. Shun Lang had a lot of women, which meant he needed a doctor like her even more. This was her shot. But Li Hui overlooked one thing. She thought the director was stupid, but she wasn't exactly smart herself. And the fatal flaw, she was already tainted. There was no way Shun Lang would ever open his cabin door to her. Meanwhile, on Lin Ziyi's end, after seeing Li Hui apologize repeatedly, she finally tapped accept. She wanted to hear the explanation too. Just then, I spoke up. What's wrong? You're spacing out over your food. Weren't your eyes lighting up a minute ago? Lin Ziyi didn't hide it. In fact, she vented. It's my coworker, Li Hui. She just showed up out of nowhere to apologize. But I don't get it. She wouldn't even look at me before, so why the sudden apology and offer of supplies today? I raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yu paused mid-bite, chopsticks between her teeth, and looked over. Something clicked. Honey, did that Li Hui see the photo I posted? Is she trying to come over? Or is she up to something? Lin Ziyi froze. She knows I'm here? Zhang Yu nodded. I like posting pictures in the group chat. When I first met you, I got excited and snapped one. Probably a lot of people saw it. That explained it. Lin Ziyi got it now. That would make sense. If she's the type to climb into the director's bed, she's absolutely capable of this. What I don't understand is, she actually gave me a good amount of medicine before. Only the director has stuff like that. Without his approval, there's no way Li Hui could have gotten her hands on it. So, the director's got to be behind this. Truth was, Lin Ziyi wasn't stupid. She just didn't like to think the worst of people. But once you've been burned, you learn. The moment I heard director and medicine, my interest spiked. In this frigid rainforest, sure, I had a medical kit, but that was only for emergencies. A lot of medicine needed to be taken preventatively. Once Li Manwen and Lu Qinglan got pregnant, once the babies came, all those vitamins, supplements, lutein, my medical kit couldn't provide any of that. I asked immediately, Dr. Lin, are you saying the director has a large stockpile of medicine? She nodded. Yes. I have no idea why, but his supply seems endless. When we entered the rainforest, he not only traded a lot of it for supplies, but he also used it to sweet-talk Li Hui into his. Anyway, it's his ace in the hole. I nodded slightly. This must be the director's cheat code. There were always rules in this frigid rainforest I hadn't quite figured out, like how two people could share one cabin, or how the director could bring in an unlimited supply of drugs. I wasn't 100% sure, but since he was delivering himself right to my doorstep and plotting against me, I sure as hell wasn't letting this slide. Dr. Lin, I'd like you to make contact with Li Hui and figure out what the director's really after. This is just a personal request, no pressure. If you'd rather not, that's fine too. I'll keep you safe either way. She caught on right away. You're after the director's medicine? I didn't hide anything. That's right. If he doesn't have bad intentions, I'll buy it. But if he's up to something shady, I'm taking not just his meds, I'm taking his life. Lin Zi nodded. Got it. I'll dig around and find out. Thanks. Let me know the second you hear anything. You got it. Just as we were enjoying our warm, cozy meal, I got an unexpected DM from someone I'd been ignoring for a while. The campus queen, Mi Tao. The message was short and urgent, just one line. Shen Lang, I'll be your servant. Please, come save me. Coordinates were attached. I narrowed my eyes. Save her? What was going on? She'd been so arrogant before, refusing everything. And now she was volunteering to be my servant? I immediately scanned toward Mi Tao's cabin. I figured they'd run into some monster, but instead, I saw a familiar figure. Li Hu, with a dozen or so of his goons in tow. This bastard had been slaughtering players all day, recruiting minions left and right. His shelter was already at level 5. And tonight, he'd set his sights on Mi Tao. Li Hu was staring at the nearly identical sisters in front of him, grinning with delight. Would you look at that? A bonus prize. Twin sisters, and both smoking hot. Mi Tao shoved her sister Meili behind her, shocked and furious. How did you get my location? I'm warning you. I've already called for backup. I'm the alliance leader for the entire school. You really think you can swallow us up? Li Hu snorted. How do you think I found out? You don't actually believe being alliance leader means something, do you? You don't really think all your allies answer to you? Little girl, you're way too naive. Since you two are such prime cuts, I'll let you in on it. A bunch of your so-called allies already jumped ship to me. Jumped ship? Mi Tao's eyes froze. 2 words flashed through her mind. Betrayed. Li Hu waved his hand, and Wang Fong stepped out from behind him. Mi Tao lost it. Wang Fong, you sold me out. Why? Li Hu sneered. Why? Because they've been scared shitless of getting killed, that's why. Wang Fong spoke up. Mi Tao, don't blame me. I just want to survive. If I don't feed brother Hu useful intel, I die. Mi Tao was shaking with rage. Wang Fong, when Zhang Yi died, you came crying to me, begging to be taken in, begging to join the alliance. Did I treat you badly? I took heat from everyone and risked Shen Lang's revenge to let you stay. And this is how you repay me. Wang Fong laughed. A mocking, contemptuous sound. Repay? Does a conscience keep you alive? Mi Tao, a woman like you doesn't belong in the frozen rainforest, and you sure as hell don't deserve to be alliance leader. There's no room here for kindness or mercy. You sisters would honestly be better off with brother Hu. Your lives will only improve. Win-win, right? If brother Hu hadn't turned me down, I would have already. You think I'd still be talking to you this politely? Li Hu nodded approvingly. Nice work, Wang Fong. You've got your uses. Boys, Wang Fong's your reward tonight. Just remember, don't kill her. I promised she'd live. Wang Fong went dead white. Brother Hu, you said it'd just be you, whatever you wanted. How can you? Cut the crap. This is what I want right now. You got a problem with it. What could Wang Fong say? As long as she lived. Mi Tao saw the writing on the wall. Li Hu wasn't human. Rather than let him defile her and her sister, she'd throw in with Shen Lang. That's what the SOS was about. Li Hu eyed the exquisite sisters, unable to hold back any longer. Boys, guard the door. Brother Hu's having a 2-for-1 special tonight. Haha, you got it, Brother Hu. Take your time. The minions were drooling, but none of them dared dream about it. Beauties like this were way above their pay grade. Besides, after a full day of slaughter, they'd already worked out their animal urges on plenty of other female players. But just as they were about to shut the door, everything changed. I hadn't wanted to take the risk, but twin sisters? That was something I couldn't walk away from. More importantly, this was the perfect chance to take out Li Hu. I grabbed the walkie-talkie. Dukong, assemble the squad. Full gear. We're heading out. Copy that, boss. I stashed my mech into the frozen rainforest space ahead of time. That space had unlocked automatically when I hit VIP level 1, and I hadn't touched it since. For safety's sake, now was the moment. When Li Manwen and the others saw me leaving with my crew without even finishing dinner, they got confused and worried. Honey, what's going on? I gave them a smile. Don't panic. I'm going out to save a couple of people. Keep eating. I'll be back soon. I grabbed my Desert Eagle and bulletproof vest and was ready to go. They obviously weren't at ease, but my mind was made up, and Mi Tao's side couldn't wait. All they could do was call after me. Honey, please be careful. I know, don't worry. Outside, I looked at Dukong and the crew already lined up. Everyone's marked with locators. First sign of real danger, you teleport back immediately. They nodded, thinking to themselves what a great boss I was, actually looking out for their safety. Don't worry, boss. We're locked and loaded. But as long as you stay, we stay, even if it kills us. Good. Move out. This is the kind of guard detail I wanted. A flash of white light, and I appeared inside Mi Tao's cabin with my 8 escorts. The moment we touched down, Dukong had the whole room covered at gunpoint. I raised an eyebrow, glancing between the 2 girls. Hold on. When did the campus queen turn into two of her? Mi Tao saw me, especially the men behind me, and cried out in pure relief. Shenlang, you really came. We're saved. I smiled. Of course. The campus queen offers to be my servant. How could I refuse? The words made Mi Tao blush, her eyes lighting up with joy. But before she could say anything, I added, though I'm curious, you're Mi Tao. So who's she? Mi Tao glanced at the girl beside her. This is my twin sister, Mi Li. Oh, so she's willing to be my servant too? The sisters exchanged a look. This was no time for hesitation. Li Hu and his men were right there, watching like wolves. Yes, as long as you save us, we'll both be your servants. Good. Very good. I nodded, satisfied. Li Hu, however, couldn't hold back. Shenlang, you think this is your house or something? You getting cocky? Acting like I'm not even here. Big talk. In reality, the moment he saw me, his instinct was to run. The reason was simple, my gear was top tier. They had pistols at best. Me? Full AK loadout. Everyone in bulletproof helmets, armed to the teeth. My 8 men had him boxed in the middle. He so much as twitched, and he'd be the first to go down. He didn't even have a chance to try anything sneaky. More importantly, we were face to face at point-blank range. He didn't even have time to summon his beast. I had zero doubt. Before his monster could arrive, I'd already have him dead on the floor. The only reason he hadn't bolted came down to 2 things. First, he can't get away. He just tried using a teleport scroll, and it failed. He instantly realized I'd used a jamming scroll before coming in, something he couldn't even afford himself. Second, he wants to work with me. He's trying to play nice. If he actually managed to team up with me, this entire zone's lightning trade would be locked down in their hands. Listening to him talk, I let out a cold laugh. Trying to bolt, but still putting on this act. Does he think I'm blind? My jamming scroll's detection already told me everything. Li Hu, how could I possibly pretend you don't exist? That look on your face back at my cabin door, I haven't forgotten. Today, it's time you paid with your life. As I spoke, I leveled my Desert Eagle at his head. He flinched, he could see it. I really wanted him dead. He quickly changed his tune. Wait. Brother Lang. We're both big shots here. You just want those twin sisters, right? I'll hand them over as an apology. Besides, whoever has permanent enemies in the frozen rainforest? You and me, teaming up. Forget this zone. We could tear through every other zone too. Think about it. You need me to help you conquer this world. Us meeting today has to be fate. How about we become sworn brothers? You be the big brother. What do you say? I burst out laughing. That laugh made his heart sink. He realized I wasn't buying any of it. The others didn't dare say a word. To them, Li Hu and I were both top-tier bosses. It wasn't their place to speak. Just as everyone waited for my response, I shot him in both legs. Bang! Bang! Li Hu's men immediately raised their guns. They hadn't expected me to open fire this fast, no warning at all. But their speed was no match for Du Kong and the crew. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Du Kong led the team and mowed them down. When it was over, aside from my people, the only ones still standing in the room were the Mi Tao sisters and Li Hu. Even Wang Fong went down in the crossfire, didn't even get a line. I hadn't even noticed her. Not that it would have mattered if I had. After Zhang Yi died, that woman lost all value to me. People who love to betray don't deserve to live long. The Mi Tao sisters had been terrified by the bloodbath, but seeing Wang Fong dead on the floor actually gave them a sense of satisfaction. She had it coming. Li Hu screamed, a flash of viciousness in his eyes, but he didn't blow up. He just clutched his thigh, gritting his teeth. Shenlang, what the hell are you doing? If putting a few bullets in me makes you feel better and lets us work together, then fine. I'll take it, brother. To him, a few dead underlings were nothing. Since I hadn't killed him, that meant there was still room to negotiate. But he had no idea. I wasn't keeping him alive to work together. I was curious about where that monster of his came from. With that in mind, I said, Li Hu, I'll cut to the chase. You've got one way to live, not cooperation. Tell me everything you know about the frozen rainforest, including where that monster of yours came from. His eyebrow shot up. So I was after his monster? That was his trump card, his leverage for negotiating with me. There was no way he'd give it up so easily. He chuckled. Brother Lang, if we cooperate, of course I'll tell you everything I know. But if we don't, you know I've got a rainforest creature backing me up. One word from me, and it comes stomping this place flat. Without your walls and cabin, you think you'd survive? So, if you agree to let me go and show me some good faith, I'll tell you everything. I twirled my Desert Eagle. So what you're saying is, if I don't let you go, you'd rather die than talk. He gave a small smile, thinking I was about to agree, and nodded solemnly. Instead, I raised my gun again. Didn't even let him get another word out. Bang, bang, bang. Li Hu collapsed into a pool of blood, disbelief frozen in his eyes. Right up until the end, he couldn't figure it out. How could this guy be so reckless? The terms were negotiable. I just left him with one line. Don't want to talk? Fine. I'll find out eventually anyway. And even if I don't, I can still take down that so-called rainforest creature of yours. As for letting you go, that was never on the table. Watching the life leave him completely, even I hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. The other side didn't get off a single shot. That's the perk of having money. Jamming scrolls. Who would have seen that coming? Once it was done, I looked at Mi Tao. Well, campus queen, ready to come with me? She pressed her lips together and exchanged a glance with her sister. It was clear they felt like they'd just escaped the tiger's den only to walk into the wolf's lair. But they had no choice. They'd already agreed. How could they back out now? Besides, I'd killed Li Hu like it was nothing. Even if they wanted to resist, they couldn't. Mi Tao nodded, mentally preparing herself for the two of them to serve me together, hoping I'd go easy on them for old classmates' sake. I waved my hand. Let's roll out. Yes, boss. A flash of light. And this time the Mi Tao sisters appeared in my courtyard with us. Dukong and the others went back to their posts. Mi Tao and Mi Li stared at my cabin, absolutely speechless. 3 stories, a mansion, a European-style castle, such a massive courtyard, with fruit, vegetables, supplies. In that moment, they finally understood just how big the gap between us was. All right, enough gawking. Get inside first. I didn't give them servant status. I gave them ally status, just so they could come indoors. Twins this beautiful? I wasn't about to make them work in the yard with the common laborers. Once inside, the sisters were stunned all over again, just like Lin Zi had been. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. How could such a paradise of a shelter exist? It even made them less resistant to my potentially defiling them. Instead, I frowned. Go take a shower, and by the time you're back, dinner will be ready. You two haven't washed in a while, right? Just so you know up front, I'm a clean freak. Huh. Their faces flushed. They scanned the entire mansion and only then noticed. There were 9 other stunning women here, every bit as beautiful as they were. No wonder I said that. They thought I'd be all over them like Li Hu was. But now they were worried I wouldn't want them at all. Because if that were the case, they'd have no value to me. Thinking about it, the sisters exchanged a look. Wait, no. Their biggest advantage was being twins. That was something none of the other women could match. Reassured by that thought, they headed into the bathroom together. I went back to the dining table and had Zhang Yin reheat the food. Then I turned to Li Lingshan. Get 2 sets of clothes ready for them. Got it. Seeing me back safe, Li Manwen finally let out a sigh of relief. I hadn't been gone long, but none of them had been able to eat a bite in peace. I was the backbone of this family, the pillar, the man they needed and loved most. If something happened to me, they wouldn't survive either. Honey, did you really take that risk just for those twin sisters? The moment I heard her, I knew. Teacher Li was pissed. Not the jealous kind of pissed, but mad that I'd risked my own neck for 2 other women. I smiled and tried to smooth things over. Teacher Li, they're my classmates, after all. Besides, I only went because there really wasn't any danger. Oh, by the way, I took out Li Hu while I was at it. That scumbag won't be hurting anyone ever again. That only made Li Manwen more scared. Li Hu, he was practically knocking on our door. Something this huge, and you didn't say a word? Let me tell you, from now on, you are absolutely not allowed to go running off into danger like that. If you pull another stunt like today, I'm going with you. We share the risk. If we die together. Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu, and the others nodded in agreement. That goes for us too. Damn. Look at Teacher Li playing lady of the house. She'd already won everyone over. I rolled my eyes at them. What are you all piling on for? Shoo shoo. Then I turned to Li Manwen with a sheepish grin. All right, I get it. No more risky business, okay? I'll talk it over with you next time. Don't be mad. Give me a smile. I haven't even finished eating yet. You wouldn't ruin my appetite, would you? Li Manwen shot me a helpless look, totally at a loss with me. She let out a haughty little humph, but couldn't help smiling. She didn't say anything, but she ladled a bowl of sea cucumber soup for me with her own hands. The love in her eyes, she couldn't hide it if she tried. Thanks, Teacher Li. Not long after, Zhang Yan's food was reheated, and the Mi Tao sisters came out too. That dinner really opened their eyes. It showed them what real luxury looked like. They didn't even care about the skimpy little skirts they were wearing anymore. That night, Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu, and when Xin moved into their own cabin next door. The now vacant dance room worked out perfectly for Mi Tao and Mi Li. Forget asking anything of them. I didn't say a single word to them tonight, because tonight was promised to Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning. As for the Mi Tao sisters, lying in the bunk beds, feeling a level of comfort and warmth they'd never experienced before, they couldn't help whispering to each other. Sis, what exactly is Shenlang thinking? He couldn't actually be uninterested in us, could he? But honestly, I kind of want to live here forever. Seeing her little sister cave first, Mi Tao's heart was in turmoil too. She'd always been confident about her looks, but now she wasn't so sure anymore. Neither of them realized one thing. They were supposed to be resisting me. So how had it flipped, with them now practically begging for my attention? While they were spiraling in their own thoughts, My side was pure, red-hot indulgence. Tonight, Li Lingshan wore a pink slip dress with blue lace underneath, peeking through, hiding, teasing, hugging her full figure. She looked like a blue femme fatale in the flesh. Jiang Ning wore my favorite black bodycon skirt with a pure white top underneath, her legs sheathed in gray stockings that drew every last drop of attention. One curvy, one slim, the two of them complemented each other perfectly. Li Lingshan and I were close, so she wasn't shy at all. She climbed onto the foot of the bed with a smile. Jiang Ning was about to follow suit when I spoke up. "You little heartbreaker. Kneel down there first." Jiang Ning made a face. "Huh? But I came here with real sincerity too." I laughed. "Little heartbreaker. Now you've got sincerity? Show me that pose from the photo before." Then I turned to Li Lingshan. "Lingshan, I really love that tongue piercing of yours." Li Lingshan got the message instantly and bent down. That night, I barely slept a wink. The moment it hit 6, the extreme cold rainforest system prompt sounded. Only then did I glance at the two women beside me, both dead asleep, especially Jiang Ning, who'd been thoroughly worked over. But they had no idea the extreme cold rainforest of their dreams was about to change again. Congratulations, players. You've survived to see another data. Current weather forecast, clear turning cloudy, with a super hailstorm and cold front expected tonight. Prepare accordingly. Current temperature, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Tonight it will drop to an extreme minus 80 degrees Celsius. Time of onset and duration remain uncertain. To weather this crisis, please stockpile supplies. Finally, a major update to the extreme cold rainforest is scheduled for the end of the month. Please prepare accordingly. Update content includes, but is not limited to, server merges, reward unlocks, and punishment dungeons. Take note. After reading the notice, I frowned. I wasn't worried about minus 80 degrees Celsius. It was the update content that puzzled me. Server merges made sense, but what the hell were reward unlocks and punishment dungeons? It gave me a sense of danger like nothing before. I thought about it for a long time and got nowhere. I'd figured it out a while back. Players were just lab rats in the extreme cold rainforest experiment. Even if I hit level 7 cabin tomorrow, even if I was miles ahead of everyone else, I was still just a plaything in its hands. Right then, what I wanted most was to break out of this game, to figure out what was really going on, not to be some puppet on strings. Of course, the other players couldn't think that deep. What was staring them in the face was one simple thing: survive. The regional channel had already blown up. Damn it. Li Hu, that cancer, just dropped dead, and now the extreme cold rainforest is cranking up the difficulty on us? No kidding. Minus 80 degrees Celsius. How the hell are we supposed to survive that? Man, I really wish I could follow Big Bro Shinlang. I heard the people under him are all well-fed and glowing now. They've even put on weight. For real? But it doesn't seem like Shinlang's recruiting. Anyone got connections? I honestly hope the server merge happens ASAP. Maybe Big Bro Shinlang will take us along to grab those unknown rewards. Guy above me nailed it. After the merge, Big Bro's gonna need way more manpower. Maybe we could all end up on his payroll. He can't just abandon players from our region, right? Once these comments started rolling out, most people didn't take them seriously. But one person was staring dead at the cold front warning on their screen, wrestling with themselves inside. That person was Fong Li, from the leaderboard. In real life, she was a model, the champion of a national modeling competition. In fact, her figure was flawless. The reason she'd made the leaderboard was, honestly, just luck. She'd been randomly assigned a plot of tobacco field, a full 10,000 square meters. For a while now, she'd been hand-rolling cigarettes and secretly selling them, raking in massive amounts of supplies. Because here's the thing. The number of smokers out there was insane, and without their cigarettes, they were absolutely losing it. As long as someone was selling smokes, they'd skip meals just to get a couple of drags. But Fong Li was a smart woman. She knew this trump card of hers could never be exposed. So she never sold openly. She just quietly hunted for customers in the channel, making a killing in silence. At first, she'd size someone up if she confirmed they were a guy. Later, she only DM'd people she'd seen complaining about being out of cigarettes. Once the extreme cold rainforest updated and players had coordinates to meet up in person, she got even more careful, only trading with regulars, never daring to contact anyone new. She was scared to death of her coordinates getting leaked. Being pretty in this hellhole was basically a death sentence. If you ran into decent people, lucky you. If you didn't, that asset would get you killed in a heartbeat. By now, the number of beautiful women who died had to be in the thousands. How could she gamble on that? But now, she couldn't sit still anymore. Minus 80 degrees was coming, and her wooden cabin wouldn't survive it. She had to upgrade ASAP, preferably today. Count on those regular customers? She barely sold a few sticks a day. Everyone was broke. Even at rock-bottom prices, she was just scraping by, upgrading her cabin in one shot. No way. She needed time, and time was exactly what she didn't have anymore. Do I really have to sell them publicly? Fong Li glanced at the pile of cigarettes behind her and muttered under her breath. She'd stockpiled these day by day. After the first couple of days, she hadn't stepped out of her cabin once, just holed up rolling cigarettes. But she couldn't take her time anymore. Not deciding meant dying, and she was not about to freeze to death. Sure, Li Hu was dead and his gang of killers had scattered, but there was no way the frozen rainforest only had one Li Hu. Kill one, and there'd be 10 more, 100 more. She'd stayed alive this long by being careful. Taking a risk like this? She had to think it through. As for throwing in with the rising star Shen Lang, she'd considered it, but she didn't know what kind of person he was. What if he took her tobacco field and then chewed her up and spat her out? Bluntly put, if she could be her own boss, why would she bet her life on tomorrow? Screw this frozen rainforest. Fong Li couldn't keep hiding. Wasn't this exactly why she'd rolled so many cigarettes? For a day like today? Survive first, worry about the rest later. Once she made up her mind, Fong Li dropped a bombshell in the channel for the first time. Selling cigarettes. 1 piece of wood per stick. DM me if interested. Bulk discounts available. The regional channel went silent for a few seconds, then exploded. Countless old smokers spammed the chat. Give me 1. No, 10. Damn, cigarettes. I've been dying for 1. Me too. Half a month, man. I've been jonesing for this. Why didn't you say you had cigarettes sooner? 10 for me. Shit, I've got no resources. Anyone lend me some? I'll pay double. I need to perform a sacred ritual. Smart guy up there wants one last smoke before he dies. Whoever loans him anything, I bet you'll never see it back. Screw you. Who said I'm borrowing from you? More people were already trading with Fong Li. Numbers were a beautiful thing. Her half-month stockpile was gone in under an hour. The haul was insane. Plenty to upgrade her cabin. Fong Li couldn't help but grin. Level 4 cabin should handle -80, right? What she didn't realize was, besides the buyers, others had their eyes on her too. It suddenly clicked for tons of people. Fong Li, on the leaderboard, and a woman. She was ranked for a reason. She must be the one holding the cigarettes. Take her out, and food and shelter would never be a problem again. Instantly, hordes of players started digging into her, hunting for her coordinates. How many people who ended up in the frozen rainforest were orphans like Shen Lang? Even if they were, the system still gave them a social circle, school, workplace, whatever. And Fong Li's circle was obvious, the modeling industry. And what kind of people are models? Blunt truth, arrogant, materialistic, relentless, and worst of all, insanely jealous. That championship title of hers had already made people green with envy. Now that she'd landed on this kind of jackpot, nobody could stomach it. You're a model just like us. Why do you always land on your feet no matter where you go? So every friend from her past, the entire modeling scene, went into overdrive. Countless people started leaking her info. Not her coordinates, but her looks, background, personality, habits, hobbies, all laid bare. It wasn't just jealousy either. People were paying good money for this intel. Even who she'd chatted with, what she'd said, every little clue, all dug up. Fong Li watched herself get doxed across the entire network and completely lost it. She'd underestimated the terrifying power of cigarettes. This wasn't just being popular. This was going viral in a way that would get her killed. Deadly viral. In that moment, hands shaking, she opened her only friend's DM. Most people didn't scare her much, but this was her agent. Winning that championship had a lot to do with this woman's help, and she'd repaid her generously in-game too. The problem was, while she'd never given out her coordinates, she had chatted about her cabin's surroundings, what was around. Back then it was just casual venting, but now she was terrified her agent would spill, and someone would actually track her down. With this many players and cigarettes being this addictive, someone was bound to strike gold. If her coordinates leaked, she couldn't even bring herself to finish the thought. She quickly typed, Nan, please, don't tell anyone anything about me. I've helped you out so much lately, and you helped me before too. We're best friends, right? Friends? Nan saw the message and let out a cold laugh. She typed back, Friends? This is how you treat friends? Sitting on a gold mine and not telling me, tossing me table scraps like I'm some beggar? Did you ever see me as a friend? I really regret helping you back then. I already sold the info. Just wait for them to show up at your door. It's only a matter of time. What? Fong Li was completely stunned. So this was what friendship was worth in the face of reality? But what she'd forgotten was, the tobacco field was too valuable. So valuable that Nan didn't even dare blackmail her for a cut in exchange for keeping quiet. Because Nan knew. This pie was too big for her to swallow, and she couldn't afford to bring that heat on herself. Her connection to Fong Li had already been exposed. If she didn't cut ties fast, she'd die too. And so, every player logged on today with one single mission. No chopping wood, no mining, no hunting treasure chests. Just find Fong Li. Even if they couldn't grab her whole stash, snagging a single pack of cigarettes was worth the shot. Meanwhile, on my end, I saw that cigarette selling post too. Something clicked in my head. This stuff had been around forever. I'd only ever seen people trying to buy, never anyone actually holding stock. Didn't expect someone to be sitting on a hoard this deep. Except, one stick for one piece of wood? Is she out of her mind? What kind of capitalist price is like that? If it were me, I'd charge 10 wood minimum. And I'd split it into brands, premium packaging. Premium smokes could go for 100 wood, easy. Just refine the craft, class it up a bit, maybe throw in some flavoring. Not hard at all. Thinking about it, I was seriously tempted. If I could get my hands on that tobacco, I'd have this whole district locked down. It didn't matter how much tobacco Fong Li had. I had the spirit spring, which could accelerate growth. There'd be more than enough to sell. I could hire more people, protect them while paying them wages, then flip the cigarettes for supplies. This was a gold mine. I immediately shot Fong Li a message. Hey, I'm Xin Lang. I'd like to buy a cigarette from you. Just one to start. Just one, because I wanted to see what her cigarettes actually looked like. Then I followed up. Also, I'd like to talk about a partnership. Don't worry, I never screw over other players. Here's my proposal. I can buy out your entire cigarette stock in one shot, or you can come work for me. I'll set up a tobacco company and make you the CEO. Name your salary. I'll also provide protection. If you're interested, add me as a friend and we'll talk. Once I hit send, I let out a breath. I honestly wasn't planning to just take it by force. But if someone else robbed her or killed her, well, that wouldn't be on me. I had to control the source of these cigarettes. After that I got up, washed up, ignored Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning who were still knocked out of sleep, and had breakfast with Li Manwen and the others. But I wasn't slacking off either. I'd already told Du Kong to keep his eyes glued to any news about the cigarettes and notify me the second anything changed. I had the manpower. I had the firepower. There was no way this big fish was slipping through my fingers. On Fong Li's end, she'd been expecting a message from me. What she hadn't expected was an offer like this. A full buyout. CEO of a company? Protection included? Could she actually trust this? But right as she was hesitating, a triumphant voice suddenly rang out nearby. Found it. This is Fong Li's cabin. I can see the whole tobacco field. Fong Li's heart sank. She snatched up the handgun she'd bought earlier. But she'd underestimated just how fast news spreads. When she peeked out the window, the gun dropped right out of her hand. Because outside, there was a swarm of people, wall to wall. For a moment, Fong Li completely froze. Once it hit her, she started gasping for air, absolutely terrified. But before she could pull herself together, more voices drifted in from outside. Nobody grab anything yet. Don't trample the tobacco field. Let's find this Fong Li chick first, then we'll figure out how to split it. Yeah, that makes sense. Come on, she's got to be in the cabin. The crowd started closing in on her cabin. As her coordinates leaked further, more and more people showed up. Fong Li was cornered, no way out. She made a snap decision and sent me a message. She'd take the deal. She'd be the CEO. As for selling the tobacco field outright, that was off the table now. She needed my protection. Besides, even if she sold it, would that get her off the hook? Not necessarily. Some people might still be convinced she had cigarettes stashed away and keep hunting her down. My protection was the lifeline she was clinging to. Fong Li even had a little scheme running in her head. When I showed up, ideally I'd get into a bloody brawl with this crowd and take heavy casualties, and she'd swoop in to reap the rewards. Worst case, she'd buy a migration order and relocate her shelter. But who did she think she was dealing with? I had the ability to scout other players. Like hell I'd rush in and let her play me. Once I got Fong Li's coordinates, I had Du Kong and the crew get ready. But I stayed cool as a cucumber, sipping my tea nice and slow. I understood one thing very clearly. Some people, you don't push them to the edge of despair, you'll never get what you want. Fong Li couldn't wait any longer. She picked the gun up off the floor, pushed open the door, and leveled the barrel at the dozens of people outside. Nobody move. One more step and I shoot. The crowd froze. Plenty of them were packing too, but nobody wanted to be the first sucker to catch a bullet. Truth be told, Fong Li wasn't short on supplies. She was gorgeous, immaculately groomed, and she carried the title of a beauty pageant champion. The second she stepped into view, every guy there was staring slack-jawed. A prize like this, who'd want to damage the goods? One guy in the crowd was so worked up his face turned red. No wonder. When I saw that pile of stuff earlier, I thought it smelled good. Turns out it came from a total bombshell. Got a whiff of it. So I basically had her already, huh? Fong Li felt her skin crawl. Her cabin had no bathroom, so she'd been going outside. She never imagined this pervert wouldn't even spare that. Go to hell. She was so furious, she almost pulled the trigger. Someone else in the crowd immediately shouted, Miss Fong, take it easy. We're here to help you. That guy's disgusting. Just ignore him. No need to get worked up. Let's talk tobacco. That stuff's way too tempting. It'll bring you nothing but trouble. How about this? You give me 50%, I protect you, and I guarantee nobody lays a finger on you. Deal. Fong Li spat right at him. Get lost. I don't need your help. All of you, get the hell off my territory. You disgusting lowlifes. The guy sneered. So you'd rather do this the hard way, huh? Others chimed in. If your face wasn't so pretty, we'd have turned you into Swiss cheese already. Smarten up, drop the gun, hand over the tobacco, and we're done here. Fong Li was no idiot. She was sharp. There was no way she'd fall for it. But what really made her blood boil was spotting her own manager, Chi Nanan. The woman was standing next to some guy, smirking coldly at her. Fong Li, we used to be friends, so let me give you some advice. Some things you just can't hold on to. Hand over the tobacco field now, and maybe you'll get to keep your life. Otherwise, well, take a look at all these guys. One after another they'll go at you. The tobacco field will be gone, and you yourself won't last long either. Think you can handle that? The crowd roared with laughter. Fong Li grit her teeth. You shameless bitch. Qin Nanan's face darkened. Shameless? I got nothing on you. Miss Universe Champion. How many men did you have to service for that? Then she turned to the guy beside her. Tian, quit wasting breath on her. This bitch is beyond saving. Just let the boys have their turn. The mood shifted instantly. But Fong Li wasn't that kind of woman at all. She'd won her crown on pure merit. Qin Nanan was straight up making things up. Not that explaining would do any good now. Fong Li could see I still hadn't shown up. She figured I already knew what was going on out here and didn't want to wade into this mess. Maybe I was even pulling the same move she was, playing the fisherman waiting for the mantis and cicada to finish each other off. Whatever. She had to save herself. She couldn't just wait to die. So she came up with a plan. She let out a soft laugh, slowly lowered the gun, brushed the hair away from her forehead, and put on her most seductive expression. Feigning a troubled look, she said, Gentlemen, I don't want to fight either. I know I can't hold on to this tobacco field. I wasn't trying to keep it all to myself, honestly. I've been looking for someone to lean on too. But there are so many of you here. Who gets the tobacco field? And who do I go with? But whoever it is, I only want to be with one man. And I'm still a virgin, you know. Don't believe me? Whoever ends up protecting me will find out soon enough. So talk it over amongst yourselves. Decide who's going to give me a home. The moment those words left her mouth, Qin Nanan's face went white. She knew this was Fong Li's play. But it didn't matter. Those men were already out of their minds. Tobacco fields, a beautiful woman, and a virgin at that. Money, power, and lust all rolled into one. Who could resist that? Someone shouted immediately, Fong Li, come with me. Once I've got the tobacco fields, I'll give you the good life. Who the hell are you to talk? The fuck did you just say? I said this woman is mine. She's mine. Even Brother Tian, standing right next to Qin Nanan, couldn't hold back. He didn't argue. He just quietly raised his gun and took aim at the guy who looked like the biggest threat. Qin Nanan panicked. She knew the second that gun went off, this mob would descend into chaos. And once they started killing each other, Fong Li might slip away in the confusion. She quickly grabbed his arm. Brother Tian, don't be reckless. Don't fall for this bitch's trick. He slapped her across the face with the back of his hand. Stupid woman. The situation was already spiraling out of control. Better to strike first than get caught flat-footed. Bang, bang, bang. A few gunshots. The crowd froze for a heartbeat, then completely lost it. Shit. Someone's shooting. Kill him. Bang, bang. Arg. Guys who came in groups had the advantage. The lone wolves got wrecked. The stench of blood filled the air in seconds. Fong Li didn't lift a finger. She just stayed cool and pressed herself against the doorway. The more invisible she was, the better her chances of being forgotten, of finding a crack to slip through. After a while, some of them started thinking clearly. With the strength they had, neither the tobacco fields nor Fong Li were within reach. Might as well grab some tobacco during the chaos and bolt. Others rushed toward the cabin. Only an idiot forgets about Fong Li, and besides, the cabin could stop bullets. But just as this group charged toward the tobacco fields, a fully armed squad appeared in front of them. AK-47s, tactical helmets, every single one of them looking like a goddamn Grim Reaper. And at the head of that squad? Me. Their footsteps stalled. They slowly backed off. I fired a burst into the sky. The scene went dead silent. Who gave you assholes permission to trash my tobacco fields? To threaten my woman? Every pair of eyes narrowed. Honestly, I couldn't care less about Fong Li. How many men she'd been with, whether she was still pure, none of it mattered to me. But this tobacco field? That absolutely couldn't be destroyed. That's why I came. Everything I said was just to make taking over the fields look legitimate. The silenced crowd started stirring again, all eyes locked on me. They could tell the guys I brought weren't small fry. These were the real deal. But even so, they held their ground, banking on numbers. I'd expanded my crew, but I still only had 30 men. They had over 300. Someone finally spoke up. This is your tobacco field? She's your woman? You think we're stupid? Tell you what. You look pretty strong. So you take the bigger cut of the tobacco, and we take turns with the woman. Call it making friends. Deal. I raised my gun, fired one shot, then blew across the barrel. You think you're worthy? Fong Li. Whatever. But share my woman with someone else. Say that and you die. Fong Li's eyes lit up at that. The rest of the crowd stirred again. Some tried to raise their guns. But when Du Kong and his men racked their bolts in perfect unison and leveled them at the crowd, these punks lost their nerve again. Friend, aren't you going a little too far? We're all just trying to scrape by in this frozen jungle. We'll be running into each other for years to come. Making this many enemies isn't smart. Smart? I let out a cold laugh and glanced at Fong Li. She already sold the tobacco fields to me. This place is mine. Walk away now, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for what comes next. Fuck out of here. Who the hell are you? You say she sold it to you, and that just makes it true. I looked him in the eye. The name's Shun Lang. Shun Lang? You're the number one on the leaderboard. The crowd freaked. No wonder he rolled up with this many men. It's the number one. The psycho who took out Li Hu. Who the hell would go toe-to-toe with that? But people are ruined by greed. Not one of them was willing to leave. Like packing in tight with the rest of the mob gave them safety, and they still fantasized about scoring something on the side. Then Fong Li's eyebrows shot up. So this was Shun Lang. A plan clicked into place. That's right. I sold the tobacco fields to him a while back. Then she pivoted, looking straight at me. But Brother Lang, I'm not selling to you anymore. Not selling? I froze, and so did everyone else. What the hell was her angle? She didn't keep us waiting. She raised her hand and pointed at Qin Nan Nan. Brother Lang, all you have to do is kill this bitch for me, and I'll give you the tobacco fields. And me too. I'll be your woman, willingly. I'll serve you however you want. Whatever you want, it's yours. My eyebrows lifted. Damn, this woman played dirty. On one hand, she wanted me to be her executioner. On the other, she was aiming the fallout right at me. But the offer? I honestly couldn't refuse it. A top-tier open scheme. The other men went wild. Fong Li, I can kill her for you too. Why give it all to Shun Lang? A big shot like him is short on women? Come with me, and I'll treat you like a queen. Yeah, same here. Meanwhile, Brother Tian quietly took a step back. He'd already had his fun. No way was he risking his neck for Qin Nan Nan now. Qin Nan Nan panicked. She shot Brother Tian a pleading look, but he just turned his head away. She looked at the others. Every last one of them was a hungry wolf with a cold grin. In that instant, she understood. Her life was in my hands. She scrambled over and dropped to her knees at my feet. Brother Lang, don't let that bitch play you. Killing me does absolutely nothing for you. With your power, the tobacco field. Fong Li, can any of it slip through your fingers? Her only way out right now is to attach herself to you. She'll do it either way. But if you actually kill me, in her eyes you're a fool. A fool she'll be laughing at, Brother Lang. I gave a small nod. She wasn't wrong. I definitely didn't want to get played by Fong Li, but playing her? That, I was very much interested in. As for a traitor like Qin Nan Nan, no way I'd keep her around. Fong Li thinks I'm stupid. Let her. Getting the supplies and the payoff is what actually matters. If she plays nice, I'll take her to bed. If not, she's just a dog. With that in mind, I raised my Desert Eagle and sent Qin Nan Nan straight to the grave. Then I said, you people are way too full of yourselves. You think I'm some puppet on a string. A chill ran through every man there. Qin Nan Nan dropped, eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. She never imagined I'd break the script. But to me, she had zero value. The moment she died, everything I wanted was mine to take, out in the open. The tobacco fields were mine. Fong Li was mine. Every single one of them had heard it. Of course, I could have wiped out this whole crowd, but I didn't. I didn't want to give people ammunition against me, didn't want to burn potential customers, and most importantly, I had to protect my public image. This was all about future growth, future territory mergers. In the frozen rainforest, a good reputation was worth more than a killing streak. Showing just a hint of your capabilities was enough. After dealing with Qin Nan Nan, I turned to the crowd. You all heard it. Fong Li said if Qin Nan Nan died, the tobacco field and she herself would belong to me. Now go back to wherever you crawled out from. Anyone who lingers, I'll have every right to gun down on the spot in defense of my property. But relax, folks. Once this tobacco field is in my hands, you'll be able to buy cigarettes soon enough. Consider it a blessing from me. When my tobacco company opens up, I'll even give you priority in hiring. The perks are on the table. The choice is yours. I'm counting down 3, 2, 1. Before I could even say go, people were already bolting. Once one led the charge, the whole mob crumbled instantly. Boss, we're out of here. Leaving right now. Lang Ji, you promised. Save me a spot. I'm begging you. Lang Ji, hurry and get those cigarettes out. Give us a discount, yeah? Willingly or not, they retreated like a receding tide. That Tianji guy didn't even dare squeak. In less than 2 seconds, only we and Fong Li were left. Fong Li was too stunned to speak. What to her had been a life-and-death crisis, I defused with a few sentences. That's what a real power gap looks like. I wasn't in a hurry to leave. I just told Du Kong, guard the door. Yes, boss. Then I turned to Fong Li. Now, it's time for you to make good on your promise. Fong Li's heart skipped. Of course she knew what I meant. She just hadn't expected me to be so impatient. Right here, in her cabin? But she wasn't in any position to refuse or hesitate. She led me inside and shut the door. A few pieces of racy lingerie were still spread out on her bed. Just from the size, I could tell, at least an F cup. The woman was smart. Before I could say a word, she jumped in. Thank you, Shinlang. Don't worry, I'm a woman of my word. And what Qin Nan said about me treating you like a fool, that's impossible. Don't let her mess with your head. I shook my head. What you think doesn't matter. Right now, I just want you to deliver on your promise. Fong Li's face fell. This man was too calm, too laser-focused on his goal. She had no choice but to hand the tobacco field over to me. At that moment, I received a notification. Congratulations, player. You've acquired a 1,000 square meter tobacco field. Harvest cycle, once every 3 months. Yield per harvest, 1,000 kilograms of tobacco, enough for approximately 10,000 cartons of cigarettes. Sufficient employees required. Spirit Spring can accelerate growth. Fastest cycle, 1 harvest per day. Claim now? Upon claiming, the tobacco field will be relocated within the player's shelter zone. I nodded, satisfied. 1 harvest a day, that's 10,000 cartons of cigarettes. More than enough to sell. Once this thing was running at full capacity, my money-making speed would be insane. But there was no rush right now. Let it grow at its own pace for now, and let Fong Li and her people build up the cigarette production. I didn't have enough employee slots yet. Once I upgraded the cabin at the end of the month, the recruitment order would upgrade too, and that's when I'd officially launch my tobacco company. In my mind, I placed the tobacco field right next to the courtyard. There was literally no more space inside it. Looks like the cabin upgrade couldn't wait, and I needed to get walls up too. Leaving the tobacco field exposed like that? No way I'd sleep easy. Seeing me claim the tobacco field, Fong Li couldn't pretend she wasn't disappointed. But at the very least, her life was saved. She was safe. She spoke quietly. Shinlang, I've held up my end. When your company opens, will you really give me the GM position? I glanced at her. The tobacco's settled. But what you promised me, it wasn't just the tobacco, was it? I beckoned her over with a finger. A woman like this, getting her to genuinely submit her heart was hard, but getting her to submit her body could be simple. Otherwise, I couldn't feel secure. Fong Li walked slowly up to me. Up close. I had to admit, this woman was a natural beauty. Even in a place like the frozen rainforest, she was still exquisite. Curves in all the right places, and those lips, full, red, and perfectly plump. Fong Li, when you said you've never been with another man, was that true? Her heart trembled, but her voice held firm. Of course it's true. There'd be no point in lying to you. I nodded. All right, then I'm going to verify that now. Huh. I did have a bit of a cleanliness thing, but Fong Li was clean, even smelled nice, and I was in a hurry, so a shower wasn't strictly necessary. She, on the other hand, hesitated. Wait a second. I frowned. She quickly explained, I'm on my period. I gave her a long, hard look. Inspection still happens. Just an inspection, of course. Once I confirmed she wasn't lying, I pressed her down. I've got a lot of pent-up frustration right now. A long while later, Fong Li slumped on the floor, taking a moment to catch her breath between coughs. You satisfied now? You believe me now? You'll protect me from now on, right? I'm a man of my word. I nodded, thoroughly content. Given how sincere you were, come back with me. Keep this cabin for now. You can move in with me later. Or you can stay here if you want. But the coordinates are compromised. Even without the tobacco field, I can't guarantee your safety. Your choice. I said it was her choice, but that was just me being calculating. Even if she chose to stay, I wouldn't have allowed it. My woman, even if she wasn't officially mine yet, wasn't going to take that kind of risk. Luckily, Fong Li wasn't stupid. She took every word to heart. Okay, I'll come with you. She'd originally figured that once she went back with me, she could slowly work on figuring me out, use the opportunity to elevate her standing in front of me. Wouldn't that mean living large in the frozen rainforest? Plus, that level 6 cabin of mine, she was dying to see it. Might even be her big break. But the moment she actually stepped inside my cabin, Fong Li was floored. Why were there so many women here? No wonder. No wonder I hadn't taken her seriously from start to finish, and even made her choke like that. She figured it was punishment for thinking she was clever. But that thought vanished in an instant. Because she felt the heat, the underfloor warming, saw the luxurious interior, and the bathroom she'd been dreaming about. It was all like a dream to her. Every last scheme she'd cooked up shattered against the reality in front of her. Fong Li was now certain, handing over the tobacco field, and herself, to me was the best decision she'd ever made. When Li Manwen and the others saw me come back, they pouted. Honey, you brought home another little sister? I gave an awkward laugh. This is work-related. Then I explained the whole tobacco field situation. Honestly, even without an explanation, they wouldn't have held it against me. What surprised me was Fong Li's reaction. So this man actually bothers to explain himself when it comes to women he genuinely cares about. Before she could dwell on it, I spoke up. Fongli, go take a good shower first, then head out to the yard and get the servants started on processing the tobacco. Remember, protect that tobacco field at all costs. Then I turned to Li Lingshan. Lingshan, keep a close eye on this project. Li Lingshan nodded immediately. Yes, honey. She'd changed how she addressed me too. Can't blame her. She'd earned her place. But I shot her a sharp glare. You little slut, did I say you could call me honey? Li Lingshan's legs trembled, and she dropped to her knees. I'm sorry, master, I was wrong. She looked terrified on the surface, but deep down she was loving every second of it. This was exactly how she wanted me to treat her. Fongli was left stunned, thinking to herself that I really was moody and unpredictable. Without even realizing it, she developed a hint of fear toward me, making her even less likely to defy my orders. And that was exactly the point of my little performance, killing two birds with one stone. Fongli didn't even dare shower anymore. She rushed off to teach the servants how to process the tobacco. I turned to Zhang Yu. You can start selling cigarettes in the channel now. Post this. 1 cigarette for 10 units of wood, bulk discounts available. Also mention that supply is limited and prices will gradually come down. Zhang Yu nodded. Got it. I'll start selling right now. 10 wood for 1 cigarette. Expensive? Ridiculously so. But I had a monopoly on the resource. If you didn't buy from me, you couldn't smoke, period. Someone would always pay. I was doing this to filter out most buyers while supply was low. If everyone flooded in, I couldn't keep up. With that done, I looked at Shan. You and I are splitting up today. We'll both hunt for treasure chests. Let's cash in before the hailstorm and cold front hit. I could already feel it. The shelter's defenses were nowhere near enough. Just 2 arrow towers, and they were barely holding on. I wouldn't feel secure until I had more arrow towers, additional defensive structures, and 30 fully armed guards. Otherwise, I'd have to pull out the Gatling gun or even my trump card mech every time. Way too risky. Things weren't like before. I wasn't alone anymore. I had Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, a dozen people counting on me, plus my own flesh and blood on the way. How could I afford to be careless? Especially after that update notification from the frozen rainforest. I had a bad feeling about it. I had to prepare for the worst. The moment I finished speaking, Jiang Ning jumped in. Daddy, I want to come hunt for treasure chests with you too. Li Manwen, honey, I've got pretty good luck too. Let me come along. Lu Qinglan, me too, I can help. I waved them off. I'd already made up my mind. Sure, based on the frozen rainforest's usual pattern, treasure chest spawn rates would be higher today, but that was no reason to put pregnant women in harm's way. Ms. Li, Qinglan, listen to me. Right now, the most important thing is to take care of yourselves and our babies. Don't get involved in anything else. Just relax and enjoy yourselves. We've got a game room and a gym at home. If you're bored, go have fun. Don't even think about coming out and taking risks with me. Understood. Those words warmed both of their hearts. For a woman, isn't this the first kind of happiness a child brings? They could only nod, blissfully content. Then I turned to the others. Lingshan, besides keeping tabs on Fongli, I need you to look after Ms. Li and the others. And take it easy on yourself too. You've eaten the pomegranate seeds, remember? Disobey me and you'll get a serious spanking when I get back. Li Lingshan blushed, but couldn't hide the excitement inside. She was almost hoping I'd actually follow through. I turned to Jiang Ning. You stay home too. Help Lingshan take care of the house. Zhang Yu, Ms. Wen, same goes for you too. Stay put and take it easy. Dr. Lin, please keep a close watch on all their conditions. Lin Zi understood exactly what I meant. She knew about the pomegranate seeds effects too. No wonder I'd had her examine Zhang Yu and Wen Xian earlier. Barring anything unexpected, those two had probably already conceived. With most of the instructions covered, I thought for a moment and looked at the remaining group. Since you all want to head out, here's the plan. Chun, you take Ms. Zhang Yan in the modified Snow Mercedes and cover one route. I'll take the War Dog and the Mitao sisters in the other Snow Mercedes and cover another. I'll have Du Kong assign 2 squads to follow behind in buses for protection. Ms. Li, the Snow Maybach RV stays at home. You keep the keys. If anything happens at the shelter while we're gone, contact me immediately. If it gets bad enough that the cabin can't hold, get everyone in the vehicle and evacuate right away. Got it. Seeing how detailed my instructions were, they all nodded repeatedly. It wasn't that I was being paranoid. The rainforest creatures just weren't something to take lightly. I wasn't afraid of other players. What scared me were things like that giant serpent. If the shelter couldn't hold, the women needed an escape route. As for those coming with me, everyone had a teleportation scroll. If things got dicey, they could bail out immediately. Plus, with the guard squads in tow, and every one of them bound by my recruitment order, anyone who tried to betray me would be wiped out on the spot. I had nothing to worry about. All right, let's move out. The Mitao sisters and Zhang Yan were absolutely thrilled. They got to go out again, and more importantly, they got to help me with something. Especially the Mitao sisters, who got to be alone with me. Their cheeks were flushed pink. Who knows what they were imagining? Before long, I set out with the Mitao sisters, while Yin Chun took Zhang Yan, and the two teams officially rolled out. I had clear goals for this expedition. First, I needed a Tier 7 cabin blueprint. Maybe it was because my own level was too high, but nobody else seemed able to unlock one. Nothing on the trading market either. Even Yin Chun, my treasure chest goddess, had never pulled a blueprint that high. This was probably one of the frozen rainforest restrictions on players. Yin Chun's cabin level was too low, so she likely couldn't roll it. I had to get one myself. Second, I needed defensive structures of all kinds. 2 arrow towers wasn't enough. I wanted to turn the cabin into a fortress, a defensive monster where anyone who came would die. Third, I wanted to explore the map I had in my head and clear out the fog-covered areas around the cabin. That was the only way to make things truly safe. Fourth, attribute fruits. These were the foundation of my survival going forward. Especially now with so many girls around me, I couldn't hold the line without power-ups, no matter how strong I got. Of course, these were just my wildest hopes. Treasure chests weren't that easy to come by, but I was a VIP, and with Yin Chun and me working parallel routes, today's haul shouldn't be too bad. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, Li Manwen watched me leave. For some reason, her heart was uneasy today, so restless that she accidentally shattered a cup. Lu Qinglan noticed and walked over with concern. Sis, you're worried sick about him, aren't you? Don't be. You know what our husband is capable of. Plus, he's got bodyguards with him. There's no way he's in any danger. Li Manwen frowned. Qinglan, I know all that, but something just doesn't feel right. You know that feeling. Lu Qinglan nodded. She got it, just not as intensely. Lin Ziyi, being the doctor of the group, came over and pulled her onto the couch to check her pulse. After a moment, she smiled and said, Manwen, this is probably just a reaction to the pregnancy. It makes you emotionally more dependent on the boss and makes you moody and anxious. It's nothing. Just relax and stop overthinking. The boss will be back soon. Li Manwen nodded quietly and let out a soft sigh. In the end, she still sent me a message. Honey, please make sure you're back before 3. I'm worried about you. I hadn't been out long when I got her text. I couldn't help but grin as I replied. Don't worry, Teacher Li. I'll definitely be back early. Tonight I still need to check whether you've gotten any bigger. Li Manwen's face flushed, but her heart felt lighter. Once the feelings run deep, these kinds of remarks stop being crude and become the little sparks between husband and wife. She earnestly typed back one word. Okay. Once we were done chatting, I stopped thinking about it and focused on the road ahead. I said to the Mitao sisters, this isn't a sightseeing trip. Keep an eye out for treasure chests along the way. Let me know the second you spot one. The 2 sisters nodded. Today, per my request, one was dressed in a short-sleeve, shorts athletic outfit, while the other wore an innocent-looking short skirt with stockings. Otherwise, I couldn't tell the 2 of them apart. Of course, it was also so I could enjoy 2 fish from one catch. Different flavors, you know? I sped off in the direction the spirit hound was guiding me. With the spirit hound, I never had to wander aimlessly hunting for chests. But after driving for a little over 10 minutes, Mitao suddenly cried out, Master, I see a gold treasure chest. Gold. The spirit hound hadn't picked it up, but she did. Looks like the treasure chests the frozen rainforest drops for each person have their own unique traits. Even the spirit hound can't find every single one with 100% accuracy. Besides, my spirit hound is most sensitive to red treasure chests. And, of course, to the scent of Li Manwen's panties. Without a second thought, I cranked the wheel and floored it in the direction Mitao was pointing. Looks like bringing them along today was the right call. Before long, the outline of a golden treasure chest came into view. And of course, right alongside it, a companion creature. Would you believe it? The thing looked just like a honey badger. I didn't hesitate. I told Mitao to keep driving, popped up through the sunroof, and took control of the autocannon. Rat-a-tat-tat. One burst of firepower, and even the honey badger turned tail and bolted. Chest you can always find again. A life, not so much. The thing was stubborn, but not suicidal. Watching me clear out a rainforest creature that easily, the Mitao sisters were both silently marveling. Now that's what a master looks like. Not like them. Back in the day, snagging a single chest meant pulling some lure the tiger from the mountain trick, all while watching their own backs. I pulled the car up right in front of the chest. As everyone piled out and I reached to open it, Mitao grabbed my arm. Huh. Catching my puzzled look, she quickly explained. Master, maybe you didn't know, whenever my sister and I open a chest, we get double loot. If you open it yourself, no guarantee. Oh, that's a thing? I honestly had never asked. Then you open it. Okay. Mitao popped the chest, then frowned at me. Master, come take a look. Some kind of laser tower? Looks like a defense structure. Off to a strong start. I stepped up, and sure enough, a prompt appeared before my eyes. Congratulations. You obtained Laser Tower X2. Laser Tower, defense structure. Requires 100 wood and 100 stone to build. Stronger than the Arrow Tower, but slower rate of fire. Sweet. This is legit, and I got 2 of them. I happily pocketed them and patted me Tao on the head. Nice work, Miss Campus Queen. Keep it up. Ugh, don't pat my Tian Pusa. I shot her a sideways look. You messing around with some obscure lingo now? Aren't you Han Chinese? Mi Tao giggled. Just kidding around. I shook my head, laughing, and gave her a light pat right on the chest. Then next time, pat here. Mi Tao's face went red. Seeing me looking so smug, she pouted and shot me another glare. I chuckled. Gotta say, this campus queen really was pleasantly soft. What caught me off guard was Mi Li, standing off to the side. She quietly bit her lip, and her expression seemed a little off. What's up with you? Come here, I'll pat you too. Gotta treat twins equally. I figured she was just jealous. But Mi Li shook her head. I don't. Huh, she didn't want it. Mi Tao rolled her eyes at me. Do you not get how twins work? How so? Our sensations are linked. Not just physically, we've even got a kind of telepathic connection. For real? First I'd ever heard of it. Bit hard to believe. I'd have to do some serious research on this later. I waved them along. Come on, next chest. As for what you just said, I'll be verifying that thoroughly tonight. Both sisters instantly turned red. Of course they caught my meaning. But push back? Not a chance. Ever since coming to live with me, they'd long been won over. Especially after last night, when the 2 of them had shared everything. Now they were just afraid I wouldn't come looking for them. Back in the car, I kept following the spirit dog's guidance to find more chests. Today, I was confident the haul was going to be huge. The sisters were in great spirits too. Not only had they gotten their answer, but hunting chests with me was basically a road trip. Inside the car it was warm as spring. Before they met me, they'd never lived like this. The job was easy too. Mi Tao would feed me fruit every so often. Mi Li watched the scenery from the back seat and scouted for chests. The 2 of them had it down to a science. Driving through the snow in the extreme frozen rainforest, I didn't have to be too careful either. As long as I didn't hit a tree, I could pretty much go wherever. So while snacking on the fruit Mi Tao fed me, my hand ended up resting on her thigh without me even noticing. She was only wearing a pair of super short athletic shorts, and those legs were fair, smooth, and downright dazzling. How could I not enjoy the view? Mi Tao was already blushing furiously, but not only did she not push me away, she actually shifted her leg closer to me. A moment later, she murmured softly, "Just don't go any higher, okay?" I glanced at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, Mi Li's face had turned red too, her legs pressed tightly together, clearly a little uncomfortable. I smiled knowingly. Interesting. First time seeing twins pull off something this wild. While I was out having a blast hunting chests, other people were having a much worse time. With the minus 80-degree cold front on the way, tons of players had rushed out of their shelters, scrambling to gather supplies in what little time they had left. Sure, chest spawn rates had gone up, but for players hoofing it on foot, the travel alone ate up massive chunks of time. How many chests could they realistically stumble across? No way to compete with me. Some of the slower ones hadn't even found a single chest after half a day. The unlucky ones had no choice but to switch back to chopping wood. Chopping wood wasn't a gamble like chests. Every tree you fell is one you fell, and you can always trade the lumber for food. Especially cold-resistant lean meat, which had already made a name for itself in the trade market. One piece was pretty much a lifesaver. But then Mi Tao dropped one photo with one caption and drove that whole crowd absolutely nuts. In the regional channel, she posted a pic of me driving, my hand still resting on her thigh. Caption: "Wow, hunting for chests is so much fun. Please, gods above, let me find lots and lots of chests. Thank you." That single post had a horde of players seeing red. Meanwhile, they're out there with axes, trudging around like idiots on foot, while Shun Lang is cruising in a Mercedes with a beauty riding shotgun, hunting chests one-handed. How is there this big of a gap between people? Mi Tao, stop posting, I'm begging you. Zhang Yu's not around, so now it's your turn to torture us. Seriously, cut us some slack, will you? I was actually into chopping wood, and after this post, I lost all motivation. Yep, confirmed. If you're riding shotgun in a Benz, the leg just naturally leans in. Mi Tao was cracking up as she read. I raised an eyebrow. What? Did that grope feel that good? She giggled and passed the phone over so I could read the photo and comments. I couldn't help but smile too. Zhang Yu's bad habits have completely rubbed off on you guys, huh? And what? You're using those pretty legs as bait. Mi Tao quickly shook her head. No way. I'm just making everyone jealous of you. Boosting my master's ego a bit. That's what I should be doing. That shut me up completely. Didn't see that coming. This woman was a clever little fox too. Right then, In-chun suddenly messaged me. Hubby, I just opened a golden chest, and the loot's kind of weird. Take a look. A gift notification popped up right after. I checked it, and froze too. Congratulations. You obtained Exorcism Tower. Exorcism Tower. Highly effective defense against other life forms. Requires 100 wood and 100 stone to build. Other life forms. Exorcism Tower? Something clicked in my mind instantly. Don't tell me there are going to be ghosts and spirits showing up after the frozen rainforest? My heart sank. All my defenses were built to handle living creatures. If some kind of terrifying spectral force actually showed up, even my cabin probably wouldn't hold up. And if a ghost got inside the cabin, I couldn't help but shudder. That being the case, the Exorcism Tower was crucial. I immediately messaged back. What color chest did you get it from? In-chun. Red. Red again. She really was the chosen one of treasure chests. That pretty much confirmed it. This thing was definitely a treasure. More importantly, it hinted at the direction the next frozen rainforest update might take, and there'd been precedents for this kind of thing before. Thankfully, I'd gotten the Exorcism Tower ahead of time, so I should be fine. But either way, upgrading the cabin was the top priority. Who knew? Maybe the cabin itself would eventually get some kind of exorcism function. With that in mind, I just told In-chun it was a good item and left it at that. Some things wouldn't do the girls any good to know in advance. Following the Spirit Hound's lead, I soon spotted a dazzling red glow up ahead, a top-tier red treasure chest. I hit the gas, and in no time, the red chest appeared right in front of me. I ruffled the Spirit Hound's head and fed it a handful of spirit rice. Good boy. Of course, my first move was still to blanket the area around the chest with firepower. I didn't see any creatures, but that was exactly what made it dangerous, especially with a red chest. Sure enough, moments later, a massive white tiger with a marked forehead came charging out from where it had been buried in the snow. Instead of running, it lunged straight at my car. Roar. With a thunderous roar, its huge body slammed right into the front of my car. Mi Tao shrieked, "Ah!" and instinctively covered her eyes and head. In any normal car, the windshield would have shattered instantly from a hit like that. And this was no ordinary tiger. This was a mutated one. But the modified Mercedes I'd built? It held. Like a rock. The tiger couldn't do a thing to me. And with my guards coming up from behind and opening fire, it finally shot us a resentful glare and slunk off, unwilling but unable to do more. I couldn't help but marvel. Gotta hand it to the white tiger. Vicious and built like a tank. The words had barely left my mouth when Mi Tao quietly chimed in. My sister and I, actually, were also. Huh, was she serious? I whipped my head around in disbelief, looking from Mi Tao to Mi Li. No wonder I'd noticed she didn't have any underarm hair before. I'd just assumed she used hair removal cream. Turns out, you two have been sitting on a jaw-dropping surprise this whole time. Mi Li's face flushed red as she shot her sister a look. Why do you have to blurt out everything? Isn't that supposed to be our biggest secret? Mi Tao arched an eyebrow. If you didn't think so, would I have said it? Don't blame me. Besides, what's the point of hiding this kind of secret from Master? Mi Li went quiet. Reaping the benefits, I quickly stepped in to smooth things over. All right. Same roots, same blood, no need to fight. Let's have a proper discussion tonight, yeah? The sisters murmured their agreement in unison, and the sound sent a little thrill through me. With that settled, I got out of the car with the two of them. I had Mi Tao open the chest again this time, hoping we might trigger another double drop. But the result made me sigh. Looks like chests I found myself wouldn't trigger the double bonus. Still, I wasn't too disappointed, because what came out of this red chest was exactly what I needed most. Congratulations, player. You've obtained a level 7 cabin blueprint. Yes, the sisters gasped in delight too. A level 7 blueprint. Master, does that mean you can upgrade the cabin right away? I nodded. Once you two get your cabin moved over, I'll upgrade everything together. Probably by the end of the month. Awesome. They'd seen with their own eyes how Li Manwen and the others' cabins had merged with mine and leveled up to 6. How could they not be envious? Sure, living with me was great, but there were a lot of women around, so having a separate cabin just for the two of them was clearly better. Together when they wanted to be together, private when they wanted privacy. Next, I took the two of them out to keep hunting for chests. Since we were moving fast, we averaged one every half hour. By close to 3 o'clock, we'd found nearly 20. The later chests weren't anything spectacular, but what made me happy was the incredibly high drop rate on attribute fruits. We got one every 2 chests on average, and they were bonus drops that didn't take away from the chest's original contents. Which meant, in a sense, I was getting double drops from every chest too. The only difference was that the fruits varied by chest tier. White gave 1 point, green gave 2, blue gave 3, and red chest fruits gave a full 6 attribute points each. That was a massive boost for me. I had to eat as many as I could today, so I'd have plenty of energy to properly reward the twins tonight. In-chun was making great progress too. Besides the Exorcism Tower, she'd basically collected every support building I'd asked for, which were the hard requirements for upgrading to a level 7 cabin. She'd also found me about a dozen attribute fruits. Seeing that it was almost 3, I sent In-chun a message. Wrap it up wherever you are. It's almost 3, don't push your luck. Got it. Without hesitation, she turned around and headed back toward the shelter. I turned my car around too, ready to head home. But just then, my eyes narrowed. Up ahead on the road. Was that a layer of mist? It was far off, but I could see it clearly. My vision had been enhanced by the snake gall. That ring of mist was sweeping toward me like a sandstorm, blocking my route home. Buckle up, everyone. We're taking a detour. A detour? The sisters looked puzzled. As far as they could see, everything up ahead looked normal. But since I said so, there had to be a reason, so they didn't press me, and I didn't elaborate. Telling them would only worry them, and it wouldn't help. If we could just get around it, all the better. I floored the gas pedal, and the Mercedes shot up to 120 kilometers per hour. Pulling that kind of speed on a slick, snowy road. This car really was a beast. But what furrowed my brow was that no matter how much I swerved and detoured, I couldn't shake the mist. Even when the road ahead looked clear, after driving a bit, the fog would appear again, and it kept getting closer. 10 minutes or so later, the sisters could see the mist closing in from the front too. Mitao's body went rigid. Master, what's going on up ahead? I shook my head and kept turning the wheel, trying to loop even farther out. But eventually, I had to stop. There was no way through toward the cabin. Not unless I turned around and drove in the opposite direction, away from the mist. Only the way behind us was clear. But going that way meant there was a good chance we wouldn't make it back tonight. And that was just as dangerous. I turned to the Mitao sisters and laid out the 2 options in front of us. 1. Ignore the fog and make a straight run for the cabin. But we had no idea what was inside that fog or what dangers it might bring. 2. Turn around and try to outrun it. Except we couldn't be sure the road behind us was clear either. The only thing we knew for certain was that we probably weren't making it home tonight. Which do you want to go with? The 2 sisters exchanged a look. How were they supposed to know? They'd never encountered anything like this before. And just looking at that fog made your heart race. It triggered something primal, an instinctive kind of panic. After a moment, Mitao spoke up. Master, why don't we head back first and try to avoid it? If we don't run into any more fog, we just lose some time and can circle around. We'll just get back late. Even if we can't make it home tonight, with this car and the guards on the bus, we should be fine. And if we hit fog on the way back too, then we turn around and force our way through toward the cabin. It's just, when I look at that fog, my chest tightens. It feels like there's something in there that shouldn't be. I nodded. It wasn't just a feeling. As we got closer, I could already catch glimpses of dark shapes darting through the mist. But Mitao's suggestion was our best play right now. I threw the car in reverse, floored it in the opposite direction, and had the guard bus fall in behind us as a rear guard for safety. At the same time, I was still thinking about In-chun. I wanted to check on something, so I fired off another message. In-chun, how's it going on your end? In-chun, mid-drive, froze for a second, then quickly replied. I'm almost at the cabin. I can see it already. Honey, did something happen over there? Reading that, my eyes narrowed. She hadn't run into anything. Only my group had. Was the frozen rainforest targeting me specifically, or was this just a random encounter for players? Had anyone else hit fog? I couldn't say. I'd already covered a decent chunk of the fog-shrouded areas on my mental map today. Before, I'd only been clearing the fog and sharpening the map. I never expected to run into actual fog on the way back. Was this some kind of backlash? I didn't know. I understood way too little about this rainforest. Sure, my cabin was high level, but the real secrets of this place? I barely knew any of them. But this wasn't the time to be pondering that, because I'd just stopped the car again. Behind us, fog had appeared too, boxed in from both sides. It was clearly a full-on encirclement, meaning, no matter which way I drove, there was no escape. Master, what's wrong? Is there fog behind us too? Mitao's voice was shaking. When I nodded, her heartbeat actually skipped. That's when I said it. Forget the car. Everyone use a teleport scroll. Get back to the cabin now. I radioed the same order to the bus guards. The sisters' eyes lit up instantly, right? We could teleport. How did we forget that? Got it. A few seconds later, all 3 of us were just staring at each other inside the car. Finally, Mitao whispered, her voice trembling. The teleport, it's not working. The scrolls are disabled. Alarm bells were already going off in my head. I hadn't expected the fog to have that trick up its sleeve. But this was the frozen rainforest. It made the rules. The in-game shop even sold scrolls that blocked teleportation, so there was no reason the rainforest couldn't do the same. No point dwelling on it. I just couldn't help thinking. If we'd used the scrolls the second we saw the fog, could we have escaped? Probably not. The reason I didn't see the fog earlier was just because my perception wasn't strong enough. I couldn't see that far. The moment the fog appeared, we were probably already surrounded. With that thought, I threw the car around one more time and drove straight at the cabin. If we couldn't escape, we'd force our way through and see if we could make it. I grabbed the walkie-talkie. Slow your speed. Prepare to punch through the fog. The bus replied almost immediately. Copy that, boss. Then I hurried to reply to Eun Chun. Originally, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want her or Lee Manwin and the others to worry. But if I stayed silent now, they'd only panic harder when I didn't show up. And once we entered the fog, I might not even be able to send messages at all. Eun Chun, we ran into a little situation over here. We might be back late. Tell Ms. Lee and the others that we came across another opportunity and got held up. Don't let her worry. When she saw the message, Eun Chun, who'd just arrived at the cabin, felt her stomach drop. Honey, what exactly did you run into? I'm coming to get you right now. I quickly wrote back and even attached a short video of what was happening. Eun Chun, listen to me. You're the one I trust most. Don't do anything rash, and do not let Ms. Lee notice anything. You know what I'm worried about. Just play dumb, make up whatever excuse you have to, but do not let Ms. Lee get anxious. You hear me? And if I really don't make it back, take care of Ms. Lee for me. My cabin is yours to inherit. Look after them and my child. When that message reached Eun Chun, all the color drained from her face. It was the second time she'd felt true panic and terror in the frozen rainforest. The first had been when a monster had its teeth in her. She wanted so badly to come save me, to be by my side that instant, even if it meant dying together. But she couldn't. Not only couldn't she come, she had to act like everything was fine and keep Lee Manwin calm. Because that's what I'd asked of her, and she couldn't betray my trust. If she fell apart too, all my women would fall apart. As for leaving the cabin to her, that wasn't impulsive, and it wasn't just something I said to reassure her. I'd been thinking about it for a long time. It wasn't that I didn't trust Lee Manwin. It was that she was too soft-hearted, too kind. She couldn't lead everyone through an environment like this and keep them alive. Only Eun Chun could. Only this woman, who had already been forged by hardship and whose heart belonged entirely to me, was suited for it. Like an emperor entrusting his heir, she was without question the one person I trusted most. And Eun Chun had already made up her own mind. If something really happened to me, she'd take care of Lee Manwin and the child. Once the child grew up, she'd hand the cabin over to him. And she herself would have only one goal: find the fog, find me. To the death. But right now, Lee Manwin and the others were walking up to greet her. Eun Chun quickly locked down her emotions and forced a smile. Lee Manwin's heart skipped. She glanced past Eun Chun's shoulder. Eun Chun, where's Shen Lang? He's not back yet. Eun Chun shook her head, smiling. Ms. Lee, you won't believe it. He stumbled onto another huge opportunity. He just asked me to pass along a message. Don't worry, he'll be back a little late. Lee Manwin frowned. Didn't he promise me he'd be back by 3? That jerk, lying to me. Then she fixed her eyes on Eun Chun. You wouldn't lie to your teacher, would you? Eun Chun forced a smile, and even pretended to be a little offended. Ms. Lee, come on. Am I really that kind of person? You know me best. I've always been your timid, obedient little student. I'd lie to anyone before I'd lie to you. The words put Lee Manwin slightly at ease, but she didn't fully buy it. She could tell something was off with Eun Chun. After a moment's thought, she sent me a message. Honey, hurry back. It's getting late and dangerous. Whatever opportunity it is, you can grab it tomorrow. She waited a moment. No reply. Her brow furrowed, even tighter. Hubby, didn't you say you were going to check tonight whether I've gotten bigger? I can't wait anymore. By now she'd thrown shyness out the window. She was certain there was no way I wouldn't reply to a message like that, because she knew her man too well. But a few moments later, the chat window was still blank. Lee Manwin was getting anxious. Shen Lang, if you don't answer me, I'm going to be mad. Still nothing. Not a peep. She turned to Eun Chun. Tell me the truth. What's going on with hubby? Why isn't he answering my messages? Eun Chun froze. The truth was, she'd sent messages too, and gotten no reply either. She figured I was probably swamped and couldn't respond, but what she didn't know was that my signal had been cut off entirely. I couldn't receive anything, couldn't send anything. All I got was no signal. What could Eun Chun do in a moment like this? No matter how bitter she felt inside, she had to keep up the act. Come on, Teacher Lee, you're overthinking this. Just think about it. Hubby ran into some kind of opportunity out there. He's got to be busy grabbing stuff. How would he have time to chat? And the Mitao sisters need his help too, right? Hubby already told me all this ahead of time. He was worried you'd freak out, so he asked me to explain. Let's head back inside first. He'll definitely reply when he sees the messages, and he might even walk through the door any minute. If you get yourself worked up and it affects your health, hubby is going to hate me when he gets back. Then I won't get to be your sister anymore. Eun Chun had dropped all her pride at this point, and Lee Manwin finally gave a half-convinced nod. The thing is, what Eun Chun said sounded reasonable on the surface, but it didn't really hold up under scrutiny. Why couldn't I just tell Lee Manwin directly? Lee Manwin didn't dwell on it, though. Besides, she figured I couldn't exactly report to her alone and ignore the other women. After all, I'd gone out with Eun Chun. so she followed her back inside. With the women all gathered together, Lee Manwin sat down on the couch and said, "Yinner, push dinner back tonight. Let's wait until hubby's back and eat together." Zhang Yin nodded without really understanding why, and the others did the same. In Chun could only sigh deeply inside. This was all she could do. If she dragged it out too long, there was no way she'd keep it from Lee Manwin. All she could do now was pray I'd make it back safely, and soon. Meanwhile, on my end, I'd officially plunged into the fog. The instant we made contact, the car erupted in a rapid clattering. The fog was actually carrying high-speed flying sand and grit. The particles were tiny, but if the car hadn't been shielding us and they'd hit a person directly, they'd have been lethal. I quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Slow down more. Drop to 20. Take it nice and slow." "Yes, boss." While driving, I turned to Mi Tao. "Check the regional channel. See if anyone else is running into this." She nodded. A moment later, she looked at me with terror in her eyes. "Master, the chat system doesn't seem to have a signal. The regional channel won't connect either. It says connection failed." Just as I thought, we were being blacked out. I'd realized at the moment I stopped getting messages from Yin Chan. I just hadn't expected it to hit this fast, or for even the regional channel to go down. It had the distinct feel of someone trying to trap us in here for good. "Don't panic. Keep driving slowly." Yin Chun didn't run into any fog, so it can't be affecting everyone. This fog has a limited range. We'll get out of it eventually. The sisters nodded. Right now, I was their anchor, and my words did a good job settling them down. All we could do was pray we'd make it through soon. But right then, a black shadow flashed past at blinding speed. Bang! The car shuddered violently, even tilting to one side. Whatever that shadow was, it hit with tremendous force. I couldn't see it from inside, but there was already a huge dent and gouges on the door. And keep in mind, I'd sunk serious money into this car and had it upgraded. There's no way a regular monster could do that kind of damage. But I didn't stop. I had no idea where these things came from, or how many there were. If I stopped every time we got hit, we might lose our chance to escape entirely. Besides, if there was only one, it wasn't worth panicking over. Except very quickly, I realized something was wrong. This time black shadows appeared on both sides at once. There was definitely more than one. The car actually felt like it was being lifted off the ground. The drive wheels started spinning uselessly. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Boss, the bus is under attack. Black shadows, lots of them. We can't make them out. They're too strong. One of the windows is already shattered, and we lost a guard. What do we do? What do we do?" I cursed under my breath. I'd been counting on them for protection, and here they were panicking harder than I was. Not that I could blame them. Someone had just died. Who wouldn't panic? The unknown is always the most terrifying thing. Mi Tao and her sister were shaking now. The bus guards had always been their safety net. No matter what happened, their gut reaction was, "The guards are here, we'll be fine." But now a guard was dead, the glass was shattered, and even the guards were losing it. They looked at me. I took a deep breath and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Listen up, drop your speed to 10. Use the broken windows to open fire." "Yes, boss." I was strangely calm in that moment. I knew I was the anchor here. If I lost it, we were all done for. Gunshots rang out almost immediately. But to my surprise, the second the shooting started, the black shadows stopped coming near my car. Something clicked in my head. Could the creatures in this fog be tracking us by sound? Very possibly. With the sand and grit flying around this thick and fast, no living creature could keep its eyes open out there. The moment that thought landed, I killed the engine and yelled into the walkie-talkie. "Stop the bus. Kill the engine. Cease fire." Everybody dead silent. A second later, gunfire and voices came back through the walkie-talkie. "Copy, boss. Stopping. Engine off. Everyone hold your fire." In an instant, the world went silent. All I could hear was sand pelting the glass. Even though the two vehicles were close, the bus was less than 5 meters behind me. All I could make out was a vague outline. That gives you an idea of how insanely dense the fog was. It could already block out your vision. The others probably couldn't even see the other vehicle at all. Thankfully, once the engines died and the shooting stopped, the shadows seemed to vanish. Scree, scree. A shrill, high-pitched screeching. Mi Tao, her sister, and I exchanged glances. Mi Tao swallowed hard and couldn't stop herself from whispering, "Master, what kind of monster is TH?" Before she could finish, I clamped my hand over her mouth. An instant later, bang, a black shadow slammed down onto the hood. The impact caved the hood right in. And in that moment, we finally got a clear look at it. It resembled a prehistoric dinosaur, but far leaner and lankier. It stood on 4 clawed feet, with a long tail swishing gently through the air behind it. It seemed to be using that tail to pick up sound vibrations in the air. Since it could no longer pinpoint us by sound, the creature that had landed on the car was now pacing around on the hood. That's when we got our first clear look at its claws, a full 12 inches long. You could just imagine what one swipe from those things would do. The Mitao sisters shuddered at the same time, clamping their legs tightly together. I choked back the scream rising in my throat, but my heart nearly leapt right out of my mouth. In that moment, I finally understood. When fear reaches its peak, you really can feel your heartbeat pounding against your throat. I'd faced monsters before, like that giant python, but honestly, none of them had ever scared me like this. The reason was simple. First, back then I was inside my cabin, my sanctuary. I had backup, I had leverage. Second, those earlier monsters had been out in the open. But these were like assassins lurking in the shadows. What made it worse was that they hunted by sound, forcing us not even to breathe too loudly. That kind of subconscious pressure is what really breaks you. Otherwise, the Mitao sisters wouldn't have been scared into wetting themselves. Terror was never about what you see. It's about psychological suggestion. The teleport scroll was useless. We were completely cut off, and everything was unknown. Even more hopeless. I couldn't tell whether the first creature on the hood had drawn them in, but soon a second one showed up, then a third. God only knew how many of these things were hiding in the fog. My hand was still clamped tight over Mitao's mouth when I suddenly felt her palm tap mine. I turned my head. Her face was flushed red from holding her breath. Once I saw she'd calmed down, I quickly let go. She immediately sucked in a deep breath. And that single breath, the creature's tail whipped straight into the passenger side window. Bam! Ah! Don't scream. My voice and Mitao's were almost completely drowned out by the impact. Thank God the glass held. Only a few thin cracks spiderwebbed across it. But all three creatures were now closing in on the passenger side. They didn't seem sure exactly what they'd heard, but they'd more or less locked onto the direction of the sound. Mitao was shaking uncontrollably, the color of her black shorts deepening. I stared, dumbfounded. How could a white tiger be this timid? All I could do was pull her close and gently soothe her. She curled into my chest, trembling, too scared to even glance out the window. I noticed the three creatures were shifting into probing attack mode. Their tails were all raised high, coiled like they were winding up. Meanwhile, over at the bus, things were way worse than on our end. They'd killed their engine later than we had. They had more people inside. One window was already broken, and they'd fired their guns. Basically, the soundproofing was gone. By now, there were no fewer than 10 of those creatures gathered outside the bus. More people meant more nervous breathing, and that meant more monsters. One had already stuck its head inside the bus. At that instant, the guard's breathing on the bus grew heavier. The creature paused, as if trying to confirm something. Under that unbearable pressure, one of the guards finally snapped. He raised his AK-47 and unloaded on the monster. Aark, die, you sons of bitches. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Gunfire, impacts, and the shrieks of the creatures all blended together in an instant. Once one guard opened fire, the others had no choice but to follow. Sure, they killed that one monster, but within 2 seconds, dozens more had swarmed in. And they weren't just circling. They were locked on and attacking. Bam, bam, bam. Every window on the bus shattered. The guards completely lost it. Hiding? Staying quiet? Not a chance anymore. Countless creatures scrambled to pour into the bus. The first man was torn apart. Then the second. Then the third. In no time, everything on my end went dead silent. The world was quiet again, with only the sound of sand and pebbles pelting the car. The three creatures around our vehicle had already been drawn off by the commotion at the bus. Ironically, we were safe now, for the moment. Otherwise, if this car got wrecked too, we'd have been done for. While I comforted Mitao, I thought to myself, the guards are probably all dead. I have zero backup now. But what's these things' weakness? If I can't figure it out, I'm next. I already knew their pattern. As long as we stayed quiet, we were fine. Once the fog cleared and the creatures moved on, we'd naturally head back to the cabin. The only question was how long we'd have to hold out. As for a weakness, suddenly my eyes lit up. Wasn't their weakness literally the same as their trait? They had no eyes. They could only hear. As long as we stayed quiet, they were just a pack of useless blind brutes. Right. Which meant I basically couldn't lose. But even knowing their weakness, there was no way I was going to take them on right now. Not unless I wanted to die. There were way too many of them. All I could do was wait out the fog. Once I worked all that out, I actually calmed down. Fine, we just wait. As long as I didn't make a sound, I could do whatever I wanted. Since the frozen rainforest was a survival game, it wouldn't hand you an unwinnable scenario. Like right now, the sound of sand and pebbles hitting the car was perfect for masking any noise from inside. As long as we stayed calm, nothing serious would happen. Once I was sure of that, I rubbed Mitao's back and whispered in her ear, "Don't be scared. I already figured out what these things are all about." Mitao jerked her head up in alarm, but the monster she'd imagined never appeared. All she saw was my reassuring expression. Then I quietly explained my discovery to both sisters. They let out a huge sigh of relief. They trusted me. After all, I'd been talking this whole time and no monsters had shown up, right? Once it clicked, Mitao's face flushed red, and she quickly squeezed her legs together, not wanting me to see. I let out a small laugh, didn't say anything, and just leaned back against the seat. Mealy leaned in from the back seat and whispered in my ear, "Master, are we really just going to wait like this?" I nodded. "Just treat it like a break. Whisper if you need to talk. Once the fog lifts, we can head back. Notice how the fog is moving and moving fast? Otherwise, the sand wouldn't be hitting us this hard. So all we have to do is wait." Mealy nodded, thinking there wasn't a single flaw in my reasoning. But in that moment, she couldn't help giving me a long, deep look. Before, they'd submitted to me mostly because of my strength, not because of my character or intelligence. But now, the sisters were genuinely starting to fall for me. Bold, calm, and clever enough to figure out these creatures this fast. No wonder he's the #1 on the leaderboard, she thought. That's charisma. I don't know how much time passed before a system notification chimed. Current time, 6 p.m. A cold front and super hailstorm have arrived. Players, please do not go outside. The cabin is the safest place. Current temperature, -80 degrees Celsius. Weather, super hailstorm. Duration, unknown. The announcement had barely finished when bang, bang, bang exploded across the roof of the car. Hail was pounding down. Extreme cold began seeping into the vehicle. With the engine off, that cozy warmth was long gone. The Mitao sisters couldn't help but shudder. Their pants were already soaked, which made the cold cut even deeper. "So cold," Mitao murmured. The car windows were fogging up right before our eyes. Forget her. Even I was shivering. It was 80 below zero outside, and inside the car the temperature had already plunged to at least 40 below in an instant. And it was going to keep dropping until it matched the outside, because by then, we'd all be frozen stiff, without a spark of warmth left in us. Normally that process wouldn't be fast. Even with my car's upgrades, we probably wouldn't last half an hour. Luckily, even though we'd headed out in skimpy summer clothes, each of us had brought a down jacket for when we got out to open the treasure chests. I glanced back at Mealy in the back seat. "Grab the down jackets. Put them on now." Mealy nodded quickly. She'd been dying to put hers on already. She was just afraid the rustling of fabric would draw the monsters, so she didn't dare move until I said something. But with the hail hammering down outside, no small sound was going to alert whatever was out there. Once we had our jackets on, we warmed up noticeably. I pulled out a few pieces of cold-resistant premium meat, along with some spirit rice and spirit spring water. Thank God I could grab things from the system's inventory, otherwise we'd never make it. "Here, eat something. It'll help with the cold." Okay, the sisters took the meat. At a moment like this, who cared about taste? Once the three of us ate, warmth started spreading through our bodies, and my shivering finally stopped. Thanks to our body heat, the temperature inside the car held steady at 40 below and stopped dropping. Well, dropped more slowly, anyway. But the fog wasn't lifting, and sooner or later we wouldn't be able to hold out. Mitao was still trembling. Her face flushed bright red as she looked at me. "Master, I need to take off my pants. They're too cold." I took a look. She was right. Wet pants in this weather would kill her. She was just a little shy about it. "Don't overthink it. Staying alive comes first. You don't need to be shy around me." Mitao nodded, gently peeled off her sweatpants, and curled up in the seat, burrowing into her down jacket. But even a down jacket couldn't cover her legs completely, and the wet lining was still pressed against her skin. After a moment, she suddenly looked up at me. "Master, are we going to make it back alive?" I nodded. "Yes, we're definitely going to make it back." I said it for her sake, but also for my own. Mitao gave a small laugh. "Master, whether we make it back or not, I don't want to die with regrets. And I'm so cold. I want to be close to you, to keep warm." Regrets? I understood immediately what she meant. And in this kind of extreme cold, huddling together for warmth was the best way to hold on to body heat anyway. She really couldn't take the cold anymore. Why would I hesitate? I unzipped my down jacket, exposing my chest. "Take it all off. We'll use the jacket like a blanket and hold each other for warmth." Mitao bit her lip, silent. But seeing me open my jacket and wait for her, she wasn't about to object. This was exactly what she'd been thinking. She was just embarrassed. I'd eaten attribute fruits, so my constitution was much stronger than theirs. Heat was practically radiating off me, an irresistible pull for her. Before long, Mitao slipped out of her clothes and pressed herself into my arms. I reached back and wrapped the down jacket tightly around us both, then reclined the seat flat. The moment our skin touched, she shivered. I was so hot, so warm. She was instantly enveloped in that overwhelming heat. Then she shifted slightly and slipped off the last of her clothes. I felt her softness against me, her scent filling my nose, along with a faint, subtle smell. Together, they made my breathing grow heavy. I really shouldn't have been thinking about that at a time like this, but given the situation, it was just too perfect. Holding her, I instinctively checked the jacket and realized it was a little short. Mi Tao's whole lower half was exposed. I quickly tugged it down. In no time, both our body temperatures were climbing fast. Mealy, sitting in the back seat, watched me and her sister with a red face, then whispered plaintively, I'm cold too. I felt a little awkward hearing that. I'd actually forgotten about her. I quickly turned around. Wrap Mi Tao's down jacket around your legs. Keep yours on up top and snuggle in with us. That way all three of us stay warm. Mealy nodded. Once she got settled, our heads pressed close together. It really was warmer that way, and it brought us closer, too. Only, Mi Tao didn't dare look at Mealy, and Mealy didn't dare look at Mi Tao. Because Mi Tao suddenly let out a stifled gasp, her whole body flushing like a boiled shrimp. Mealy trembled lightly, too. None of us dared make a sound. Only, beneath the cover of the pounding hail, a few faint, barely audible noises slipped out. Meanwhile, Li Manwen and the others had been waiting for a long, long time. The sky had gone dark. It was past 6. Outside, it was 80 below, and hail was slamming against the log cabin and windows like stones. Every impact felt like it was hitting Li Manwen right in the heart. Dinner hadn't been made yet at the cabin. The warm, cheerful atmosphere from before was completely gone. A few women sat in the living room in silence, unable to hide the worry on their faces. Finally, Li Manwen couldn't take it anymore. She'd figured it out a long time ago. She just hadn't dared to say it out loud. She was afraid that saying it would jinx Shen Lang, who was probably still safe. But now, with the evidence right in front of her, tears were already streaming down her face. Red-eyed, she looked at Shan. Tell me the truth. What happened to my husband? He hasn't sent any word for hours. There's no way this is some kind of opportunity or lucky break. He wouldn't risk staying out in the dark and the hail. He's a careful, responsible man. Shan, we're family. How much longer are you going to hide this from me? That day, when I was trapped in the fog and didn't make it back, things at home had already fallen apart. I only found out later that Chun had been under the most pressure. She'd been covering for me the whole time, but once it was past 6 and I still wasn't back, she couldn't hold it together anymore. She was so anxious she was in tears. Seeing how worked up Li Manwen was, Lindsay quickly took her hand to comfort her. Manwen, don't cry. It's not good for you. The boss is going to be fine. You need to take care of the baby. But Li Manwen sobbed. He hasn't sent a single message. How can I not think the worst? Lindsay sighed and turned to Shan. Shan, we all know you've been hiding something for the boss. The fact that you're crying means he's in danger. The fact that you haven't fallen apart means there's still hope. Stop hiding it. The more you hide, the more panicked Manwen gets. Just tell us, and we'll figure something out together. The other women all nodded. Lu Qinglan's eyes were red, too, and she couldn't help urging her. Shan, stop trying to tough it out. Sometimes stubbornness just makes things worse. That did it. Shan's last defense crumbled. Crying, she looked at Li Manwen. Miss Li, I'll tell you everything. Just please, don't worry too much. Li Manwen grabbed her arm. What exactly happened to my husband? He's coming back, right? Shan nodded quickly. He's fine, I promise. Actually, when I was heading back, he was getting ready to head back too. He just ran into some fog on the way and got held up. He didn't want you worrying yourself sick, not in your condition. So he asked me to keep it from you. As she spoke, she pulled out our chat logs and the live video I'd sent. Li Manwen stared without blinking, even though the messages were 3 hours old. After a long silence, she murmured, Fog. I don't know what's in there, but at least it means he's still safe, right? He's got the upgraded vehicle, he's got guards. He just got lost, that's all. He'll be back soon. Everyone rushed to agree, but they all knew it was wishful thinking. Fog in the frozen rainforest never just trapped you for the fun of it. God knows what monsters and dangers were lurking inside. They all understood, but nobody said a word. Saying it out loud would only make things worse. Then Li Manwen suddenly moved to stand up. We have to go find him. Everyone jumped. Zhang Yin quickly pressed her back down. Manwen, don't make things harder. You can't go out in this weather. If you want to put the boss at ease, you can't give him more to worry about. Fog is like a sandstorm or a typhoon. It moves, and it passes. He might be home in an hour. How about I go cook? You eat well, take care of yourself, and when he sees that when he gets back, he can relax. That struck a chord. Li Manwen nodded. Yinner's right. I can't keep making him worry. I have the baby to think about. Zhang Yin smiled and asked what she wanted to eat. Li Manwen said, bibimbap, potato stew, loofah soup, and garlic lobster. Zhang Yin smirked. Aren't those all the boss's favorites? Name something you like. Li Manwen's face was streaked with tears, but she gave a small smile. What he likes is what I like. Zhang Yin let it go. She'd just cook extra dishes. Once she left, the living room fell silent again. Nobody dared say the wrong thing in front of Li Manwen. The truth was, no matter how close Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu, Wen Xian, Li Lingshan, and Zhang Ning were to me, none of them were as close as Li Manwen. With me gone, they all instinctively looked to her as the anchor. After a while, Li Manwen asked again, "What do you think is in that fog?" Naturally, everyone put a positive spin on it. Li Lingshan smiled. "I bet it's just weather, blocking visibility and messing with your sense of direction. That's all." Lu Qinglan added, "Probably just some sand and gravel, and not even a big area." I checked the regional channel. Nobody's mentioned any fog. Li Manwen's eyes lit up. That did make sense. When Xian, who usually kept quiet, spoke up meekly. "Sister Manwen, maybe we're all worrying over nothing. The boss is probably just resting in the car, waiting for the fog to lift. And with Mi Tao and her sister looking after him, he might just be dozing off in some cozy little paradise." Li Manwen shot her a look. But honestly, the thought did calm her down a bit. The kicker? When Xian had nailed it. Right at that moment, I was holding Mi Tao, who'd long since gone limp as jelly, her bangs damp with sweat. I couldn't resist teasing her. "Look at you. You've got me practically freezing over." Mi Tao's face turned crimson. She didn't dare look at me, just gave me a light punch. Whose fault is that? Mealy was collapsed in the back seat, too wiped out to even speak. It took a while for the three of us to catch our breath. The heady scent lingered in the car for a long time. Outside, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. All you could hear was sand, gravel, and hail battering the car. I couldn't see a thing. I had to feel my way around. Earlier, I'd been too busy dodging monsters to bother with the headlights, and now I really didn't dare turn them on. I had to hand it to the Mi Tao twins. They'd actually made me forget about the monsters outside for a moment. That good. If word ever got out that I'd pulled a stunt like that in the fog, with silent hunter monsters right there, jaws would drop. But the hail worked as natural cover. Not only did the monsters not notice, the temperature inside the car had even climbed a little. But once the heat of the moment faded, the cold came roaring back, worse than before. I nudged Mi Tao. "You rested up? The temperature's dropping. If we keep this up, we're going to freeze to death." Mi Tao forced herself to answer. "I'm okay, honey. What do we do next?" Mealy was shivering hard in the back seat. She hadn't really participated, but she'd felt it all secondhand, and her body heat was gone too. I furrowed my brow. It was dark inside the car, dark outside, and every window was frosted over. I couldn't tell whether there were monsters out there. If I didn't clear the frost soon, even if the fog lifted, I wouldn't be able to drive off in time. Running into another nighttime monster in that state would be a disaster. Worse, if I didn't start the engine and get some heat going, we weren't going to last much longer. The temperature had dropped to 80 below out of nowhere, but the ground and the car had held on to some residual warmth at first. Given enough time, everything would drop to 80 below too. It was only going to get colder. Jingru was already at her limit. I pushed Mi Tao off me. She let out another muffled gasp as we separated with a soft pop. I draped her clothes over her. "Everyone stay quiet. I'm going to check outside." I raised the seat and gently scraped the driver's side window with my fingernail, opening up a thin sliver where the hail's reflection came through. That little bit of light wouldn't help most people, but I could just make out what was nearby. No monsters, fog still there, sand and hail still hammering nonstop. I scraped the windshield too, still no monsters. Then I had the Mi Tao twins scrape the other windows. Once I'd confirmed all clear, I let out a breath. "Here's my idea. I'm going to start the engine. It's too cold. We won't hold out much longer. The hail should cover the engine noise. All the noise you two made earlier got drowned out, didn't it?" The sisters were freezing. They had no reason to argue. They nodded. I added, "Once the engine kicks on, it might draw monsters in. But don't panic, don't make a sound. If it's a steady, continuous noise, they might just get used to it and back off. If they go for the car, I'll floor it and we run for it. Live or die, we take our chances." Truth was, I knew that last time we'd shut off the engine and dodge the monsters only because that bus had drawn their attention. Once I fired up the engine now, killing it to hide again would be nearly impossible. Once I made this call, there was only one way forward. The sisters nodded nervously. "Okay, honey, we'll follow your lead." I carved out another big viewing window in the windshield so I could see the road clearly when we made our escape. Then I tapped the push-button ignition. The engine coughed and grunted to life. It struggled, but caught on the first try. This snowmobile was seriously impressive, -80 degrees, and it still fired up on the first crank. Problem was, the noise was loud. There was no way to keep it quiet. Vroom, the RPMs shot straight up to 3,000. All three of us held our breath. 1 second, 2, 5, and somehow, no monsters came. We exchanged a glance, and I saw the excitement flash in Mi Tao's eyes. But right at that moment, bam, a monster leapt straight onto the hood. Even with the hail and grit pounding away, it couldn't drown out that sudden noise. The thing had caught it. Mi Tao nearly screamed, but managed to clamp her hand over her mouth just in time. I didn't move a muscle. Kept the headlights off. Just let the monster fumble around on the roof, confused. It didn't attack right away. Based on the sound alone, it figured whatever made the noise wasn't alive. But then a second one showed up. then a third. Within moments, a dozen or so monsters had swarmed around the car. We were completely surrounded. Everywhere I looked, monsters. My heart was pounding, but I didn't make a sound. Thankfully, the heat inside the car was starting to spread. I figured, just give me a little more time. Once the cabin warmed up, even if the engine cut out, we could hang on a while longer. The frost on the windshield started melting too, and visibility kept improving. What really got me excited was that the monsters still hadn't gone after the car. It was like they'd slowly accepted this weird, out-of-place noise. Just as I was thinking we might actually get through this the easy way, one of the monsters suddenly attacked. Thud! The engine let out a muffled groan. Then a second monster piled on, then a third, then a fourth, all going for the engine. To them, maybe it was just curious poking around. But to me, this was life or death. If the car got wrecked, forget the fog clearing. Even if it did, the cold that night would freeze us solid. Unless I could use a teleport scroll by then. But was I willing to bet on that? Hell no. I shot a glance at the Meetow sisters. Buckle up. We can't wait any longer. The second the words left my mouth, I threw it in reverse. The car roared and shot backward. The momentum flung several monsters clean off. In that instant, the monsters caught on. They'd been played. There were people inside. I flipped on the high beams, and the sight made my scalp prickle. One monster suddenly let out a low, buzzing tremor of a sound. Next thing I knew, I could hear monsters running from every direction, and the dozen or so already on us came charging like they'd gone rabid. Oh my god, Meetow couldn't help gasping. There was no point staying quiet anymore. All we could do now was run. I ripped into a reverse drift, slammed it into drive, and floored the gas. The car lunged forward like a wild animal, with a whole pack of monsters hot on our tail. Since I hadn't built up enough speed off the line, one monster slammed straight into the passenger side. Crunch. Ah, the car pitched sideways and nearly rolled. Luckily, my driving's decent. I countersteered and pulled it back, then floored it toward the cabin. The hail and gravel pounded the windshield harder and harder. Panic crept in, and I couldn't help praying. Windshield, please, hold together for me. My nerves were stretched to the limit. Visibility was garbage. I couldn't see more than 5 meters ahead. We were doing about 75 miles per hour, and anytime a tree popped out, I had maybe a tenth of a second to react. Any slower, and it'd be game over. Good thing my stats had been boosted by an attribute fruit. I could just barely handle it. What I hadn't expected was that the monsters were just as fast as the car. If the hail wasn't slowing them down, they'd probably be faster. Millie glanced back. The rear windshield was packed with monsters. The slipstream from the car had ripped a gap in the fog, and she saw all of it. She was shaking. Honey, there's so many monsters. What do we do if they catch up? I didn't answer. I was already running the math in my head. This wasn't going to work. Get lucky, and we punch through the fog and live. Get unlucky, and we either hit a tree or run out of gas. Either way, we're dead. All this flooring it and braking was burning fuel fastest. What we needed most right now was time. The longer we lasted, the better our odds. So suddenly I said, Meetow, you're taking the wheel. Slow's fine. I'll man the autocannon. Just follow my directions. There's an open stretch coming up soon. Once we're there, that might be our way out. I had the map from Spirit Dog burned into my head. I could pick the best route to drive blind. And I trusted Meetow. Once we hit open ground, she could floor it with her eyes closed for all I cared. Meetow panicked. What? Honey, you'd have to lean out to work the cannon. That's way too dangerous. What if? And the hail and gravel are brutal. You can't take that. Of course I knew. But I had a plan. Wrap a few down jackets tied around my head, leaving just my eyes exposed. Plus I'd be facing backward, so no hail smacking me in the eyes head on. Only thing to worry about was the back of my head. But the cannon has a shield plate that pops up when it deploys. Duck a little, and I'd be fine. I just said, I've got it handled. Mealy, wrap all 3 down jackets around my head. Just leave my eyes clear. Meetow, get ready to take over. Remember, slow is okay. I can use the weapon to slow the monsters down. Just don't roll the car. Meetow was scared out of her mind. But with our lives on the line, what else could she do? She just nodded over and over. Okay, got it. Mealy wrapped all the jackets around my head in a flash. As for whether they were cold, not at all. The heat in the car was blasting, and with the adrenaline surging, both of them were sweating. You ready? I'm letting go. Meetow nodded. Ready. The moment I let go, I stood up, hoisted the autocannon, and swung the barrel around. The car slowed noticeably once Meetow took over, but that didn't matter. The cannon was already roaring. Thud, 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 thud. Slow rate of fire, but massive stopping power. The monsters were packed tight. One burst could take out several and block the ones behind. Scree, scree. That was the monster's furious shriek, not the call to arms sound anymore. They were smart. Once I opened fire, they stopped bunching up and spread out. Now each burst only hit a few, and their speed actually picked up. Several times they caught the rear of the car, and each time I blasted them off at the last possible second. Mealy didn't dare breathe during that hair-raising scene. Luckily, my reflexes, stamina, and focus were all way above average, and for the next half hour, not a single monster came close to actually threatening the car. Of course, I didn't get off scot-free. One monster lunged at me from a blind spot and clawed the side of my face, ripped the flesh right open. If I hadn't dodged in time, I'd have lost my head. Those were 12-inch claws we're talking about. On top of that, there was the hail, each stone the size of a goose egg. Every hit had me wincing through gritted teeth. Just then, Mi Tao shouted, "Honey, no more trees up ahead. I'm not hitting any more trees." "Full speed ahead," I yelled back. "Push it as fast as it'll go." Mi Tao's reflexes were sharp, and the map in my head had just opened up into clear terrain. She floored the gas pedal, and the car roared as it lurched forward. My autocannon never let up. Bit by bit, the monsters started falling behind. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly Mi Tao's view opened up. She could actually see again, no more flying blind. She got it instantly and cried out in delight, "Honey, we made it out of the mist. We're out." I saw it too. The monsters behind us stopped in their tracks and slowly faded from view. I let out a long breath and slumped back in the seat, completely spent. Mi Tao didn't even bother with the car anymore. She just turned around and threw herself into my arms. "Honey, we made it. We really made it," sob. I chuckled and patted her back. "Shoo, don't cry. Focus on driving. Let's get back to the cabin first. The frozen rainforest isn't safe at night. We can't let our guard down. And if we run into something we really can't handle, at least now we can use a teleport scroll." Mi Tao finally relaxed. Okay. But when Mealy looked at me, her heart broke and tears spilled out. Because of the angle and lighting, Mi Tao hadn't noticed the wound on my face that was still bleeding. Mealy saw it clearly. I put a finger to my lips and shushed her. I didn't want Mi Tao knowing, afraid it'd throw off her driving. Mealy could only sob quietly. Then, from who knows where, she pulled out a soft, slightly damp white cloth and pressed it firmly against my face to stop the bleeding. Honestly, I'd already taken a medkit. An injury like this was nothing to me. It just needed a little time to close up. When we got back, Teacher Lee was going to worry again, wasn't she? The thought made me smile despite myself. Thank God, I was going to see Teacher Lee again. Meanwhile, on Lee Manwin's end, the food had been reheated and gone cold so many times she'd lost count. It was almost 10 o'clock, right when the frozen rainforest became most dangerous after lights out. She'd forced down a little food earlier, just barely holding it together. But with me still not back, she kept crying, kept throwing up. Her emotions were all over the place, and the morning sickness was hitting harder than ever. Lindsay had someone bring warm water while frantically trying to reassure her. "Manwin, deep breaths. Try to calm down, okay? The boss will be back any minute now. You promised, you can't let him worry about you." Lee Manwin pressed her lips together, glanced out the window, then asked through tears, "Dr. Lin, you're a doctor. Tell me honestly, how long can a person survive at 80 below?" Lindsay knew exactly what she meant. Instead of answering directly, she countered, "Manwin, that's not the same situation, come on. The boss has the car. You know how warm it is inside. Honestly, even if he spent the whole night out there, he'd be fine. I mean it." Lu Qinglan and the others nodded along, but Lee Manwin said nothing. She just stared blankly out the window, listening to the hail pound against the glass, imagining what I was going through in that hellish place with the mist and the monsters, wondering if she'd ever see me again. The more she thought about it, the more hopeless she felt. Her face went pale, and she looked like she was about to pass out. Right then, in the distance, a flickering, bouncing light appeared, one that kept growing steadier and brighter. Headlights. Lee Manwin's eyes flew open, and her whole spirit came rushing back. Honey's back." She shoved past everyone and bolted for the door. Lindsay, Lu Qinglan, and the rest saw the light too and rushed after her to the door, thrilled. But just as Lee Manwin was about to open it, In Chun, always the level-headed one, grabbed her arm and stopped her. I'd told her explicitly, keep Lee Manwin and the baby safe, no matter what. Lee Manwin turned to her, confused. In Chun said seriously, "Teacher Lee, we don't know for sure who's out there. Don't act rashly. If it's not the boss, opening that door means danger. And if it is the boss, a few more seconds won't hurt, right?" Everyone snapped back to their senses and nodded. Lee Manwin might not care about her own safety, but she wasn't about to gamble with anyone else's life. She stopped resisting and walked to the window to look outside. Soon enough, the car reached the wall. The gate opened. It pulled into the yard. Right up to the door, the people inside got out. Me and the Mi sisters. "It's Shenlang, it's Honey." At that moment, Lee Manwin finally lost it. Tears streamed down her face, but she wore a smile bigger than any I'd ever seen from her. She ran to the door, threw it open, and, hail and freezing cold be damned, launched herself straight at me. She slammed into my chest, and I held her tight. Sorry I made you worry. She couldn't get a single word out. She just buried her face against me, trembling, sobbing uncontrollably. I quickly threw my coat over her head and carried her inside. Once we were in, I set her down. We looked at each other, and I wiped the tears from her face. Don't cry. I'm home. Those words made everyone else's eyes sting. Lee Manwin nodded over and over, then noticed the wound on my face. Her hands shaking, she pulled the cloth away and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" I shook my head and smiled. "I'm fine. I already used a medkit." Only then did Manwin nod, relieved. But her expression darkened almost immediately, and she fixed her glare on the Me sisters. Who put a pair of panties on my husband's face? That was when it hit me. The cloth Mealy had used to stop my bleeding was, in fact, that. I couldn't help it. I shot her a nasty glare too. Seriously, what the hell were you thinking? The Me sisters had barely made it back to the cabin, hadn't even had a chance to bask in the safety and warmth, and already they were staring down Manwin's murderous aura. Mealy especially. She took a small, timid step forward. I panicked. I saw the boss bleeding and my brain just wasn't working. I'm sorry, Manwin. That did it. Everyone burst out laughing. Honestly, that little scene cut through all the tension in the room. Even In Chun laughed out loud. And I could tell, she was genuinely relieved. That weight off your shoulders kind of relief that words just can't do justice. In Chun quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Teacher Lee, Mealy meant well. Besides, what matters most is that the boss made it back. That's what we should be celebrating. How about we go whip up something good and have a late-night dinner together? What could Manwin say? Truth be told, she was secretly happy, even hungry by now. It's just that what happened earlier was too absurd, and after waiting so long and worrying so much, she needed somewhere to vent. So she shot Mealy a mock glare, looking angry but with laughter in her voice. If you pull a stunt like that again, I'm going to punish you. Okay, sis Manwin, I got it. But you were just worried about our husband. Tonight I'll reward you sisters with a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall each. Buddha jumps over the wall. Lu Qinglan and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance. It seemed the lady of the house had figured it out too. These twins and I had already been intimate for a while. With that, Manwin took my hand firmly. Honey, let me help you clean up so you can come down all fresh for dinner, okay? Of course I wouldn't refuse. Besides, I needed to check on her state while I was at it. Don't take this as fooling around. It was actually necessary. It would help her snap out of her worry faster. So Manwin and I headed upstairs. The Mitao sisters went into the first-floor bathroom, and the other women started cooking with smiles on their faces. In that moment, everyone understood. Without me, this cabin, no matter how warm or safe, would only leave them anxious. But now that I was back, the cold and hail outside just made the warmth inside feel that much sweeter. This was the happiness of having me. About half an hour later, we all gathered in the living room, where the dining table was piled with all my favorite dishes. I chuckled. Such a feast tonight. If I hadn't made it back, I would have missed all this. Manwin gave me a light slap. Don't jinx it. All right. Zhang Yin laughed. This is all thanks to Manwin. You have no idea how worried she was. You better make it up to her tonight. I nodded. Absolutely. But speaking of which, I need to fill you all in on what happened today. You should be prepared too. The more you know, the better. You never know when it might come in handy. Everyone nodded immediately. They'd only seen the fog from the live stream and knew nothing else. How could they not be curious about what I'd been through? I sent everyone the clips I'd managed to record, footage from inside the fog, the shapes of the monsters. Once they'd finished watching, I began. Remember this, the monsters in that fog hunt by sound. The escorts who were with me? They didn't make it back because gunfire drew too many of them in. So no matter who you are, if you ever run into this, you have to stay quiet. Silence is the best weapon against them. Got it. They all nodded. After seeing that footage, how could anyone not be shaken? So this was the kind of danger I'd been up against. I continued. Also, the fog blocks all signals, and teleport scrolls won't work either. If you do run into it, try teleporting first thing, but don't expect miracles. By the time you realize you're in the fog, chances are it's already too late to escape. Still, no harm in trying. They nodded again. So that's why I hadn't answered any of their messages. Now recovered, the Mitao sisters found their voices too, retelling their harrowing experience with plenty of dramatic flair. Lu Qinglan and the others gasped at all the right moments. Though, of course, this particular woman didn't say a word about what she did with me when she thought she was going to die. I ate and listened, smiling all the while. I had to admit, being alive felt damn good. Once they quieted down, I turned to In Chun. Today put a lot of pressure on you too, didn't it? Thanks for holding it down. The moment In Chun heard that, her eyes turned red. All the pressure and grievances she'd been holding in seemed to burst out with that one sentence. Honey, I'm sorry. I still made Teacher Lee worry. I didn't do a good enough job. I can't lie. Manwen was the first to press her lips together in a smile, followed by Lu Qinglan and the others. Lin Zi chimed in at the end. You did great. I smiled and nodded earnestly too, giving Yin Chun my full affirmation. Once everyone settled down again, I asked, by the way, on the regional channel, has anyone else run into something like this? Yin Chun shook her head. No. I checked specifically. Nobody's posted anything about fog. I narrowed my eyes, so it was only me? After thinking it over, I said, all right, Yin Chun, post about the fog on the channel under my name. Tell them to stay silent around the monsters, that teleport scrolls don't work, and that there's no signal. Get all of it out there so people can survive. Yin Chun didn't quite get it, but she didn't ask questions. Whatever I said, she'd do. The truth was, I wasn't doing this out of pure kindness. I was building goodwill. The regional merger was going to happen sooner or later, and I wanted to earn more resources and sell more cigarettes. So the more people alive, the better. Their survival benefited me and helped build my reputation. Besides, at this point, no one in this region could threaten me anymore, so shifting my strategy just made sense. The moment Yin Chun's message went out, the channel exploded. What? Fog monsters? Can't make any sound? Are you serious? Silent Hill is real now. Holy crap, even Boss Shen Lang ran into this stuff? I'd have died in there for sure. Thanks for the intel, boss. This could save lives. Thank you, boss. By the way, when are the cigarettes going on sale? We're dying over here. Yeah, boss, I'm freezing to death. If I could hear the hail outside and take a drag in -80 weather, I'd die a happy man. Reading through the messages, the corners of my mouth curled up. I already had a solid stock of cigarettes made. It was about time to start selling. Tomorrow I'd need to swing by the mines and pull some people out, especially anyone with management experience, to run the tobacco fields. The handful of slaves I had outside clearly wasn't going to cut it. Besides workers, I also needed to pick out some women who were good at caretaking, assign them as maids to Manwen, Lu Qinglan, and the others. That way, when it came time for confinement or childbirth, there'd be people to look after them. With that in mind, I immediately handed the task to Yin Chun and Zhang Yu, telling them to scout for candidates and put out the notice. Predictably, the moment the recruitment message dropped, those players lost their minds. Boss Lang, pick me. I used to be a lactation consultant. Yo upstairs, are you a guy or a girl? If you're a dude, pray Boss Lang doesn't track you down. If you're a girl, bring proof so he doesn't get the wrong idea. Let me introduce myself. Licensed childcare specialist, female. Boss Lang, look at me. I'm a girl. I swear I'm really a girl. Boss Lang, I've been watching palace dramas since I was a kid. Nobody does maid better than me. Give me a shot. I didn't pay much attention to the madness. I was already busy prepping construction for the new stuff I'd unlocked today. Exorcism towers, laser towers, even grenade launchers. Defensive structures, the more, the better. Because if that fog ever did roll up to the cabin one day, that exorcism tower especially, just looking at it made me uneasy, like something bad was going to happen tonight. Was I imagining it? I couldn't verify a hunch like that, so I just pushed the anxiety down and stayed cautious. First things first, build the damn thing. Besides weapons, I'd also gathered blueprints for a whole set of recreation and workout rooms, gym, home theater, fencing hall, piano room, including a dedicated playroom. Every toy, every outfit you could imagine. One glance was enough to make your face burn. But hey, I liked it. The layout was simple. Entertainment stuff went in the basement, pool room, theater, all of that. Workout rooms went on the 3rd floor, since exercise needs fresh air, which meant the cabin was getting cramped again. But that was fine. I was about to upgrade it. I couldn't add more floors, but I could expand the square footage. That was the perk of fusing with Manwen's cabin. Every woman I fused with added another 100 square meters of interior space. Once I finished fusing with this whole group of girls, I'd have at least 1,000 extra square meters. The one thing I still needed were the tier-up blueprints for all these different buildings. Most of the entertainment and workout rooms were still level 1. Once they matched the cabin's level, upgrades would be instant. Otherwise, the higher the level, the longer the wait. But that could wait. Right now, the priority was building the defensive structures and leveling them up. In my head, I laid out the laser towers, mortars, and exorcism tower in a crossfire pattern, then went on an upgrade spree once they were placed. Thinking it over, because of that gnawing unease, I moved the exorcism tower from the front gate straight onto the cabin's roof. That way its range would fully cover the entire cabin, not just guard the wall gate. Whether for me or for other players, this whole demons and ghosts thing was hands down the scariest category. Who knew what kind of demon would show up? Better to lock down the cabin. Once everything was set, I munched on stat fruits and waited for the upgrades to finish. Then, out of nowhere, the exorcism tower's upgrade just stopped. That had never happened before, an automatic halt. Not only had it stopped, it was giving off a faint glow. Just as I was puzzling over it and about to check the notification, Fong Li's voice drifted over. Jiang Ning, are you guys done washing up? I'm heading into the bathroom now. Jiang Ning walked toward me, toweling off her hair. Sure, go ahead. Then she snuggled right into my arms. Hubby, I'm so lucky to have you. I frowned and instinctively rested my hand on her chest. This woman might have been a bit of a snake, but damn if she wasn't sweet. Especially after getting close to Li Lingshan. The two of them were basically competing over who could play the obedient little pet better. But I didn't have time for her right now. With her interrupting me, I immediately turned back to check the exorcism tower notification. Threat detected. Upgrade paused. Defending. Threat? Was some demon about to attack my cabin? Was this the content of tonight's rainforest stage? But I had no idea when the threat would hit. Hell, I still hadn't figured out what kind of demon this exorcism tower was even supposed to exorcise. Monster-type demons? Night fiends? Or actual ghosts, like the kind I was picturing? Either way, I patted Jiang Ning's back right away. Ning, go warn everyone. Something dangerous might be coming. Tell them all to stay alert. Jiang Ning arched an eyebrow and nodded, but her tone was flippant. Hubby, you're about to hit level 7 on the cabin. What kind of danger could possibly threaten us? If you ask me, the biggest danger around here is coming from you. She glanced down with a teasing smile as she said it. My face darkened. I gave her soft, pale but a smack. Take this seriously. This is the frozen rainforest, not your bedroom. If you don't stay on guard, you'll get yourself killed. Don't forget what a mess you were when you first showed up. Got it. Seeing I was serious, Jiang Ning pouted and rubbed her butt. Okay. Ow, that really hurt. That slap on Jiang Ning finally did the trick. She scrambled upstairs and downstairs, notifying everyone one by one. But in her rush, she missed one person, or rather, one place, the bathroom. At that moment, Fong Li was in the bathroom, shaking her head helplessly and muttering about how none of these women bothered to put away their underwear. White ones, yellow ones, black ones, a whole colorful assortment. What she didn't know was that this was actually the housekeeper Zhang Yan's job. I'd given Zhang Yan a special assignment. Use the secretions to monitor Li Lingshan and the others' health, working in coordination with Dr. Lin Zi, mainly to check whether any of them were pregnant. Fong Li didn't care about any of that. She'd been working with tobacco all day and hadn't showered yet. In all her days in the frozen rainforest, she'd never dreamed she'd get to soak in a bathtub. Unfortunately, she was on her period, so a real soak would have to wait. But even a quick shower felt like heaven. So she hummed a tune as she adjusted the water temperature, quickly stripping down. Her body was seriously stunning. Her fair, smooth skin practically made the window reflect light. The only marks were a few red imprints across her chest, courtesy of me. Once the water hit a comfortable 40 degrees Celsius, she stepped under the shower head, closed her eyes, and started shampooing her hair. The whole world seemed to go quiet. But what she didn't realize was that the moment she closed her eyes, the bathroom light flickered dim for a split second. Then came a faint scraping sound against the glass, drowned out by the sound of her washing her hair. The steam on the window glass began to dissipate in a strange, patterned way, and without her noticing, it all turned blood red. By the time she finished rinsing, a horrific ghost's face had appeared on the glass, mouth split into a grin, water droplets condensing and running down like dripping blood. Fong Li was still humming, head down, wiping off body wash, completely oblivious. But as she kept washing, something finally struck her as off. It was too quiet. Quiet like she was the only person left in the entire world. My cabin had good soundproofing, sure, but not that good. The instant that thought hit her, all the white steam in front of her turned blood red. Her body jolted, and her gaze slowly drifted forward. The water flowing past her feet was red. She looked up, the bathtub. The tub was full of water, but she swore she hadn't filled it, and it wasn't water inside. It was blood. Her breathing turned ragged, her whole body shaking, but she still hadn't screamed. That's how human curiosity works, instinctively. She wanted to see what the hell was happening. But when her eyes landed on the glass, it was the head of an old woman, her face practically peeled off, smiling right at her. And the moment it realized she was looking, that thing moved. A shrill, throat-cracking scream tore out of the bathroom. An instant later, the exorcism tower flared to life and shot out a beam of light. I froze for a second. The exorcism tower activated? Something happened to Fong Li? No time to think. I bolted for the bathroom. The other women had heard it too. That scream was piercing, cracked with pure terror. Everyone upstairs and down came running. I got there first and shoved the door, wouldn't budge. That made no sense. This was my own cabin. The girls never locked the bathroom, and even if they did, I could always open it no problem. Fong Li, you okay? No response. By then Li Manwen and the others had caught up. The exorcism tower was still firing off beams of light, and I could actually hear something inhuman shrieking inside. Honey, what's going on? Li Manwen asked. I shook my head. No more hesitation. I pulled out my Desert Eagle, ready to blast the door open. Then I remembered Fong Li was in there, so I holstered it and drove my heel into the door instead. Maybe it was the exorcism tower, or maybe just because it was my cabin, but the door flew open with almost no resistance. But the scene inside stopped me dead in my tracks, and Lee Manwin and the others let out a chorus of screams. The water pooled on the bathroom floor had turned blood red, and Fong Li was lying in the middle of it, motionless. Even worse, there was an old woman's face at the window, wrapped in the exorcism tower's beam, writhing in agony. But instead of disappearing, she was materializing a bloody hand out of the water on the floor, clutching Fong Li's hair, clearly trying to drag her over. That's when it hit me. The exorcism tower wasn't for regular ghosts. It was built for evil spirits that could take physical form and try to possess people. A regular ghost would have bailed the second a crowd showed up. It wouldn't be this vicious. No time to overthink it. I charged in to grab her. But the second I stepped into the bathroom, the thing let out a horrific scream and yanked its bloody hand back, like it had slammed into a wall of pure yang energy. Which made sense. Bathrooms are already heavy with yin energy, and this second-floor master bath? I hadn't set foot in it since it was built. It was all Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning's territory. The yin in there was off the charts. My yang energy wasn't actually that overwhelming. It just happened to click perfectly with the exorcism tower. Then the tower unleashed another blast, and the ghost had nowhere to run. All that viciousness before had been a desperate last stand. Now all it could do was scream, until it dissolved into wisps of white smoke and vanished through the window. Truth is, it never actually made it inside my cabin. The moment the ghost was gone, that freezing, terrifying atmosphere disappeared instantly. I crouched down and scooped Fong Li up, patting her cheek gently. Hey, wake up. Fong Li, you okay? Her eyes fluttered open. The second she saw me, the memories came rushing back and she started shaking all over. Once she confirmed it was really me, she just burst into tears. Wah, Shenlang, I was so scared. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. I patted her back. Okay, it's over. The ghost is dead. You're safe. It's all right. She was still trembling, sobbing uncontrollably, clearly shaken to the core. Li Lingshan was staring at the bloody water on the floor and couldn't help asking Jiang Ning. Ning, people say you can get so scared you pee yourself. How'd she get scared into bleeding? Is she some kind of blood-sweating horse? Jiang Ning had been genuinely freaked out, but she almost cracked up. She knew what was really going on. She smacked Li Lingshan on the arm. What are you even saying? She's on her period. Huh? I waited for Fong Li to calm down, then used the shower to rinse her off. No way she was going to do it herself in this state. After drying her off, I carried her to the couch. Lingshan, grab a set of clothes. On it, while Li Lingshan ran off, an unusual notification popped up. Congratulations, player. You've successfully killed a level 6 evil spirit. Reward, 6,000 ghost coins. Ghost coins cannot be used in the frozen rainforest. They're items for an extension mini-dungeon and will be extremely useful. Do not overlook them. Ghost coins. I'd seen mini-dungeons before, but what the hell were ghost coins? Was I supposed to enter some kind of ghost dungeon too? No time to dwell on that. My attention was all on the level 6 evil spirit. The very first ghost that shows up is already level 6? Was ghost level based on cabin level? No wonder the level 1 exorcism tower had been struggling for so long. It needed me to step in personally. Frozen rainforest. Oh, frozen rainforest. This difficulty curve is getting more ridiculous by the minute. I was still lost in thought when Li Lingshan came running back with the clothes. Honey, here you go. A thong. I shot her a look. This woman had nerves of steel. At a time like this, she was still messing around, and Fong Li was on her period, no less. Then again, for Li Lingshan, this was probably the thrill of her life. She was the sheltered good girl type, and nothing bored her more than a normal, quiet day. Plus, with me around, she genuinely wasn't scared. Fong Li had snapped out of it, and her face flushed a little. Thankfully, I was the only guy in the room, and the one guy she couldn't avoid anyway, so she didn't put up any resistance. She let me help her get dressed. Better than sitting there naked. Mostly, though, the fear hadn't worn off, and she wasn't about to leave my side. Li Manwin brought her a pad too. Just then, a server-wide announcement went off. Emergency alert. Because a player discovered the exorcism tower early, content originally scheduled for the end-of-month update has bugged out, and the demons have arrived ahead of schedule. Please don't panic. Ghosts at their initial level won't cause serious harm to players. As long as you keep your cool and stay brave, you can ride this out safely. Ghosts only appear during the deep night, 10 p.m. to 3 a.m. After 6 a.m. tomorrow, treasure chests containing anti-ghost items will be dropped into the rainforest. Hold on through the night. Current time, 10 p.m. Temperature, minus 80 degrees Celsius. Weather, extreme hailstorm. Deaths today, 386,495. Survival rate, 72%. No other monsters will spawn tonight. The moment that notification dropped, the players completely lost it. The regional chat exploded with rage. What the hell? Ghosts. We haven't even prepped, and they're already here. Shouldn't they let us gather supplies during the day first? Didn't you read? It's a bug. Bug my ass. I just want to know which SOB triggered the exorcism tower early. Seeing that, In-chun and I exchanged a glance. Mine said, wasn't that you? Hers said, I gave it to you, so that's on you. Fong Li shivered in my arms again. So that really was a ghost. That old woman's face was seared into her mind. I frowned and asked her, what exactly happened? How'd you run into that thing? I needed to know the details before I could figure out how to handle this. Fong Li was trembling even harder as she recalled it. I don't even know. Everything was fine at first. I was washing my hair with my eyes closed, and then out of nowhere, that thing just appeared. Washing her hair wasn't the key, it was the closed eyes. I immediately zeroed in on it. So you're saying, closing your eyes might let it slip in? Then what about when we sleep at night? The moment I said that, every woman around me lost her cool. Lu Qinglan pleaded, honey, don't scare me. When Xian nodded too. Yeah, and our cabins are pretty far apart. Looking at the group of frightened faces, I smiled reassuringly. Relax, I've got the exorcism tower right here. Even if you run into one, it can't hurt you. Take Fong Li. She got scared out of her wits, but not a scratch on her, right? That did put everyone at ease. I continued, if you're really that scared, we can all just hang out in the living room tonight and crash on the couch when we get tired. That way we can look out for each other. Li Manwen and the others nodded right away. Sounds good. It's warmer and safer together. Once that was settled, I thought for a moment and turned to Jiang Ning. When I told you to let everyone know, did you skip over Fong Li? Jiang Ning's face fell in a panic. I'm sorry, master. I was going to wait until she finished her shower. I waved it off. I'm not blaming you. I'm trying to figure out the pattern with these ghosts. Then I asked the others. Besides Fong Li, did anyone else get their period? Li Manwen, Lu Qinglan, Wen Xian, Zhang Yu, the Mitao sisters, Li Lingshan, and Jiang Ning had all eaten pomegranate seeds, so it'd probably be about a year before theirs came. Take Fong Li out of the picture, and that left only Zhang Yin and Lin Zi. Zhang Yin shook her head first. Mine's still half a month away. Lin Zi blushed. Mine just ended a few days ago. I nodded and looked at Li Manwen and the others. When Jiang Ning came to tell you, some of you were alone at the time, right? Li Manwen, Wen Xian, and a few others nodded immediately. That gave me a clearer picture. So being alone isn't necessarily what attracts the ghost. It's probably because Fong Li was on her period. Strong yin energy makes her more attractive to these things. Combine that with a place like the bathroom, and the two factors stacked up, so the ghost went after her. I decided to sum it up. Closed eyes, being on your period, and in-heavy places like the bathroom. These all affect which ghost picks whom. My reasoning made sense, but the moment I said it, the women started eyeing the bathroom like it was a tiger's den. Nobody dared go anywhere near it. Lin Zi was the first to speak up. Oh my god, I don't dare go to the bathroom now. But suddenly I really can't hold it in. Fong Li flat out started crying. Then what am I supposed to do? What if more ghosts come after me? I smiled and reassured her. Didn't I say? I've got the exorcism tower, and it's constantly leveling up. It'll hit level 6 tonight. If that old woman shows up again, it'll wipe her out in a flash. No need to worry. Besides, we're all right here with you. As for Dr. Lin and the rest of you, from now on, go to the bathroom in pairs. That way it's completely safe. That visibly took a load off their shoulders. Lin Zi immediately shot pleading looks around the room, and Li Manwen smiled. I'll go with you. Thanks, Sis Manwen. But now I had a different concern. I just wonder how everyone else is doing, and other places too. Especially my quarry, they've got night shifts. What if the ghosts go and mess things up there? I didn't care about anything else. Dead workers didn't bother me either. What I was afraid of was anything that would hurt my stone output. That quarry was my cash cow. Leveling up the cabins depended entirely on it. If my workers got wiped out, that'd be a real problem. With that thought, I stood up. Tomorrow after 10, we'll all head over to the quarry. First, to recruit some workers for the cigarette rolling. Second, to see how things are going. And third, to give you all a change of scenery. Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning were the happiest to hear it. I waited for Li Manwen and Lin Zi to come back before continuing. Ms. Li, you and a few others should sit this one out. Take Zhang Yu and Qing Lan and go through the applications for the maid positions here at home. We'll pick together when I get back. And Yin Chun, keep looking for treasure chests tomorrow. Try to find as many defensive structures like the exorcism tower as you can. My quarry probably needs one installed, and the more we have here the better. Stay safe. Li Manwen, Zhang Yu, and Yin Chun all nodded together. Got it. I smiled to lighten the mood. All right, don't look so serious. Since we're all together tonight, Let's have some fun until my exorcism tower finishes upgrading to level 6. Then we'll sleep. Lingshan, go grab everyone a can of milk to calm their nerves, and bring a deck of cards while you're at it. We're playing cards. I'll be the dealer, 3 players at a time, and the stakes are lose a hand, lose a piece of clothing. Once you're out of clothes, you're out of the game, and the next person taps in. The second I said it, the shy ones flushed on the spot. In Chun, Zhang Yan, and Lin Ziyi had never done anything like this in front of me. But Li Lingshan was the most excited. This was exactly the moment for her to show off. Yes. Just wait. I'll be right back. Let me go first. The moment Lingshan left, Jiang Ning couldn't help asking, Honey, what if you lose? Then the winner gets to make one request. Deal. The words had barely left my mouth when Jiang Ning was the first to bolt back to her room. She wanted to layer up so she'd have more cards to play. The other women caught on and hurried off too, hips swaying as they ran. Lin Zi and a couple of others looked like they wanted to bundle up in 3 layers. But while things were getting lively on my end, other players weren't having such a good time. They had no lights, no exorcism towers to protect them. Fear had already crept into most of their hearts. Meanwhile, in a level 3 cabin, Su Yuan, also on the leaderboard, had her own ace in the hole. On her very first day, she discovered a water source that produced 100 liters of drinking water a day. Thanks to that cheat code perk, she never ran short on supplies, could bathe, upgrade her cabin, and ordinary monsters couldn't touch her. She'd even managed to dodge Li Hu, Zhang Yi, and other player hunters. As for the cold, she'd long since gotten hold of thick quilts, a stove, and cold-resistant food. She thought she'd get to enjoy life in peace. Who would have guessed the frozen rainforest would spawn ghosts? Ever since she was little, she'd been terrified of that intangible, supernatural stuff. Yet she couldn't stop watching horror movies. The bigger the coward, the more they love them. Their fear threshold is so low that even the slightest image is enough of a thrill. Well, now she was paying for it. The moment the lights went out, Su Yuan curled up under the covers, trembling. Her mind was flooded with every horror scene she'd ever seen. She could even fill in plot details she'd long since forgotten. But she'd forgotten one thing. In those movies, did a bloody pad ward off evil spirits or attract them? The reason she was even thinking about it was that she'd just gotten her period too. That alone was enough to drive her half crazy. Don't come for me. I'm not scared of anything. Don't come for me. Her panicked voice sounded especially eerie coming from under the blanket. She caught herself and clamped her mouth shut, just shivering under the covers. If I can just fall asleep, it'll be fine. Once I'm asleep, it'll be morning. Tomorrow I'll look for a treasure chest, and if I can't find one, I can buy one. Then I won't have to be afraid anymore. The self-comforting calmed her down a little. But right then, she suddenly felt something tickling her calf, like something was touching her. Su Yuan shot up like a spring. What was that? But there was nothing there. She couldn't see a thing. It was 80 below zero outside, yet she'd broken out in a cold sweat. For someone as timid as her, once she felt like she'd been touched but couldn't find the cause, she absolutely had to recreate the scene and figure out where that tickle came from. Otherwise, there was no way she'd be able to sleep. So she lay back down, carefully restoring exactly how the blanket had been draped, exactly how she'd been positioned, and then gently moved her calf under the covers, searching for that tickling sensation. At first, there was nothing, but just as she was about to give up, there it was. The tickle came back. She stopped, and the feeling vanished. She moved again, and there it was again. Her heart was pounding. But to get to the bottom of this, she had to work up the nerve to reach down. Under the blanket, she slowly bent forward and stretched out her hand, getting closer and closer to her calf. She could feel that thing was still there. The next moment, she touched it. No warmth, no real texture like. She forced down the tingling on her scalp and pinched, then rubbed with her fingers. Su Yuan burst out laughing, completely relieved. It was just my own clothes. I knew it. There's no such thing as ghosts. Maybe the rainforest is deliberately testing players. Mental toughness is a survival skill too. I can't let myself get spooked over nothing. That's what she said, but she still immediately stripped off her pajama top and pants, tossed them onto the blanket, and kept on nothing but a milk green lingerie set. It was a little cold, sure, but bearable. The main thing was, now clothes couldn't scare her again. She took a deep breath and settled in to get some real sleep. She had no idea how much time had passed when, half asleep, she felt that tickling on her calf again. She mumbled, Didn't I take all my clothes off? How? Mid-sentence, her eyes snapped wide open in the darkness. She could feel it. Her calves and feet were freezing cold, clearly sticking out from under the blanket. And this tickle wasn't like the clothes from before. The clothes only tickled when she moved. This time she hadn't moved at all. Something was sliding across her skin. The instant that thought crossed her mind, goosebumps erupted all over her body. Her brain immediately started conjuring images of what could be crouched at the foot of her bed, She'd watched way too many horror movies. This time, she didn't jump up. She just froze, completely dumbstruck. Because she heard a voice. Found me, baby. You smell so good. One breath. Two. Three. Ah! A blood-curdling scream exploded through the cabin. Su Yuan's voice literally cracked, and the smell under the blanket was no longer sweet. A foul stench spread out instead. Her sphincter had failed. Su Yuan's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, but it wasn't over yet. A low murmur came from the foot of the bed. Damn it, you killed the mood. You deserve to die, my stinky little baby. Actually, it's better this way. You'll be a lot cleaner to eat later. Su Yuan finally snapped out of it. A powerful survival instinct kicked in. She yanked her legs up and shot upright, ignoring the mess under her. Her voice was hoarse. Get out. What the hell are you? Don't kill me, don't kill me. In her panic, she snatched up the pants she'd taken off and started wildly beating and swinging at the foot of the bed. In that moment, she'd completely forgotten she even had actual weapons. Or maybe, in her mind, ordinary weapons were useless against ghosts anyway. But after all that thrashing, she'd only been hitting empty air. It was like the thing had never been there at all. Nothing. Su Yuan slowly composed herself, trembling as she leaned toward the foot of the bed. She didn't dare check with her hands slowly. She only dared swipe through quickly to feel around. She searched for a long time and found nothing. Could it all have been a hallucination? Her long black hair was completely soaked with sweat. That brief release of tension after such a scare left her sitting on the bed, gasping for air. Then suddenly, she stopped breathing. Wait. In the movies, ghosts love to hide under the bed. She swallowed hard. Her body moved toward the edge of the bed on its own. To get a better look, she leaned down bit by bit, closer and closer, until she found herself face to face with the thing underneath. Stinky baby, you found me. Haha, come on down and keep me company. Ah! The scream cut off abruptly. Su Yuan was yanked down by a tremendous force. Her head slammed into the floor, and her neck snapped on the spot. A gorgeous body, just like that, gone. In her final moment, only one question lingered in her mind. Weren't the ghosts supposed to only scare players, not really hurt them? But what she didn't know was that her cabin had already reached level 3, and the ghost had leveled up to 3 as well, barely qualifying as a malevolent spirit. It was long past the tier the rainforest had originally warned about. Meanwhile, hail pounded against the wooden cabin, and faint chewing sounds drifted from inside. Just then, the group chat exploded because of a single message. Guys, did you notice? Su Yuan just disappeared from the leaderboard. Holy shit, you're right. Did something happen to her? Even a level 3 cabin can't hold off a ghost. Stop, I'm freaking out. Does anyone know how to deal with ghosts? That stuff's intangible. Who could possibly have a way? Hee, this humble Taoist happens to know how to draw talismans. Might be able to handle one or two. Huh. The moment that message dropped, a swarm of players zeroed in on it. Right, there are Taoist priests in this world. Maybe there really was a way. Master, may I trouble you for a talisman? 10 units of wood per talisman, non-negotiable. Of course, if you're a female player, and a pretty one, this humble Taoist would be willing to make a personal visit to your cabin. A little yin-yang harmonization would be just the thing to handle those ghosts. You son of a bitch, you're a dark-skinned pervert running a scam. Since when do real Taoists talk like that? That was obviously a male player cursing him out, but plenty of clueless female players, terrified out of their minds, couldn't help but consider it. Sure enough, quite a few women actually reached out to this Taoist master. I saw the whole exchange, of course. I didn't care about what this Taoist was pulling, at least not right now. I couldn't manage other people's problems anyway. But Su Yuan's death made me even more worried about my own mind. I could only hope my people could hold on. Li Lingshan, who was still dancing after losing everything, looked over at me and asked, Hubby, did Su Yuan really die? Are those ghosts really that strong? I glanced at her. Her cabin was level 3, so the ghost was stronger too. Without any defense, of course she died. But that's not our problem. What about you? You lost the shirt off your back, and now you're trying to use this as an excuse to duck out of dancing. Keep going. Once you're done, next player's up. Oh, Li Lingshan answered shyly and started dancing again, going la la la. And when she hit the da-da-da part, she was flailing every which way, everyone doing their own thing. Even I couldn't help staring, wide-eyed. Damn, she was fierce. The other women had all kinds of reactions, some shy, some smiling, some visibly nervous. Lin Zi, for instance, because she was up next. I glanced around. Hardly anyone still had clothes on. She couldn't bring herself to refuse, not wanting to kill the mood. Truth is, I'd never planned on having her join in, but since she sat herself down, I figured I'd just play dumb. As for the card game, well, my skills suck. I lost a lot, which meant granting requests, right? Out here in this frozen rainforest, whatever they wanted to do, there wasn't much I couldn't deliver. Their requests, of course, ran the whole bizarre gamut. I'll spare you the details. Half an hour in, Lin Ziyi was dazed too, cleaned out just the same. She shot me a bashful look, then quickly clutched her lower belly and slipped away from the table, done playing. Next came Yin Shun, Fong Li, Zhang Yan. By the time Zhang Yan set aside her modesty and joined the sea of bare skin, it was just past 3 in the morning, and my exorcism tower had successfully leveled up to level 6. Ghosts. Bring him on. I swept my gaze across the room. All right, we're completely safe now, and you're all cleaned out. Get some rest. Tomorrow, everyone's up by 10. After lunch, we head to the mine. Li Manwen and the others nodded in agreement and went to reclaim their scattered piles of colorful clothes. I'd spent the whole night surrounded by beautiful bodies, but there was no way I could hold that fire in. Lin Zi's fair, delicate looks got me the most worked up, but she's a doctor. Our arrangement is built on mutual need, so I can't be too direct. Better to let it simmer than push her before she's ready. In Shun, I wasn't prepared for her yet. Fong Li, not a good time. Zhang Yan, though, that voluptuous housewife, made me raise an eyebrow. With everyone's cabins nearly moved over now, the only ones left were Zhang Yan, Fong Li, Lin Ziyi, and Yin Shun. Zhang Yan's time had come. She caught my look, of course. Her face flushed, and she instinctively glanced at Li Manwen. Li Manwen nodded, giving her tacit approval. They were best friends after all, and after living together this long, it was time to take things further. Soon the living room emptied out. Zhang Yan followed me upstairs to the master bedroom. It wasn't her first time here, but all she could think about were the marks Li Manwen had left on the glass that time. So when I looked over at her, she spoke up. Shen Lang, I want the same glass treatment Manwen got. I swallowed hard. Teacher Zhang Yan, you're pretty naughty yourself. The night flew by. We slept in past 10. Zhang Yan, worn out from the whole ordeal, slowly stirred awake. Husband, I'll go make breakfast. I laughed and pulled her back. Don't. Teacher Li knows you're exhausted. She took Qinglan and the others to handle it this morning. Sleep a bit more. I'll have someone wake you later. Zhang Yan pursed her lips and nodded shyly. She really hadn't expected me to be so wild. And worse, that after all that, I'd actually asked her why she liked watching that kinky stuff. She could have died of embarrassment. She felt both mortified and annoyed at Li Manwen, that so-called best friend of hers, blabbing everything. Thinking about it, she drifted back to sleep. Sleeping so soundly wasn't just from exhaustion. It was because she finally felt safe, satisfied. Ever since she'd arrived, her biggest fear was that one day I'd send her away. Not anymore. She was my woman now, too. I headed downstairs, washed up, and had breakfast, or should I say lunch. I wiped my mouth. Teacher Li, today I'm taking Fong Li, Ling Shan, and Ningning out. Everyone else stays home. I'll leave Teacher Zhang Yan in your care. Li Manwen smiled. Don't worry, husband. I've even got Buddha jumps over the wall ready for her. Now we're just missing Dr. Lin. She left the sentence hanging and shot Lin Ziyi a look, turning her red on the spot. What did she mean? Just missing her? Weren't Yin Shun and Fong Li still on the list? But Lin Ziyi couldn't get the words out. Was she actually resistant? Obviously not. Outside of what I offered, who else could give her the life she had now? And after bonding with Li Manwen and the others for so long, sisterhood ran deep. She couldn't bear to leave. I smiled but didn't respond. No need to make Dr. Lin more uncomfortable. I turned to Yin Shun and changed the subject. Yin Shun, your job today is the toughest and most crucial. But remember, nothing matters more than your safety. Take the Mitao sisters and the spirit dog. Don't run off looking for treasure chests. Stick with the dog. That mutt's got a real knack for avoiding danger. It's been through the fog once, so it'll probably steer clear this time. Then I looked at the Mitao sisters. You two have dealt with the fog before too. You've got experience. If anything goes down, having you around makes things safer. The sisters nodded. Got it. But Yin Chun smiled. Don't worry, husband. That fog's after you. It won't come near us. It's you who needs to be careful. I thought about it. She had a point. Still, the mine was only 10 kilometers out. Real close. All right, we each take a team. Let's move. Let's go. I arranged 2 escort teams as well, one taking the bus with Yin Chun, the other rolling with me. Before heading out, I had Fong Li grab around 2,000 cigarettes. First, so the miners could sample them and give feedback for improvements. Second, so every player could see clearly. Work hard for Shen Lang, and you'll never run short on supplies. Li Manwen and the others stayed home to start recruiting mates. Meanwhile, for the other players, the 80 below cold snap and hailstorm hadn't let up. There was no getting out the door. Only me and my employees had vehicles to shuttle us around and gather supplies. So the chance to work for me? People were green with envy. Soon I pulled up to the mine entrance in the Mercedes. Head steward Wang Yin had gotten word early. The moment I stepped out, he led every miner and guard forward to greet me. Welcome, boss. Welcome, boss. With Wang Yin setting the tone, The rest had long since been whipped into line. This eunuch head steward, they were terrified of him. Men without balls are truly ruthless. I nodded and stepped forward, Du Kang's guard team at my back. When the miners caught sight of Li Lingshan and the others, their eyes lit up. Beauties, absolute stunners. But they didn't dare stare, let alone entertain any thoughts. All they could do was envy from afar. Otherwise, the terror of the recruitment order could drop them dead on the spot. It had been a while since I'd seen Wang Yan. The guy had actually slimmed down. I clapped him on the shoulder. Good work. Everything okay at the mine last night? He nearly teared up with emotion. Reporting to the boss. The moment I got the alert about the frozen rainforest, I rushed back from the cabin to guard the mine against any ghost trouble. Luckily, maybe the yang energy's strong here. Aside from a few unexplained cave-ins that killed some men, we didn't have any major incidents. What he wouldn't say was that he'd come back because he'd lost his spirit root and was too scared to stay alone in the cabin. He never expected I'd show up unannounced. Now he could spin it as taking credit. Didn't matter to me, as long as he did his job. A little scheming was understandable. What I wanted was loyalty and absolute obedience, and Wang Yin delivered on both. I nodded. Not bad. Keep it up. It won't be long before I reassign you to something bigger. Also, make sure the death benefits get paid out to the wives and friends the deceased miners designated. A promotion? Already? Wang Yin lit up instantly. Yes, boss. Consider it done. The miners lit up too. The boss actually pays out death benefits. I ignored Wang Yin and turned to the crowd. You've all been working hard. Stick with me, Shen Lang, and I promise I won't shortchange you. I didn't just come here today to check on safety. I've got a few announcements to make. 1. I'm opening a cigarette factory. I'll be pulling the most conscientious workers from among you to fill the management positions. 2. For rank-and-file positions at the factory, your relatives and friends get priority hiring. 3. I'm looking to hire a few maids. If you've got sisters, wives, or girlfriends at home, feel free to recommend them. The pay and benefits are solid, as long as they genuinely know how to take care of people. Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on them. I don't force anyone to do anything. 4. You've all been busting your asses these past few days, so I brought a little reward with me. I glanced at Fong Li, and she waved to the guards. Bring out the cigarettes and hand them out. Yes, ma'am. Who was going to disobey the boss's lady? Especially when it was coming from me. The moment those cigarettes appeared, every miner in the place started breathing faster. Cigarettes? You've got to be kidding me. We can actually smoke out here? Keep in mind, other players out there were struggling just to find food. But the crew rolling with me? They didn't have to worry about food, water, or death. And now they got luxuries like this? In an instant, dozens of them were snapping photos and posting to the regional channel. That's just human nature. Who doesn't love flexing? Working for Boss Shen Lang is the best. Food, drink, and now smokes. This is what happiness looks like, right here. I'm just a shift lead at the mine, and I got 2 of them. Ha ha. Even the non-smokers were thrilled. This stuff was expensive. Flip it, and you'd make a killing. Other players were seething with envy. In this deep freeze, cigarettes were the only lifeline a lot of people had. The channel was flooded with people begging, Boss Shen Lang, please, let us come mine for you too. I'd die for a spot on your crew. Once the cigarettes had all been passed out, I spoke up in a casual tone. Anyone who smokes, go ahead and light up. Don't be stingy with them. My employees are going to get a daily allotment from here on out. After you smoke, come to me with feedback, especially on what needs improvement. If I take your suggestion, the reward will be worth your while. And if any of you have expertise in tobacco, come pitch yourselves to Wang Yin or recommend yourselves to me directly. The compensation won't disappoint. The moment I finished, the smokers couldn't hold back any longer and started puffing away. Especially the guys who used to work in tobacco or ran counterfeit cigarette operations. They felt like their time had finally come. Watching all this, Fong Li couldn't help but marvel. This is Shen Lang for you. When she'd had tobacco, she'd had to sell it in secret. But me? Not only did I hand it out freely, I openly invited people to offer suggestions, and nobody dared try anything shady. Unlike her, whose coordinates had gotten leaked, nearly costing her her life over a stash of tobacco. The thought made her blood boil, not at me, but at human nature, at those greedy pieces of trash. And yet, in this moment, she felt a strange gratitude toward them too. Without them, would she have ever made up her mind to follow me? It was only after joining me that she realized what a miserable life she'd been living before. While the miners were smoking, mealtime rolled around. I raised an eyebrow and said to Wang Yan, I'll be eating here today. Want to see what my employees are actually eating? Wang Yan froze. Brother Lang is eating here? Can he even stomach it? He himself always had his meals cooked separately, but he didn't dare push back. He just nodded. You got it. I'll go tell the cook right now. And off he ran. Fong Li furrowed her brow at me. She knew I was buying loyalty, but she didn't get why. With my level of power, why did I need to win over a bunch of grunts? She didn't understand my real plan. Beyond preparing for the upcoming server merge, what I really wanted was to unite the strength of every player to take on the frozen rainforest. Keeping them alive and better positioned to gather resources for me was secondary. I refused to spend my life at the mercy of the frozen rainforest. Sure, life was good, but I wanted it better. And how could that mysterious mist not spark my curiosity? But none of that needed to be explained to Fong Li and the others. Their minds were still stuck on eating well and living well. As for Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning, the moment they heard we'd be eating there, they exchanged a look, cooking up some scheme again. They had to make sure their man walked away feeling accomplished and satisfied. Otherwise, what was the point of him bringing them along? Meanwhile, Wang Yin barged into the kitchen and started shouting the second he saw the cook. "Old Li, quick, quick. The boss is eating here at noon. Get your act together. We are not letting the boss eat plain buns and pickled veggies. Bust out your best cooking." Clang. Old Li's ladle hit the floor. "The boss? Which boss? Who else could rattle Wang Yin like that?" Wang Yin snapped. "Are you dense?" "Shen Lang. Brother Lang." Old Li got even more nervous and excited. He never thought he'd get to meet the #1 player himself. Just working here was already a dream come true, let alone actually meeting me. But then he panicked. "Manager Wang, I've got confidence in my cooking, but this kitchen doesn't have anything besides the miners' rations. What am I supposed to do?" Wang Yin smacked him hard on the shoulder. "Make me abalone and lobster. I'll cover the ingredients out of my own pocket. There's no way I'm letting Brother Lang eat some sorry-ass meal. Think about who Brother Lang is, and think about the women he brought with him. Right. Then hurry and buy them. I'll start prepping." Wang Yin nodded, emptied out every resource he'd earned over the past few days, hit up the marketplace, bought abalone and lobster, the whole spread, and hauled it over to Old Li. The stuff cleaned him out completely, but for me, totally worth it. Once that was handled, he jogged back over. "All right, boss, let's head to the dining hall. Food'll be ready before you know it." But I shook my head. "No rush. If the food's not ready yet, let's go check out the mine shafts first." Wang Yin nodded immediately and called over 2 shift leads. He was worried I might ask technical questions he couldn't answer. But I didn't have any technical questions. I just wanted to know the mine's reserves. No mining resource is infinite, and I needed to plan ahead. We got to the shallow mining zone quickly. Watching the miners at work, I asked, "Roughly how much do you produce per day?" One of the shift leads answered, "About 5,000 units of stone per day, give or take." I nodded, matched what the recruitment posting said. "So in your estimation, what's the total reserve here? How long can we keep mining it?" Now that required some expertise. The other shift lead thought for a moment. "Boss, if my estimate's on the money, at 5,000 stone per day, we've got about 5 months of mining left. After that, output's gonna drop off hard." I nodded. In other words, 5 months from now, a lot of these miners would be out of a job. No job meant no food, and no food meant death. This wasn't just what I was worried about. It was their own deepest fear. So I spoke up. "Any of you know how to prospect for ore?" The foreman nodded. I continued. "All right, here's the deal. Pick a few guys. I'll give you a mining rig and a bus. The rig can pinpoint ore deposits, so from now on, you won't be working the mines here. Your main job will be heading out to scout for new ones. The goal is to keep discovering fresh deposits. We can't just sit here and burn through what we've got. Think you can handle it?" For me, using a top-tier mining rig to dig up that little bit of ore every day was a total waste. The ore map it generated, that was the real prize. With these guys on the job, my mining operation would never dry up. We had to keep excavating, non-stop. After all, this was the frozen rainforest. Nobody would dare fight me for territory. And if they did, they were just signing their own death warrant. Resources like this, I had to keep them locked down tight. Once the mining was sorted, my thoughts turned to the logging machine. I wasn't satisfied with the income from just one machine anymore. If I could set up a whole logging operation, lumber and stone flowing in together, my stockpile would grow so fast. Too bad a logging camp couldn't double as a natural shelter the way a mine could. I wasn't short on manpower. I was short on machines, and short on a warehouse-style building to house them. Hell, I even wanted to put together a dedicated treasure hunting squad. But all that would have to wait. Maybe I'd have to wait for the top-up prompt. Except this time, the prompt was taking forever. It hadn't shown up in ages. Maybe the frozen rainforest changed the leaderboard rules? But there was one pattern I knew for sure. The second I upgraded my cabin, the top-up system would kick in. Just a matter of time. Right as I was thinking that, the other deputy mine boss came jogging over. "Boss, the food's ready. Please, eat first. We haven't forgotten how good you've been to us. We can't let you go hungry on our watch." Wang Yin chimed in. Yeah, the sisters-in-law must be tired too. Come sit down." The few of us laughed. Hungry my ass. We'd just eaten right after waking up. But since he was laying the flattery on that thick, I didn't want to kill the vibe. "All right, now that you mention it, I am getting hungry." Wang Yin led me into a private room. Calling it a private room was generous. It was just a cave hollowed out of the mine, without so much as a door. Every miner outside could see straight in. Right then, they were all staring at the food on my table, drooling with envy. Those dishes? They'd never even seen half of them. Plenty of them were snapping pictures. Sharing a table with the big boss. That was an incredible honor. Even just watching was enough. The regional chat exploded with their chatter, that secondhand pride making countless other players green with envy. Most players didn't even have food right now. They were all holed up in their cabins riding out the cold snap. But these miners? They had a hot, steaming meal. The pyramid of the frozen rainforest was quietly starting to take shape. I made a point of glancing over at what the miners were eating. Steamed cornbread buns, pickled vegetables, plain rice, and egg drop soup. Though the egg drop soup was pretty much just soup, barely any egg in sight. Still, that spread was enough to make people in the frozen rainforest sick with envy. Then I looked at my own table. Garlic vermicelli lobster, grouper, steamed abalone, and Oldley was still bringing more. Once I sat down, I glanced up at Wang Yan, who was standing beside me. Isn't this a bit much? Way better than what the miners are getting. Where'd you get the money? You didn't skim off their meal budget, did you? Wang Yan hit the ground on his knees with a thud. Boss Lang, I swear I didn't. This is all out of my own pocket. Every penny of it from the salary you paid me. I laughed. All right, get up. I was just messing with you. Of course I knew he hadn't been skimming. The recruitment order wasn't something to mess around with. I asked him that on purpose. Then I turned toward the miners and said, I've noticed my employees are eating like crap. From now on, every meal gets an extra meat dish. Send me a supply request, and I'll take care of it. They're doing back-breaking work. They need some grease in their diet. You're not doing your job as deputy boss. The moment the words left my mouth, the other deputy boss dropped to his knees too. But the miners? They started cheering. Boss, you're the best. Just say the word. We'll go through hell and high water for you. I nodded. That was exactly the reaction I wanted. All right, everyone dig in. As long as you work hard, you'll have everything you need. Yes, boss. I picked up my chopsticks. Wang Yin knew my rules, and everyone else had been briefed too. No one dared sit at my table except my women. They all knew. No other men at my table, period. Not even Wang Yin, even after he'd lost his spiritual root. So every one of these managers stood there with plastered-on smiles, bent at the waist, waiting on me hand and foot. I didn't stop them. I could be good to the miners, but the hierarchy had to be crystal clear, cross the line, and some people would start getting ideas. Li Lingshan, though, she caught me off guard. The moment I picked up my chopsticks, she dropped straight to her knees in front of me, tilted her head up, and stuck out her tongue, stud piercing and all, drool dripping off her chin drop by drop, looking exactly like an eager puppy. Seeing that, Jiang Ning knelt down on my other side too. She didn't have that same knack, though, so she just started peeling shrimp for me by hand. The whole room was dumbstruck. Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning. These were two of the most gorgeous, most stunning women around. And here they were, acting like this in front of me. Countless miners felt their hearts pounding out of their chests. They wanted the same thing, but they wouldn't have dared even fantasize about it. One miner snapped a photo and posted it in the channel. He was even staring at Li Lingshan, unable to stop himself from thinking that after she got up, he'd go over and sniff the stool. Just one whiff, and his life would be complete. The channel instantly blew up. Holy shit, Shun Lang. Living the dream, huh? Who are those two chicks? They're gorgeous. One in skin-tight jeans, the other in a black bodycon dress. An old classmate who recognized Li Lingshan muttered, Oh my god, is that really Shanjia? She's been trained into that by Shun Lang. But what they didn't know was, that miner who posted the photo, he was cut down on the spot by the recruitment order because he'd crossed the line. Staring at the puddle of blood on the ground, the miners froze. I frowned. Some lines you don't cross. Otherwise, even I can't save you from the recruitment order. Understood. Understood, boss. We got it. Even the ones who'd still been thinking about sneaking a photo immediately shelved the idea. In that moment, they finally understood just how terrifying the recruitment order really was. And that was exactly what I wanted. I'd put on the friendly act, and I'd laid down the law. Carrot and stick, that's the way. As for anyone still thinking of getting fresh with Lingshan, dream on. If he didn't die, who would? I let out a resigned laugh, dropped a piece of lobster into Li Lingshan's mouth, and ruffled her hair. All right, Lingshan, always up to mischief. She grinned. Master, I like being this way. Jiang Ning shot her a glance, genuinely impressed. This innocent good girl was way more advanced than her own green tea bitch level. Even she couldn't handle that kind of contrast, let alone me. Fong Li was in the most awkward spot right now, not sure whether to sit down or kneel, torn just like Zhang Yu had been back then. Luckily I cut in. Knock it off. Everyone get up and eat. Finish up quick, we've got stuff to do. Oh, yes, master. After the meal, with the whole mine crew seeing us off, we headed back toward the cabin. For me, Aside from picking maids when I got back, the most important thing was asking Lindsay how her best friend's situation with the director was going. I'd been eyeing those pharmaceuticals for a while. After I left, Oldly the chef wiped cold sweat off his brow, uneasy. The flavors today should have been decent, right? Wonder if the boss was satisfied. Wang Yin came back after dropping me off, and Oldly hurried up to him. Chief, did the boss say anything? How was the meal? Wang Yin snorted coldly and pointed at the leftover abalone and lobster on the table. You've got the nerve to ask? Look how little the boss ate. It's gotta be because your cooking sucked. You trying to lose your job? There's a mountain of people outside waiting to get in. 80 below zero, hailstones bigger than your fist, people dying every damn day, can't even step out of their cabins. You had one job entertaining the boss, and this is what you pull. Oldly dropped to his knees on the spot. Chief, I swear I'm innocent. I pulled out every trick I had. Guarantee it tasted great. Then why'd the boss barely touch it? That, I don't know either. Wang Yin sighed and waved his hand. All right, get up. The boss didn't actually say much. I figure he's giving you another shot. Put some real effort in next time, or even I won't be able to save your ass. Yes, thank you, Chief. What about these leftovers? Wang Yin looked at the food, pained. Toss it. He couldn't bear to. It was his entire life savings. Eat it. He wouldn't dare. That was the boss's woman's saliva on there. Hadn't he seen that miner get reduced to a red mist? Finally, he just sighed. Pack it up. Take it home after your shift and feed it to the boss's spirit hound. Oldly nodded eagerly. Right, will do. These little manipulation tactics used on the help, I didn't know about them, and I didn't need to. Wherever there are people, there's a pecking order. Everyone finds their own way to live, and they've got their own kind of happiness too, right? Just like the bus guards, sitting in a heated vehicle cradling AKs. As long as they kept themselves alive, they'd have supplies and survive. Plenty of them, looking out at the hail and freezing wind and then thinking about their current life, couldn't help but smile a little. I got back to the cabin quickly. No fog on the way this time. Probably because we were too close to the cabin, and it knew it couldn't do anything to me. I didn't dwell on it, and shot Chun a quick message. Everything safe over there? She replied fast. All good, boss. Everything's fine, and we scored big today. Ran into a red treasure chest right after we headed out. Got a surprise for you when I'm home. I smiled. This woman was born to hunt treasure chests for me. Walking into the courtyard, I could already see plenty of maid applicants, or more accurately, people applying for the identity of a maid. They stood shivering under the entryway, glancing enviously into the house. Li Manwen hadn't let them inside. She had at least that much caution. She never scheduled more than 10 at a time. The fact that they could even come was because I'd used a recruitment order to give her that authority. The recruitment order now covered a lot of roles and had long since been updated with an interview function. Li Manwen came up to greet me, her voice sweet and syrupy. Honey, and I have already screened out quite a few. All clean backgrounds, honest types, all with at least an associate's degree. We didn't take anyone below that. And then, I waved my hand, raise it to a bachelor's degree. That way they'll understand what you're really asking of them. The key thing is they need to be well-read, know history, know what it actually takes to be a proper maid. Community college grads tend to be arrogant, full of themselves. Give it enough time, and they'll start pushing back. These little princess types aren't cut out for this work. Once they get used to the good life, they'll forget how brutal the frozen rainforest is out there and start wanting more and more. I don't want to kill anyone, and I really don't want the headache. So raise the bar. Also, prioritize candidates with backgrounds in medicine, nursing, or childcare. That way they can pull more weight, which benefits all of you. I'll bump up their compensation accordingly, so they'll feel secure. Last thing, if she's not pretty, don't take her. I don't want my kids ending up ugly. Ms. Lee, you've all got to understand. What a pregnant woman looks at influences how the baby looks. Look at me every day, and our son will be handsome. Look at beauties like Qinglan every day, and our daughter will be gorgeous. But stare at ugly people all day, and you might just birth a gremlin. The moment I finished, Li Manwen couldn't hold it in. She rolled her eyes at me with a laugh. Lu Qinglan, Zhang Yu and the others pressed their lips together, trying not to giggle. But say what you will, as unreliable as it sounded, there was actually some truth to it. Besides, Li Manwen and the others had been looking for obedient, good-looking, sweet-tempered maids to begin with. So the second I finished, they immediately updated the recruitment criteria, and a whole batch of applicants got cut on the spot. This pissed off a lot of women, some of them harboring quiet resentment. But I didn't care. All the resources here were mine now. When you've got options, why not pick the best? Watching them keep filtering, I couldn't be bothered to stick around and get in the way. I set the rules. That was enough. The maids were theirs to pick. No reason for me to get too deep in it. I turned to Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning. Help Ms. Li and the others keep an eye on things. Oh, and you too. It's almost your turn too. If you spot someone suitable, go ahead and pick a maid for yourselves while you're at it. Both answered in unison. Got it. That done, I waved Fong Li and Lin Ziyi over and led them inside. I had things to talk about. They weren't at the maid-picking stage yet. They'd eaten the pomegranate seeds, sure, but I hadn't planted any seeds yet. Once inside, I dropped onto the couch, and the two of them stood in front of me. I looked at Fong Li first. For the near future, I want you helping Inshun vet people for the tobacco recruitment. She's going to be out hunting treasure chests constantly. As the tobacco division's general manager, you can't just collect a paycheck from me and do nothing. Fong Li's face flushed. Was she really doing nothing? Hadn't she been eating like a queen from day one? Plus, I'd already seen every inch of her. But whatever she was thinking, she still nodded happily. What could possibly be more important than my trust? As for the salary, she had zero intention of bringing it up. She'd already made up her mind. Once her period ended, it'd be time to let me in. Instructions given, I turned my gaze to Lin Ziyi. Fong Li, being tactful, showed herself out. She and I weren't close enough yet. There were plenty of things she needed to stay clear of. Once she left, I asked, Dr. Lin, have a seat. How's it going with your friend and the hospital director? Lin Ziyi frowned and sat down beside me. Boss, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. Li Hui's been hitting me up nonstop these past 2 days, begging me to come see her. But something about the way she's talking feels off, like she's got something she can't say out loud. Something she can't say out loud? I smirked. My guess is she's got her own agenda and doesn't want the director catching on. Probably some scheme aimed at you. Here's what we'll do. Message her back right now. If she's free, tell her you're heading over immediately. Right now? Lin Ziyi looked a little rattled. I reassured her, don't worry. Bring a teleport scroll and set your anchor point before you go. The second you get there, send me the coordinates of the director's cabin. I'll bring the team and follow right behind. It's about time we cleaned out his medical stockpile. That put her at ease. She immediately shot Li Hui a message. Hui, so you're really admitting you were wrong? You want to apologize and give me supplies? Meanwhile, pinned beneath the director, Li Hui's eyes lit up when she saw the message. Choking down her disgust, she pushed against his chest and squirmed upward, wriggling out from under the old man. The director snapped back to reality and lost it. You little bitch. I finally got in, and you're pulling this shit? Li Hui quickly forced a smile. Director, don't be mad. I've got great news for you. Good news? Let's hear it. And it better be good, or I'm breaking out the whip. Li Hui flinched. This animal wasn't even human. But she didn't dare push back. The director's power kept growing. With his drug supply, he'd already recruited dozens of followers, most of them hospital staff. Some willing, some coerced, but when it came to the medicine, nobody had a choice. Med kits weren't a big deal to me, but to other players, they were priceless, the kind of thing you might never see again. Without med kits, the director's drugs were their lifeline. After spending these past few days with him, Li Hui had finally learned his secret. His drug stockpile had this insane property. Maybe it was a bug in the frozen rainforest. The drug count stayed frozen at whatever it was the moment he entered the rainforest. Use one, another automatically replenished. Infinite supply. How else could the director have gotten this cocky and out of control? As for Li Hui's real motives, I'd nailed it. She wanted to defect to my side. At first, she'd even tried spelling it out to Lin Ziyi over messages, but that was impossible. The director hovered nearby and checked her chat logs. If that psycho ever caught on, she couldn't even imagine what he'd do to her. So her only shot was talking to Lin Ziyi face to face. But Li Hui wasn't some innocent victim either. She had her own poisonous little plan. She'd help the director trap Lin Ziyi, then play the sympathy card, the poor helpless me routine, and use what she had on Lin Ziyi to manipulate her into bringing her over to my side. That leverage? The fact that Lin Ziyi had slept with the director and was damaged goods. Once that card was on the table, Lin Ziyi would be putty in her hands. If I managed to take the director out, she'd have hitched herself to a powerful backer. Worst case, even if I failed, she lost nothing. From start to finish, the only one being played was Lin Ziyi. It was a plan Li Hui had spent a long time cooking up. So when the director asked, Li Hui immediately said, Director, it's Lin Ziyi. I've been working her for 2 or 3 days. And she finally responded. It sounds like she's willing to accept my apology and even come pick up supplies. The director lit up. Seriously? She's coming here? Li Hui handed him the chat screen. Of course. What do you want me to say back? The director's eyes narrowed, and Lin Ziyi's body was already writhing beneath him in his imagination. After indulging the fantasy for a good while, he swallowed hard. Oui, nice work. Send her the coordinates. Tell her we've got supplies, medicine, whatever she wants. And get a lavish meal ready. No, make it Western food with red wine. Young girls eat that stuff up. When the time comes, slip something into her wine. Got it. Li Hui nodded, cursing him internally. What century do you think we're in? Still thinking young girls swoon over Western food and red wine? Out of touch old fossil, disgusting geezer. But she didn't let a hint of it show and quickly fired off a message to Lin Ziyi. On my end, Lin Ziyi showed me the screen. Boss, her intentions are pretty obvious now. What do I do? I laughed. Say yes. Tell her you're coming over right now. Right now? You'll definitely keep me safe, right? Just thinking about that old creep made her sick. I nodded. Of course. You think I'd let a stunning Dr. Lin like you get her hands on by some nasty old man? Besides, you're my girl, aren't you? That made her blush, but it also put her heart at ease. She replied to Li Hui right away. On my way. I contacted Du Kong and told him to have the squad on standby. The second Lin Ziyi teleported over, we'd follow her in. When Li Hui got the reply, she was even happier than the director. No matter what happened next, she'd get to skip a whole lot of suffering. Director, Lin Ziyi's coming. Do you want to greet her yourself, or should I? The director had already straightened his tie and even slicked back what little hair he had left with some of his precious hair oil. You handle the reception first, then eat with her. During the meal, you go pour the wine and drug it. Don't let her notice a thing. She probably has a teleport scroll that I can't get my hands on. If she senses danger and bails early, we're screwed. Otherwise, I'd just take her by force. As he was speaking, a knock came at the cabin door, and Lin Ziyi's voice drifted in. Hui, you in there? I'm here. Both their eyes lit up. The director nodded, motioning for Li Hui to hurry and open the door. Li Hui jogged over to open the door. And the instant it swung open, Lin Ziyi had already sent me the coordinates. By the time Li Hui pulled her inside warmly and shut the door behind them, I'd already arrived with Du Kang's squad, hidden around the cabin, waiting on her signal. Fully geared up, we could hold out against the cold snap and hail for a good while. There were quite a few cabins in the area. The director had clearly formed an alliance with the others. I immediately had Du Kang deploy a jammer scroll. That way, even if they had teleport scrolls, no one was getting out. There was a reason I didn't just kick down the door and start blasting. Beyond not wanting to tip our hand too early, I needed the director to expose himself first, so I'd have a legitimate reason to kill him. Otherwise, word would get out, and how would I be any different from Li Hu? Killing people the moment I saw something worth taking. Who'd ever follow me after that? Who'd charge into battle for me? And think about who we were dealing with here. A whole crew of medical staff the director had rounded up. What I wanted was to make them submit and work for me, not scare them off. These doctors were assets to me, the people I needed most, especially the ones with medicine. In the frozen rainforest, that kind of value was rare as gold. Of course, I'll be screening them too. Beyond professional skills, what I care about more is whether they're diehard loyal to the dean. Anyone who's in cahoots with him, kill. Only those who aren't get to stay. While I'm at it, I also want to see what kind of game the dean and this best friend are playing. Out here in the frozen rainforest, this is a rare bit of entertainment. Inside the house, Li Hui had already pulled Lin Ziyi down onto the couch. Oh Ziyi, you finally came. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you. Ever since we parted ways, I've been living with guilt every single day. The moment I got my hands on supplies, you were the first person I thought of. She pointed at the dining table. Look, to earn your forgiveness, I specially prepared a whole Western-style meal. This was the dean's idea too. He's always thought highly of you. Don't let him down, and please don't misunderstand him. Out here in the frozen rainforest, he just wants to protect us. Protect? Lin Ziyi sneered inwardly. Protect her in bed? Forcing a woman to give herself to him, and still making it sound so noble. She's been with me all this time, and I've never forced her, not once. Even last night when we played cards, she stripped willingly because she lost fair and square. Compared to that, the dean and I are worlds apart in her mind. But with me backing her up, she wasn't afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come here to play along. Her purpose today was clear. She also wanted to see whether this best friend was genuinely apologetic or setting yet another trap. As for Li Hui, whether she wanted to say those words or not, she had to. She had to draw the dean out, otherwise she'd be the one taking the fall. People always leave themselves an escape route. Sure enough, the moment she finished speaking, the dean walked out of the bedroom with a smile. He wasn't actually that old. He'd just barely squeezed into the frozen rainforest under the age limit, in his mid-30s. But with his thinning, wispy hair and generally worn-out air, it was no wonder Li Hui found him so repulsive. Seeing Lin Ziyi in a pleated skirt and white blouse, looking so pure and innocent, the dean felt a stir inside, then quickly reined it in. No rush. Once the drug's in her system, even the most innocent woman turns into a slut. Haha. Ziyi, long time no see. How have you been? Lin Ziyi looked at the way he'd dressed up for the occasion, especially that thinning hair, radiating sleaziness from every pore. Knowing exactly what this old man was after, she couldn't help herself. Ugh. I'm fine. What's wrong, Ziyi? Are you feeling unwell? Let me take a look. The dean moved to sit next to her and tried to take her hand. Lin Ziyi quickly shrank back toward Li Hui, shaking her head repeatedly. No need. I'm fine. The dean froze for a moment, thinking, This woman isn't already carrying Shen Lang's kid, is she? No, it couldn't happen this fast. Extremely displeased but keeping the plan in mind, he forced a smile and sat down across from her, maintaining his composure on the surface. He glanced out the window. Look, it's minus 80 degrees out there, and the hail's coming down hard. It's pretty warm in here, isn't it? And this food on the table. Would Shen Lang ever be willing to give you anything like this? Z, don't misread my good intentions. We're all colleagues here. I just want to protect all of you. In his mind, I've got so many women and so many mouths to feed. There's no way I'd truly care about Lin Zi. But he was different. To Lin Zi's ears, though, this nearly made her laugh out loud. A lousy steak, and he had the nerve to say it beat what I gave her? Talk about a frog in a well. On the surface, she just gave a faint smile. There's no need to trouble yourself, Dean. I'm doing just fine at Shen Lang's. The Dean nodded impassively, but a cold, sinister glint had already flickered in his eyes. After a moment, he smiled. That's good, as long as you're doing well. I called you over today mainly to apologize on Li Hui's behalf and to get together, nothing more. Out here in the frozen rainforest, it's not easy for old friends to reunite. As he spoke, he shot Li Hui a look. Hui, the red wine should be decanted by now, right? Go open it and bring it over. Today's worth celebrating. Li Hui stood up. Sure. Z, it's been a while since you've had red wine, right? Give me a minute. And she walked off. Lin Zi silently nodded, then sent me a message. Shen Lang, they've got me eating with them, and now they want me to drink red wine. Something feels off. What should I do? Should I drink it? I thought about it and quickly texted her back. This is probably them setting up their next move. Go ahead and drink it. I've got the medical kit with me. If anything goes wrong, I can handle it. Honestly, I wasn't worried at all. No matter what this Dean tried, there was no way he'd actually poison Lin Zi to death. Meanwhile, the Dean noticed Lin Zi seemed a bit off and asked if something was on her mind. Lin Zi forced a smile and covered up, saying she was just struck by how surreal the environment felt, like being cut off from another world. The Dean lit up at that, thinking she was getting nostalgic, and quickly played along to comfort her. Don't worry. From now on, I'll look out for you in the frozen rainforest. The day you don't want to stay with Shen Lang anymore, you're always welcome here. A lot of your old colleagues and friends have already allied with me. I have a dream, to open a hospital right here, so everyone can come together again. Lin Zi nodded earnestly. I want to open a hospital too, so everyone can survive. What she didn't say was this. The hospital in her heart was only meant for my big family. The everyone she was referring to was only the people by my side. The Dean, however, was thrilled, thinking he'd successfully won her over. Excited, he grabbed her hand and started talking about moving forward together and doing something meaningful. Lin Zi just replied blandly, I'll think about it. The Dean was a bit disappointed, but he couldn't be bothered to wait anymore. Whatever, sleep with her first, and she could take her time thinking it over. Right on cue, Li Hui walked back in with the wine. Z, this is a Burgundy the Dean paid a fortune to get his hands on. It's incredibly precious. You'd better drink up later. Lin Zi eyed the glass of red wine, her heart racing. Then, I'll just have a little. I need to head back afterward. Li Hui paused for a beat, then quickly plastered on a smile. Whatever works. Today's your call. It's my apology, after all. Don't forget to take supplies with you when you leave. I've set aside quite a bit for you. She poured the wine right in front of Lin Zi. Lin Zi's glass first, then the Dean's, then her own. But her glass and the Dean's had already been dosed with the antidote. The Dean didn't care in the slightest how much Lin Zi drank. Even a single sip would be enough. He knew exactly how potent that drug was. He even shot Li Hui a glance. This woman had been on it before, and just a light touch was enough too. Thinking about it, his hand trembled as he raised the glass. Come on, let me make a toast. Hui, let's apologize to Z together. Z, if you really forgive me, you've got to finish the whole glass. Lin Zi picked up the glass, silently praying I'd make it in time. She tipped her head back and downed the drink in one go. At that moment, the Dean could no longer hide his grin. Now that's what I call drinking. Have another. And don't let the steak go to waste. Eat up. You'll need your energy for the work ahead. Work? Lin Zi asked instinctively. The Dean caught himself with a quick, oh, then brushed it off casually. Don't you do work over at Shen Lang's place? Even though Lin Zi knew he was up to no good, it hadn't actually crossed her mind that he'd drug her. So under their watchful eyes, she started eating the steak. The whole time, the Dean and Li Hui kept toasting her, and before long, Lin Zi started feeling woozy. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she murmured, It's kinda hot in here. The Dean's mind went straight to the gutter. Hot? Why don't you take something off? And no, Lin Zi was still clinging to her senses, but she could tell something was seriously wrong. What the hell had they put in that drink? Why was her head spinning like this? While she was still reeling, the Dean stood up. Wee, get her to drink a couple more. I'm gonna go take my pill. Z deserves my best. I can't let her down. With that, he staggered off toward the bedroom. Li Hui couldn't help but call after him. Dean, isn't that too much for her? The dean waved her off. Nah, she's fine. You drank more than her back in the day, and you were a wild ride. And with that, he disappeared into the room. Li Hui stared after him and muttered under her breath. Animal. By now, Lin Ziyi was completely out of it. She could hear every word they said, but her mind wouldn't work. She couldn't even process the danger she was in. What terrified her most was how awful she felt. She wanted to tear her clothes off, and her legs kept squeezing together against her will. Hui. What? What are you two even talking about? Li Hui glanced at her and lifted her glass. One more drink, and I'll tell you. No, I'm not drinking. Li Hui didn't push. She just sighed and leaned close to Lin Zi's ear, dropping her voice to a whisper. Z, don't hate me for this. I had no choice. If I didn't go along with it, he'd kill me. Don't worry, I won't say a word to Shunlang. Once you sober up, we'll both go to Shunlang together. Better yet, we'll get him to take out this old bastard, so no one but me will know. Just pretend it was all a bad dream. We'll be sisters again, start fresh, live a good life with Shunlang. What do you say? As foggy as Lin Zi's head was, she was so furious she nearly coughed up blood. She'd never imagined Li Hui could sink this low. Li Hui. You shameless bitch. Are you even human? Li Hui gave a cold laugh. Save the insults. I'm just trying to survive. And I'm warning you, if you still want to go back to Shunlang, you'd better show me some respect. Because in the state you're in, Shunlang might not even want you anymore. Feeling hot, aren't you? Just take your clothes off. You'll feel better. Be a good girl. The words were like some kind of hypnotic spell. Lin Ziyi actually felt the urge to obey. Thank God her willpower was strong enough. She bit down hard on her lower lip and sent me an SOS. Shunlang, they drugged me with an aphrodisiac. Get in here and save me. I froze. An aphrodisiac? This dean had no shame at all. There was no time to think. I told Du Kong to hold the entrance and bolted straight for the cabin. Inside, the dean had already come back out. Watching Lin Ziyi bite her lip and glare at him, his eyes lit up with sick excitement. Z, easy now. Just wait a little longer for the drug to kick in. When you look at me like that, baby, I can barely hold myself back. Lin Ziyi shut her eyes in fury. Just as she was about to lose the battle, I kicked the door clean off its hinges. The moment she saw me, she let out a huge breath of relief, and then completely lost consciousness. The dean and Li Hui jumped in fright. The dean fixed his eyes on me and said coldly, Do you know who I am? You've got the nerve to barge into my cabin. I smirked. Do you know who I am? His eyes narrowed. Shunlang. I nodded. So you're not completely stupid. Now that I'm here, do you want to die by your own hand, or should I do the honors? The dean would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. I'd taken out Li Hu, after all, and rumor had it I was armed. But he quickly broke into a grin. Huh, Shunlang, you're way too naive. If we were at your cabin, sure, I'd be screwed. But this is my turf. You think I didn't see this coming? I've been waiting for you. Once I deal with you, the drug will hit its peak. I'm in no rush to kill you. I want you to watch, with your own 2 eyes, what happens to Lin Ziyi under me. The second he finished, a dozen men came pouring out of the room, all his former male doctor subordinates, and surrounded me. Except, every last one of them was holding a knife. Not a single gun among them. And I'd made a point of wearing a bulletproof vest and a helmet. I shook my head, disappointed. This is your ace in the hole. Fine, I won't waste any more time. Hand over the pharmacy vault, and I might let you live. Huh. First off, whether I give it to you or not is irrelevant. It's bound to me. I can't hand it over, and you can't take it. When I die, it'll probably vanish with me. You, on the other hand, can't you read the room? If you kill me, I guarantee you won't walk out of this cabin alive. Oh, can't be taken? Then there's nothing more to say. I pulled out my Desert Eagle and leveled it at his forehead. Won't walk out alive? Let's put that to the test. The dean stared, dumbfounded. How the hell was I not afraid? He signaled his men to rush me. They were betting on me being alone, betting my ammo was limited. At this range, 2 shots max before they'd take me down. But there were no pistol shots. The last sound they heard before dying was the rat-tat-tat of assault rifles. 2 seconds. That was all it took. The dean stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Behind me stood an entire squad, armed to the teeth. His men? Wiped out in an instant. Why you? The dean couldn't get a word out. I motioned to Du Kong. Drag the bodies out. The gunfire probably alerted the others. Go round up all the allied ones. Don't let a single one slip away. Yes, boss. Once Du Kong was gone, I twirled my pistol and looked at the dean. Time's up. You sure I can't get into your vault? Thud. The dean dropped to his knees. Li Hui had already crawled under the table. She knew the score. The dean was just a well-connected idiot, dangerously naive. And this was the backup plan he'd cooked up? Now she was panicking too. The plan had failed. So how was she going to talk me into sparing her? Lin Ziyi was no help. She was already out cold on the floor. Wait, she was a doctor. She'd been forced into this. She was useful. As long as she stuck to that story, maybe she could stay by my side. Who knew? Maybe there was still a way out of this after all. The director was still trembling as he begged for his life. Shenlang, don't do anything rash. The treasure vault is bound to me. If you kill me, you get nothing. How about this? Spare my life. And as long as I'm alive, I'll supply you with an endless stream of medicine. That's a much better deal than killing me, right? Right? He dared to drug Lin Ziyi. Forget the medicine vault. Even if he offered me nothing at all, he still had to die. I shook my head. Medicine isn't that big a deal to me. Compared to medicine, your life? I'm taking it. With that, I raised my gun. The director was so terrified he nearly wet himself and tried to speak again, but I didn't give him the chance. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. The flush-faced director didn't even manage a groan before he was stone dead. Li Hui shrieked. I turned to look at her. You didn't scream when all those other people died, but now that the director's gone, you finally lose it? Looks like you two were cut from the same cloth. I raised my gun again. But just then, a notification chime froze me in place. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed another player and obtained 1 tier, 3 cabin cord. Congratulations, player. You have successfully killed the hidden vault holder. Special building unlocked. Tier 3A hospital. Tier 3A hospital can be built independently, no cabin required. Function provides an inexhaustible supply of medicine. The hospital contains 30 floors total, which may be split into 3 separate buildings of 10 floors each, including standard wards, premium wards, and more. Players may recruit doctors to work there. In addition to obtaining supplies, doctors will receive the healer title and the gratitude of other players. Healer. Wearers of this title are immune to all poisons and diseases. Holy crap, there was a perk like that? I couldn't have cared less about the cabin core. What got me excited was the hospital and that title. The passive healing from a medkit was nothing compared to full poison and disease immunity. Combine that with medkits and the attribute fruits. With a body like mine, wouldn't every night be a wild one? Hell yeah. I'd thought the medicine vault was a lost cause, but not only did I get it, it evolved into an entire hospital. I could use this myself, and Li Manwen and the others could use it even more. The premium rooms would be reserved for my women, especially the OB-GYN wards. The items inside were absolutely essential. As for the other wards, those would be used for treating illnesses and collecting supplies from other players. The frozen rainforest wasn't exactly a place where people stayed healthy. This trip was a huge win. Just as I was riding the high, I suddenly felt something press against my back, soft and burning hot. I turned around. Who else could it be but Lin Ziyi? At some point, she'd torn the stockings on her legs to shreds, and the buttons on her white blouse had popped open, revealing tantalizing glimpses of skin. Shenlang. I'd almost forgotten about Dr. Lin. She was completely losing it. With her warm, soft body pressed against me, I could only sigh and hold her. Just hang on a second. I'll grab a medkit and detox you. But Lin Ziyi wasn't hearing any of it. She was practically melting into me. This was pure instinct, her subconscious taking over. Only around me did her defenses completely collapse. Bottom line, she wasn't resistant to me in the first place. I pulled out a medkit and was about to administer the antidote when her skirt slipped to the floor and she wrapped around me like an octopus. Honestly, I'd never planned to have Lin Ziyi this way because I didn't need to. Given time, she'd be mine sooner or later. Why take advantage of her? But in this moment, I have to admit, she was stirring something in me. Just as I was about to give her the medicine, Li Hui suddenly spoke up. W8, Boss Shenlang, a medkit can't fix this kind of drug. I looked at her, puzzled. Like she'd found a lifeline. She scrambled forward and dropped to her knees in front of me. This isn't a poison. It's a specially formulated biological pill that triggers desire and stimulates the brain. It doesn't harm the body, so there's no way to detox it. The only way to bring her back to her senses is the most primal one. Anything else would actually hurt her. That was a thing. I glanced at Lin Ziyi, then back at Li Hui. Really, why would I lie to you? Even if I did, wouldn't you two just end up enjoying yourselves anyway? She had a point. I nodded. Go get a clean and used blanket and lay it on the chair. And drag this corpse out of the way. Li Hui nodded frantically, ran into the room and hauled out a comforter to spread on the chair, then forced down her disgust and dragged the director's body into the corner. I sent Du Kong a message. Bring your men and secure this cabin. Don't let anyone come near. And keep your distance too. Got it, boss. I set it up this way not because I was embarrassed, but because I didn't want Lin Ziyi to feel unable to face people afterward, and I definitely didn't want my woman's sounds heard by anyone else. By now she couldn't hold back her whimpers, and had stripped herself completely bare. I set her down on the chair and wasted no more time. The antidote couldn't wait. A while later, she let out a muffled cry. and a flicker of clarity returned to her eyes. But the moment she saw it was me, that clarity dissolved back into a daze, and she clung to me tightly. Li Hui was kneeling off to the side, not daring to make a sound, not daring to move, just waiting in agony for fate's verdict. She knew whether she lived or died came down to a single word from me. But somewhere along the way, as if she'd been drugged too, she couldn't help murmuring inside, "So this is what a real man is." By the time the sun set on the frozen rainforest and dusk was closing in, not much time left before 6 o'clock, I'd finally finished detoxing Lin Zi. The drug had been brutal, making her demand more from me over and over. Now she lay limp in my arms, completely spent, and yet still managed to shoot me a glare. "Jerk, you just had to make me drink. You almost killed me." She said it, but she didn't really mean it. She was just being shy. I laughed. "How are you feeling?" She nodded, cheeks red. "Okay, just sore. I can't really walk." Of course she was sore. I scooped her up. "Use a teleport scroll to head back to the cabin first. I'll message Misley to take care of you. I've got some cleanup to do here. I'll be back soon." She nodded, and the way she looked at me had completely changed. She finally understood how Li Manwen must have felt back then. "Please be careful." "Yeah, go on." I was helping her get dressed when Li Hui suddenly rushed forward. She didn't want Lin Zi to see her, but she had no choice but to speak up, because even if I let her go now, one word from Lin Zi later, and she'd be dead anyway. The only way to truly survive was to earn Lin Zi's forgiveness. "Boss Shenlang. Zi, I'm so sorry. The director forced me into all this. And besides, I'm the one who told him to have Shenlang detox you that way. Didn't you get to enjoy the boss's affection because of it? Please, put in a good word for me. Give me a way out. I know medicine. I'm an OB-GYN. You'll have use for me, I swear. Please, I'm begging you." She was crying her eyes out, tears streaming down like rain on pear blossoms. But it wasn't genuine remorse. She was just scared. Lin Zi jumped, looking over at me. She was here the whole time. When I nodded, her face turned beet red in an instant, and she gave me a light punch. "So she saw and heard everything? So what? You're both women, aren't you? That's not the point. Perfect. Then let's just kill her." Li Hui nearly collapsed in terror. "No, please. I can still be useful. I'll do anything. Things worked out great in the end, right? Spare me, please." Lin Zi stared at her quietly, every trace of emotion drained from her eyes. Li Hui had been her colleague, her best friend, but that only made her heart die more completely. It was just that she and I had only just gotten together, and she was in a good mood. She didn't want to kill anyone. Or more accurately, she didn't want to watch it happen. Still, she couldn't hold back her anger. "I never imagined you'd do that to me. Helping the director drug me. And you have the nerve to talk about how things worked out. If it weren't for Shenlang, I would've. You really deserve to." That word, die. As an obstetrician who welcomed newborns into the world, she just couldn't bring herself to say it. Finally, she glanced at me. "Honey, I'm heading back. Do whatever you want with her." Got it. A shimmer of light, and she was gone. As her man, I understood exactly what she wanted. Lin Zi wanted Li Hui dead, no question about it. She didn't say it outright because she was gauging my attitude. Maybe she was even thinking, what if I needed Li Hui? Whether she meant her medical skills or her body, I couldn't say. But would I ever sink to the director's level? Never. Frankly, I was afraid she'd taint my other women. Add in all the disgusting things Li Hui had done, and there was no way I'd keep her around. Li Hui just didn't get it. In her mind, as long as neither of us had put it in absolute terms, there was still hope. Maybe Lin Zi's heart would soften? She scrambled over and knelt beside me, all dignity gone. "Master Shenlang, please spare me. Give me one chance. I can serve you even better than Ziyi. I'll do anything for you." "Shut up. From now on, you answer only what I ask." Got it. I wasn't in a rush to finish her off. I was going to squeeze every last drop of usefulness out of her. I shot Dukong a message. "Bring your men and everyone you've got detained. Get them in here." "Copy that, boss." Soon Dukong marched in with dozens of people, all the director's underlings and allies. Most were women, and all had been doctors at that hospital. The director had rounded up his old crew through threats and bribes, still trying to play emperor even out here in the frozen rainforest. But he'd lost that right, and left me a valuable fortune in the process. Not only had a top-tier hospital dropped in this raid, but I now had this ready-made team of doctors, all crucial resources for me to earn supplies. The moment they walked in, they caught the smell of blood and that lingering scent of sex, and then they saw the director's corpse. In that instant, I clearly saw the flash of delight, even vindication, in some of their eyes. That's what happens when you treat your people like garbage. They don't dare say it out loud, but deep down, they can't wait for you to drop dead. I sure as hell wasn't going to be that kind of leader. Everyone's eyes shifted to me and Li Hui, tense and uneasy. Were they going to die? But then why was Li Hui still alive? Could there be a way out? At that thought, A flicker of hope lit up in more than a few pairs of eyes. No matter how brutal the frozen rainforest was, who actually wanted to die? Dukong walked up to me. Reporting in, boss. 52 detained, 48 female for male. All accounted for. I nodded and turned to Li Hui. In a minute, I'm going to have them introduce themselves. If any of them lies, you know what to do, right? Understood. Anyone who dares lie, I'll be the first to call them out. Good. At least she wasn't stupid. She was still buzzing with excitement, convinced I had a use for her, that as long as she performed well, she'd get to live. I turned to a woman in her 30s at the front. Start with you. Name, profession, and your relationship with the director since entering the frozen rainforest. Spell it all out. She swallowed hard. My name is Guan Feng, deputy head of dermatology. In the rainforest, the director and I were only allies, nothing more. I glanced at Li Hui. She nodded. Next, deputy head of surgery. No other relationship with the director. Cardiologist. He forced himself on me once. She was under 30, decent looking, and now crying in fear. I had her moved to a separate group. The rest of you, keep going. I'm the head nurse. He also forced himself on me, once. Li Hui immediately spoke up, worked up. Master, she's lying. She threw herself at him. She used to fight me for his attention. The head nurse panicked, waving her hands frantically. I didn't. I addressed the crowd. Anyone who tells the truth, I guarantee she lives. Several who knew the story immediately stepped forward, saying the head nurse was a slut through and through. She'd been sleeping with the director even before they came to the rainforest. The head nurse collapsed completely. I'm sorry, I was just too scared. I didn't mean to lie. Li Hui smirked triumphantly. Lying right in front of me. How stupid. I waved my hand. Dukong, drag her out and put her down. I hate liars more than anything. Yes, boss. No, please. Give me one more chance. I'll never lie again. Her answer came in the form of a single gunshot. Bang. In that moment, not just the others, even Li Hui shuddered. The shadow of death was terrifying. I spoke up again. I'll say it one last time. Don't lie, or she's your example. Continue. I'm an ER doctor. I had no relationship with the director. I was forced into the alliance. He kept me around in case of emergencies, so I could resuscitate him if anything happened. I'm glad he's dead. Thank you, sir. After saying that, the male doctor actually dropped to his knees in gratitude. The other 3 male doctors stepped forward too. Same for us. Turned out all 4 were ER doctors, all married, and all had been abused by the director. His method was simple. Refuse, and he'd kill your husband. In other words, these 4 men were alive because their wives had saved them. That's why they were more thrilled than anyone that I'd killed him. I gave a slight nod. This worked out perfectly. The hospital could keep these guys on to keep things running. As for future marital problems, I dropped one line. You all have good wives. Don't let them down. If you do, I'll settle the score for them. The men nodded eagerly, and the 4 women were already sobbing uncontrollably. Soon everyone had finished introducing themselves. OB/GYN, surgery, internal medicine, every department represented, a complete lineup. I was satisfied. Of course, the liars and the ones still loyal to the director. I executed every last one of them. I needed doctors, but I didn't need people like that. Fortunately, most of them were normal people. Hardly any were truly loyal to the director. After all, anyone close to him had already been taken out by me. I only shot 2, leaving about 50 still standing. Among the women, it was inevitable that some had been coerced, manipulated, or violated by the director. I split them into 2 groups. One group of 38 who hadn't been touched by him, including the 4 male doctors, and another group of 12 who had all slept with him, but under duress, never willingly. Honestly, those 12 were better looking than average, but they did nothing for me. Compared to Li Manwen or Lu Qinglan, they weren't even in the same league. Once introductions were done, what worried them most was what I was going to do. Kill them? Or filter out the clean ones to keep for myself, just like the director? I spoke up. First, I didn't split you into 2 groups because I planned to kill those the director abused. I just wanted to figure out your relationship with him. Second, I'm not going to have any of those thoughts about you, and I'm sure as hell not going to force you into anything. Don't get the wrong idea. I, Xin Lang, am not that kind of man. On the contrary, I'm giving you a choice. Stay or leave. It's entirely up to you. Everyone exchanged glances. Stay? Was there actually work? That would be incredible luck. Leave. In this godforsaken frozen jungle, sticking with me was the only way to survive. Who'd want to walk away? A lot of them started weighing their options. Li Hui also breathed a sigh of relief. Did this mean she'd live? But then I suddenly pulled out my Desert Eagle. Just remember this. If you're with me, Rule 1, don't lie to me. Rule 2, and this is the most important one, never threaten or harm my people. Take Li Hui, for example. She teamed up with the director to drug Ji, so she has to die. Li Hui's eyes went wide with terror. Boss Xin Lang, you can't just toss me aside after using me. You said you'd spare my life. My expression didn't change as I slowly raised the muzzle. She collapsed completely and did what even the director hadn't managed, lost control of her bladder. Before she could finish her plea, bang, she went down, still full of resentment. Doing this in front of everyone was killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, showing them what was and wasn't acceptable. I waved my hand. Li Hui's body was dragged away, and everyone present was shaking. I smiled, relax. This is the frozen jungle. I'm just protecting my family. As long as you don't cross me, I won't treat you like that. Yes, yes, she deserved it. Boss Shen Lang, don't worry, we get it. In that moment, a lot of them started envying Lin Zi. Turns out looks really do matter. Even in the apocalypse, being pretty means running into a big shot and getting to live well. I holstered the gun and got to the real point. It's almost 6, so I'll keep this short. I recognize your talents. Doctors are a valuable resource in the frozen jungle. You shouldn't have to be worn down and killed off by the cold like everyone else. So I've got a job lined up for you. Your original profession, saving lives and healing the sick. I'm building a top-tier hospital. Anyone willing to work with me can continue practicing there, and I'll provide corresponding supplies, food, housing, everything you need. I guarantee I'll let you live like human beings, live the life you always wanted, and become the first group of respected doctors in the frozen jungle. Of course, if you'd rather strike out on your own, I won't force you to stay, and I won't kill you. Anyone who wants to leave can go right now. I, Shen Lang, keep my word. You've got 5 minutes to decide. With that, I turned around and pulled out a newly developed cigarette. Dukong quickly stepped forward to light it. Truthfully, I don't smoke, but since I was about to open a factory, I had to try it myself. But, cough cough cough, it had been ages since I'd had one, and it hit hard. That ridiculous scene actually eased the tension in the crowd. They looked at each other, not so much discussing as sharing looks of shock and disbelief. A hospital? With a job, supplies, and food? It seemed too good to be true. As for leaving, who'd want to face the frozen jungle alone? They 5 minutes, didn't even take one before someone spoke up. Boss Shen Lang, we're in. Even if you sold us off, we'd take it. That one joke breathed life back into this group of dead-eyed doctors. They'd seen a chance to survive. That's human resilience for you. I smiled and nodded, tossing my cigarette. Before I could say anything, one of the male ER doctors swallowed hard, carefully picked up the half-smoked butt, and said, Boss Shen Lang. No, boss. I haven't seen a real cigarette in so long. I can't just watch it go to waste. I shook my head with a laugh and told Dukong. Later on, hand out a pack to each of them. Consider it a signing bonus. Smokers can smoke, non-smokers can sell them. Got it, boss. The crowd was ecstatic. They'd bet on the right guy. A pack of cigarettes just for showing up? What kind of dream benefits were these? They started looking forward to the hospital job even more. Seeing that all the doctors had agreed, I relaxed. All right, I'm heading back. I'll let you know once the hospital is built. Won't be long, probably done tonight. You should be able to officially start work tomorrow. By my estimate, the moment the hospital was built, the corresponding positions would appear in the recruitment orders, just like with the mine back then. I looked at Dukong again. Leave them some daily supplies. Yes, boss. Soon, I teleported back to the cabin. It was only a few minutes till 6. Lin Zi was eating Buddha jumps over the wall under Li Manwen's care, and Yin Shun had come back too. I laughed. Teacher Li, you spent money on another order of Buddha jumps over the wall. Li Manwen rolled her eyes at me. You've got some nerve talking. Why did you have to go so hard on Dr. Lin? Couldn't you have taken it easy? She's not me. She can't handle you going wild like that. Her face flushed slightly. Lin Zi, mid-bite, couldn't help coughing. Li Manwen figured that with her Kavya build and stronger constitution, she could take it, but Zi was so delicate, and the state she'd been in when she got back to the cabin had really shocked her. What she didn't know was that it had actually been Zi's own drug-fueled frenzy. Zi was too embarrassed to explain, so I didn't either. I just nodded. Okay, my bad. I promise I'll be gentler from now on. Li Manwen huffed. That's more like it. Zi, eat up. Next time Shen Lang bullies you, just tell me, and I'll beat him up for you. Though embarrassed, Lin Zi smiled happily, her eyes crinkling into little crescents. She was glad Li Manwen cared for her, and grateful that I understood her feelings and hadn't spilled the embarrassing truth. But after the laughter died down, she asked me, Honey, what happened to Li Hui? I didn't hesitate. Gone. One bullet sent her home. Lin Zi pursed her lips, feeling something she couldn't quite name, but didn't say anything more. Once we finished talking, Yin Shun came up smiling. Honey, guess how much good stuff I got today? How much? From that tone, sounds like you hit the jackpot. The Mitao sisters jumped in eagerly. For real? Sister Yin Shun is way better at finding treasure chests than you, hubby. Faster, higher hit rate, and most of them are red chests. Yin Shun raised her eyebrows at me smugly. I laughed and sank into the couch. while Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning knelt beside me, massaging my legs. I patted their heads and asked, "So tell me, what exactly did you get?" Mi Tao beat everyone to it. Exorcism towers. 10 of them. Plus 3 arrow towers. But that's not even the best part. Sister Yin Chun also scored 10 top-tier bathroom blueprints. Oh, now that genuinely caught me off guard. 10 exorcism towers meant I wouldn't have to worry about ghosts anymore. And not just me. The hospital, the mine, and the lumber mill I might open later would all be protected too. As for the bathroom blueprints, no wonder Mi Tao was so pumped. With more and more people around, the whole building only had one bathroom besides the master suite. A dozen plus people fighting over it meant lines during rush hours, and women are already slow to begin with. Throw in a few who couldn't hold it, and it was pure torture. With these blueprints, our biggest headache was solved. I nodded, satisfied. In-chun, I gotta hand it to you. Amazing work. In-chun blushed. Actually, I'm pretty amazing at other things too. She really was getting anxious. Aside from Fong Li, she was the last one left. She didn't want to be dead last, and even more, she was scared I wouldn't want her. Hearing that, I raised an eyebrow. She was wearing a tight black athletic set today, radiating youthful energy. The curves at her chest and hips were downright tempting. Something stirred in me, and I asked, "What other things?" Her face went even redder. "After all this time, you still haven't figured out the secret in my name." Then she dropped the blueprints and darted into the bathroom, mortified. I shook my head with a chuckle. Fine, tonight I'd give her what she wanted. But right now, I had to get building. Just as I was thinking that, there was a knock at the door. It was Wang Yin. He couldn't get in on his own, so I had to go open it. Turns out he'd fed my leftover lobster and abalone to the spirit hound, and he came by to give me a heads up. Didn't want me thinking someone had messed with Li Lingshan and the girl's food. He pointed at the hound, which was busy eating, and grinned, saying he hadn't seen it in a while and figured he'd bring it a snack. I saw right through his little scheme, but I didn't call him out. Some thoughts need to be nipped in the bud like that. Admire from a distance, sure, but don't get any funny ideas. Since he was here, I went ahead and gave him a few instructions. 1. Tomorrow morning, drive the logging machine over to the mine. Pick a crew and use the mining machine to open up a new mine site. Hand the current mine over to the deputy foreman to manage. You'll still be his boss, but from now on, you're running the whole operation. Scout talent, groom future leaders. In other words, you're not just a foreman anymore, you're the chief foreman. Think you can handle it? Wang Yin lit up the moment he heard it. More power, more people under him. He agreed on the spot. Bro Lang, don't you worry, I won't let you down. 2. I might open a lumber mill, and that'll need a manager too. Until I find the right person, keep an eye on it for me. If you want to transfer over there yourself, that's fine too. You can decide when the time comes. 3. About the ghosts. I'll be building an exorcism tower at the mine shortly. Just tell your workers to relax and focus on their jobs. Wang Yin nodded eagerly and left. Once he was gone, I could finally get started on the hospital. I got home late today, and Zhang Yin was running late on dinner too. We hadn't started eating yet, so this was the perfect window to build. And those bathrooms? The women couldn't wait any longer. I immediately started construction on the hospital. Build hospital? Requires 1,000 wood, 1,000 stone. Construction time, 5 hours. With 5x speed boost, complete in 1 hour. Interior wards, bathrooms, etc. replicated 1-to-1, no additional blueprints required. For an extra 1,000 wood and 1,000 stone, the hospital can share warmth from the cabin's fireplace, acting as a fireplace extension without affecting the main cabin. The nuclear power plant will supply the hospital's nighttime electricity at no additional resource cost and will power all your future buildings from here on out. No further prompts needed. The fireplace has that feature too? Then it's a no-brainer. Without hesitation, I spent the extra resources. Build it. Grade A hospital under construction. I chose to place the hospital just outside the wall, flush up against it. That way it'd still be under my protection, but it would also keep other players who came for treatment from wandering into my compound. Best of both worlds. Next, the exorcism towers. I put one on each side of the cabin, combined with the one already there. That gave the cabin 3 towers guarding it. Forget some old lady ghost. The ancestor of all ghosts couldn't touch me now. I built 3 more inside the wall, arming the cabin to the teeth. Of the remaining 5, 2 went to the mine, 2 to the hospital, and I saved the last one for a future territory expansion. Then came the 3 arrow towers, placed inside the wall, but with coverage extending over the hospital. Anyone who tried to cause trouble at the hospital would catch an arrow between the eyes. Last up, the bathrooms. Right now, Li Manwen, the Mitao sisters, Zhang Yu, Wen Xian, Li Lingshan, Jiang Ning, and Zhang Yin had all moved their cabins over, 7 cabins in total, since the Mitao sisters shared one, and Lu Qinglan didn't have a cabin. In Chun, Fong Li, and Lin Zi hadn't moved theirs yet, but that could wait. I'd get the bathrooms built for these 7 first, and handle the other 3 when they moved in together. Incheon's 10 bathroom blueprints today were perfect for this. Top-tier blueprints really were a lifesaver. Once built, all you had to do was upgrade. No more scavenging for higher-tier plans. While I was building, Zhang Yin called out, "Honey, dinner's ready. Sisters, come and get it." She sounded genuinely happy. Ever since last night when she'd become mine, she'd tasted the same joy Li Manwen had. No wonder Li Manwen adored her students so much. She'd needed a nap this afternoon to recover, and now she was glowing. With Li Lingshan and Jiang Ning waiting on me, I sat down at the table. Zhang Yin was a great cook, and everything she'd made was my favorite. I smiled and said, "Don't just cook my favorites every day. Make some of your own favorites too." The women burst into giggles and chatter, as if there was anything at this table they didn't love. With the freezing cold and endless hail outside, getting to eat a meal like this made them happier than gods in heaven. What more could they want? Li Manwen laughed. It's Yenner's way of showing she cares. Don't tease her. I nodded. Right. I'll quit while I'm ahead. Eat up. Halfway through dinner, I heard a ding. Grade A hospital construction complete. My eyes lit up. I turned to Lin Ziyi. Ziyi. She was just about to bring a bite of rice to her mouth and froze. Got something for you. Might have to ask you to shoulder a big responsibility. What is it? I built a hospital. It needs a director. You up for it? Lin Ziyi was so shocked, she dropped her chopsticks. You built a hospital? Honey, are you messing with me? I'm just a small-time OBGYN. How could I be the director? I raised an eyebrow. So what? You're the only one who can run it. I've decided. Besides, all the doctors on staff are your old colleagues. Maybe here, you can find the joy and lifestyle you used to have. Oh, really? For her, the idea of working alongside her old co-workers in a hospital, here, in the frozen rainforest, was almost unbelievable. It was her passion, her whole vision of what life should be. As for being the director, she'd never even dared to dream of it. But how could she not want it? I pointed past the compound wall. See for yourself. She looked out through the glass window, and her eyes went wide in an instant. 3 10-story buildings stood there, lit up from top to bottom. That's actually a hospital? Oh my God. Honey, how did you pull this off? I didn't bother hiding it. I killed the director, and it dropped as loot. The pharmacy stock inside is basically unlimited. Down the road, when Ms. Li, Qing Lan, and the others give birth, we've got all the equipment we need. Want to check it out, Director Lin? She stopped eating entirely and nodded eagerly. Yes, I want to go. Let's head over then. Seeing me about to lead her out, Li Manwen protested. Honey, at least finish eating first. I'm full. You guys want to come along? We can grab a late-night snack when we get back. At that, Li Manwen and the others couldn't hold back. They were curious too. The women immediately set down their bowls and followed. Sure, they wouldn't use the hospital day-to-day, but the OBGYN wing? Definitely. Who wouldn't want to see the place that would shape their future? I led the group toward the hospital in a small procession. Even though it was close, we drove, and I had Dukong lead a security detail to clear the way. The weather and hail outside were no joke. On the ride over, a thought kept nagging at me. What if I built a one-way skybridge connecting the cabin and the hospital someday? Wouldn't that be sweet? Yeah, worth considering. In no time we pulled up at the hospital entrance. Everyone stared at the glowing sign, Frozen Rainforest General Hospital, and it just didn't feel real. Once inside, they were even more blown away. Every room, every piece of equipment, every department was fully stocked, and it was as warm as spring in there. Lin Ziyi looked around, dazed. Oh my God, I feel like I'm back in the real world. Is this really the frozen rainforest? She turned to me. Honey, thank you. I'll take the director job. I'll take great care of Manwen and the others when it's time to deliver. And I want to have your babies too. Li Manwen and the others couldn't help but smile. I suggested we go see the OBGYN wing, and everyone was on board. The OBGYN department was even more over the top. Beyond the standard patient rooms, the entire 10th floor was made up of top-tier private suites, with all the highest-end medical equipment, clearly reserved for Li Manwen and the others. No other players would be allowed up there. Lin Ziyi sighed with wonder. This place is amazing. With this here, Sis Manwen and the others don't have to worry about anything going wrong during delivery. I smiled and got down to business. Ziyi, the medicine supply here is unlimited. Manwen and the others can use whatever they need. But remember one thing. For other players, you and the doctors need to set clear pricing rules. Don't go cheap. Charge on the higher end in supplies. I'm not running a charity, and I'm not some bodhisattva out here saving souls. Anyone with supplies to trade is welcome. Anyone without, I'll have the guards turn them away. I know you have a good heart, but this is the frozen rainforest. Giving them a shot at survival is already more than enough. If there's no barrier to entry, everyone will show up, and you guys won't be able to handle the workload. Of course, special cases are your call. Infants can be treated for free, for example. You have full authority. Lindsay nodded seriously. That was all she needed to hear. In the frozen rainforest, as long as you weren't lazy or stupid, basic supplies were manageable to come by, but medical kits were rare. What I was doing was already a good deed. Don't worry, honey. I'll run this hospital well. I'll save lives, but I'll also do my best to help you and this family earn supplies. I get it. Only if you keep getting stronger can you protect all of this. Kindness alone isn't enough. I was honestly a little surprised. Lindsay's awareness had leveled up. Had she awakened after I'd worked her over? Whatever the reason, I was pleased. She walked back and forth through the warm OBGYN wing and said, "Honey, I'm the director, but I still want to work as an OBGYN too. I love this work, and I want to personally deliver the babies for my sisters. It'll put me more at ease." Absolutely. Also, can we get some people up on the 10th floor for the night shift? A hospital can't be unmanned. And in case Sis Manwin or one of the others needs a checkup or has an issue in the middle of the night, it'll be more convenient. What do you think? I nodded immediately. Just like a real doctor. Always thinking ahead. Totally agree. I'll reach out to them right now. Great. Thanks, honey. With that, she led Lee Manwin and the others on a tour of every corner of the hospital, all smiles, unwilling to leave. She barely even wanted to go back to the real world anymore. Everything she wanted was right here. Me, her sisters, the hospital. She was almost afraid that if she went back, she'd lose it all. Suddenly, the frozen rainforest didn't seem so bad. Of course, that was just how she felt. For the other players, it was still a living hell. Forget the desperate bottom-tier players struggling to survive. Take the group of doctors I'd put the fear of God into. Right now, about 50 of them were huddled around a fire pit in a meeting, faces full of worry and unease. So preoccupied they'd temporarily forgotten the cold. They had no idea what kind of hospital I was talking about, no clue how long it would take to build, and no way of knowing whether the conditions would even be survivable. If it was too cold, they wouldn't last. And I'd said they'd start work tomorrow. What could I possibly throw together in a single night? Little did they know that once they actually stepped inside the hospital, they wouldn't even want to go back to their own cabins. Down the line, they'd be fighting each other for night shifts. Right at that moment, they all received a message from me. The instant the hospital was completed, I'd added every one of them to my recruitment roster. I sent out the notice. OBGYN Premium Ward. Need 10 people, primarily OBGYN doctors and nurses. Need 2 on duty tonight. Whoever signs up for the night shift first gets a bonus of 10 units of lumber. The moment the message went out, the group was stunned. Someone immediately spoke up. Night shift tonight? The hospital's already built? It's not just some straw shack, is it? Middle of the night. We'll freeze to death. Freezing to death, I could handle. What scares me are the ghosts out at night. Night? So many people died last night. Even Su Yuan is gone. What if the hospital's haunted? Stop, stop, you're creeping me out. But some were tempted. An extra 10 lumber for one night? That's pretty sweet. It's OBGYN, and it's a premium ward. Doesn't sound like a shack. Plus, 2 people on duty together, what could go wrong? Working for Shin Lang is something people would kill for. You're seriously hesitating. After a bit of chatter, the leader made the call. 10 of us total. We need 2 for tonight. The OBGYN staff are locked in, no getting out of that. The rest of you work it out among yourselves. They ended up settling on 10, 8 young women and 2 ladies in their 30s. 5 were OBGYN doctors, and 5 were nurses assisting them. The nurses had the lowest status, so when nobody else wanted the job, they didn't have a choice. As for the others, grateful as they were that I'd thrown them a lifeline, who wouldn't prefer the easy gig? Not everyone has the guts to be the first one to take a risk. Besides, it was pretty obvious the OBGYN staff would be serving me directly. Facing the boss every day, one slip up, but they were forgetting one thing. The more you nickel and dime, the less you end up with. With the roster set, it was time to figure out who'd go tonight. The OBGYN deputy director stepped up first. Count me in for tonight. Once you've thrown in with the boss, quit overthinking it. We're all going to rotate through anyway. A young woman stepped forward too. Then I'll go with you, master. We'll take tomorrow. Day after for us. The assignments came together fast. The deputy director and her apprentice messaged me, and I used the recruitment order to summon them straight over. The moment they appeared, both were stunned. Took them a while to process it. The deputy director murmured, Are we back in the real world? I shook my head and smiled. Not quite, but the conditions here are just as good. Get settled in first. I'll brief you on the job. They nodded, instinctively drifting over to the window. Outside stretched the pitch-black, freezing rainforest, hail hammering against the glass. But inside it was warm as spring, not a hint of cold. That's when it hit them. This place was practically heaven. They exchanged a glance, disbelief written all over their faces. They couldn't figure out how I'd pulled it off, but they saw hope of survival. The deputy director snapped out of it and quickly thanked me. Thank you for giving us this work, boss. We'll give it our all. The young doctor nodded eagerly. Same here. I smiled. No need to be so formal. Do good work, and you won't miss out on the perks. Now, down to business. First, Lindsay will be the director of this hospital going forward. Anything you need, go to her. Lindsay? The two exchanged another look. That girl had really flown up the ladder. I ignored whatever they were thinking. Second, you'll only work on the 10th floor, only tending to my women. It's not hard work. Just keep things running smoothly. Third, night shift is 2 people per night, and the 10 of you will rotate. Z will handle scheduling and titles. Lastly, I've built an exorcism tower on the hospital grounds, so you don't need to worry about ghosts at night. Any questions? What? An exorcism tower too? The two immediately shook their heads. Are you kidding? Their biggest worry was gone. What more was there to ask? Sure, serving the boss's women meant they'd have to tread carefully, but as long as they did their jobs, nothing would go wrong. Besides, how many women did I even have? Not that many kids would be born in a year. This wasn't work. This was a vacation. Don't worry, boss. We've got it all. Good. I also messaged Du Kong, telling him to send a squad to stand guard at the base of the hospital for security. That put the 2 doctors even more at ease. Right then, Lindsay walked over, and her eyes lit up the moment she saw them. Teacher. Shall you? They smiled back, though Lindsay's status was different now. Director. Lindsay giggled and didn't refuse the title. Rules are rules, and in a place like a hospital, titles couldn't be blurred. You two are on tonight? Thanks for stepping up. It's nothing. We should be thanking you, otherwise the boss never would have taken us in. Right, junior sister. Once I earn some resources, I'm taking you out to eat. Lindsay's heart skipped. Those were the exact words she'd said to her senior sister when she first joined the hospital. Now it all felt like it had come full circle, and her eyes started to well up. I patted her shoulder. All right, it's getting late. Time to head back. You'll have plenty of chances to catch up. Didn't realize those 2 were your master and senior sister. In that case, I thought for a moment and transferred 100 units of lumber to each of them. Buy yourselves a snack if you get hungry tonight. Consider it a first meeting gift from me to Z's master and senior sister. Any future bonuses will be up to Z. Seeing 100 units of lumber, both women were floored. 100 right off the bat. So generous. Boss, this isn't it too much? I smiled. Take good care of Z from here on out. Now they got it. Understood. Absolutely. Lindsay got it too, and for the first time, right in front of Lee Manwin and the others, she snuggled into my arms. She couldn't help it. She was just too happy. Watching us leave, the deputy director let out a breath. Never thought we'd stumble into such a huge opportunity. Though, I take back what I said earlier. The boss really does have a lot of women. Not hearing a response, she turned to find her apprentice staring dreamily at my retreating figure. She nudged her, exasperated. Wei Wei, don't get any ideas. The women around the boss are all one of a kind. Every one of them's got the curves. Don't go getting the wrong idea. Wei Wei blushed. I wasn't. I was just thinking about what to eat tonight. Master, let's get some bibimbap. I've been craving it forever. The deputy director just smiled and let it slide. Life's full of regrets and daydreams, so let her have this one. Sure, I'm in the mood too. Come on, there's an office over there. Warm and roomy. Yeah. While the 2 of them were digging in, the questions came pouring in from the others, right on cue. How's it going? You've been over there forever. What's the hospital actually like? Is it cold? What's the boss got you doing? Will you make it back safe after tonight? Master and apprentice exchanged a look. Wei Wei just filmed a quick live clip and posted it to the group chat with a caption. Warm as spring, easy work, generous boss, safe and cozy. Verdict. Never want to leave. Total bliss. Everyone who hadn't signed up for the night shift lost it the moment they saw the message. Oh my god, it really is a hospital. Are they eating bibimbap? They're in short-sleeved white coats. How warm must it be in there? I want to go. I regret it so much. If I'd known, I would have signed up for night shift. I can't wait for tomorrow morning. A hospital like this is going to be my home from now on. Forget the cabin. I'm doing night shift every single day.